Chapter 551, Secret Forever. The cold moonlight covered the entire soaring dragon city. At this time, the accumulated snow had melted and a cool breeze was gently blowing across the treetops, swaying newly sprouted green leaves on the branches. It was a quiet and comfortable night. Even though it was a quiet night, there was an intense battle between a man and woman in the winged room of the Zeman clan. Rough heavy breathing sounds and sweet moans were resounding within the inner room, forming a soul-stirring spring night sonata. Little elf, you became bigger here. Long Yi shook his waist while his claws continuously played with Lucia's full breasts. That smooth and elastic feeling endlessly captivated him. Is that so? Then, do you like them? Lucia opened her hazy eyes and hugged Long Yi's neck with her jade hands. She pressed her breasts against Long Yi's body and she wrapped her hands tightly around him. As for Long Yi, he felt as though his face was surrounded with soft and warm. The fire of lust in him soared as though he had eaten some kind of aphrodisiac. He stuck out his tongue and teased the bright red bud at the peak of Lucia's rounded breast. Before long, he was sucking on it, which caused the little elf to moan loudly. The world inside this room became pink and these two people got immersed in their ocean of desires. They created one tide after another. Finally, Lucia couldn't endure the lashing and she bit on Long Yi's shoulder. Her body stretched taut. Before long, she softly collapsed into his bosom. Now, her coquettish eyes were watery. She was exhaling a fragrance from her pink lips and her entire body was covered with a layer of enchanting pink luster. She was feeling a kind of extreme pleasure. After, the two people lazily lied on the big bed as they enjoyed the feeling of lying in each other's bosom. Long Yi. Lucia swayed in the bosom of Long Yi and called out, "Call me your husband." "Didn't you call me that in bed just now?" Long Yi smiled faintly and interrupted her. "Okay, Lord Husband. I have a question I want to ask to you." Lucia started to hesitate for some unknown reason. Raising his eyebrows, Long Yi adjusted his posture so that Lucia would be lying face to face with him. He asked with interest, "What question do you have to ask?" "Just say it." "My husband, Nika and the others said that I am more and more like my mother. Do you think so too?" Looking straight to the eyes of Long Yi, Lucia asked. "Well, let me take a good look." "Yes, you take after her. It seems as though the effect of your seclusion for the past few years is pretty good." Long Yi somewhat understood why Lucia suddenly asked this question. These past few years, although the appearance of Lucia had no change, regardless of bearing or demeanor, she was becoming more and more like the Elf Queen. However, when she was in front of Long Yi, she changed back to her prior lively and cute deposition. All of a sudden, Lucia grabbed Long Yi's big hand and placed it on her plump breast. She asked with a face which was completely red, "My husband, didn't you say that I have grown here just a moment ago? Now tell me, how is it compared to my mother's?" Long Yi was startled and he stared at Lucia in a daze. Could it be that Lucia noticed that ambiguous feeling between himself and the Elf Queen? "Just now, when you were making love with me, weren't you thinking of my mother too?" Not giving Long Yi a chance to sort out his thoughts, the words of Lucia nearly made him lose consciousness. Long Yi calmed down with great difficulty and hastily said, "Darling, don't let your imagination run wild. The relationship between me and your mother is purer than spring snow." "My husband, do you really not have any thoughts about my mother?" Lucia stared at Long Yi with a pair of sparkling eyes. Long Yi subconsciously wanted to answer number. However, he was unable to say anything. "Mother is so beautiful and you are so promiscuous. I don't believe that you won't have any thoughts on my mother. When you were in the Elven Forest, you left the bed several times at night. When you got back, you had mother's fragrance all over your body." Lucia bit her red lips and her eyes became watery. Long Yi was flustered and he hastily consoled Lucia. As it turned out, this little elf had already realized the ambiguous relationship between him and the Elf Queen. This was the first time she had said anything about it. No matter what the race was, This was a type of taboo feeling. There were only a few people who could accept this kind of feeling, which violated their moral principles. Seeing Lucia's red eyes and her tears which were about to overflow, Long Yi had a bitter smile on his face. Just a moment ago, they were still making love. Why did the atmosphere change all of a sudden? Okay, my little elf, don't cry. Everything is my fault. I shouldn't have set my sights on your mother. Give me some time. I will definitely sort out everything. Long Yi tightly hugged Lucia and promised her. In his heart, he was feeling a type of special pain. Perhaps it was time to swing the sword to cut off all the ridiculous feelings in his heart. He wanted to return everything to normal. If he continued down this road, Lucia might not be the only one who suffered. He couldn't be so selfish. Lucia watched Long Yi in a daze and asked in a low voice, "Are you saying that you will give up on your feeling towards my mother?" "Yes." The pupils of Long Yi shrunk as he replied, "But my mother also likes you very much." On several occasions, I saw that mother stayed quietly alone and she was in a daze. I knew that she was missing you. It was just like how I missed you. Moreover, she often danced alone using the lovesickness sword technique you taught her. Lucia was perplexed as she said. Long Yi was startled. Could it be that the elf queen herself also missed him? Even then, what could he do about it? Why was Lucia even talking about this to him? Wouldn't this make him feel even more uncomfortable? Could it be? Long Yi thought of another possibility and a bit of hope appeared in his heart. As a matter of fact, my mother had always been very lonely. Merely, I was never aware of that. I had always taken the love and care of my mother for granted. However, I had never considered what my mother needed or what she wanted. My husband, am I very selfish? Lucia rubbed her cheek on against Long Yi's chest and she mumbled in grief. All the parents under the heaven are pitiful. They always think of their child first and not themselves. Little elf, you have truly matured. Long Yi caressed the beautiful hair of Lucia and he thought of his parents. A warm feeling filled his heart. My husband, from now on, can you be good to my mother? Treat her just like how you treat me. No, treat her thousands of times better than me. As long as we don't tell anyone, it's fine. This will be our secret forever. The voice of Lucia became smaller and smaller while she hugged Long Yi tighter and tighter. Long Yi was shocked. He had never expected that Lucia would actually approve of the relationship between him and the Elf Queen. It was already a relationship which went against the moral principles. Of course, it wasn't something which could be easily decided upon. Perhaps she had struggled hard for a long time in her heart before making this decision. Darling, you are great. Long Yi, will take care of the both of you. If I don't do so, may heavenly lightning strike me. No, if I don't take care of both of you properly, then heavens will make me unable to become a man. Long Yi spoke some incoherent oaths. Originally he wanted to promise that he would be struck by heavenly lightning and die a horrible death. However, he recalled that he was impervious to lightning as he had the inheritance of the lightning god. As such, he changed the oath. As if the knots in her heart were solved, Lucia felt as though a weight was lifted off her heart and she took a few deep breaths. As long as other people didn't know, who would care about the mother and daughter pair sharing a husband? My husband, don't be too happy. Although I agree and my mother likes you very much, it's not a simple matter to make my mother accept you. Lucia laughed. When she thought about the days to come, she had conflicting emotions. One part of her was undecided and another part of her was looking forward to it. Long Yi also knew the character of the Elf Queen. She was a very rational woman. Even if she had some feelings that she should not have towards him, she would never do anything that crossed the boundary. Perhaps, that kind of ambiguous feeling that stirred their heartstrings was already at the limit of her endurance. However, Long Yi had plenty of time. As long as she was accustomed to getting along with him, she would naturally fall to him bit by bit. At that time, as long as a chance appeared, everything would be done. Thinking about a happy life in the future, Long Yi couldn't help smile. Bad fellow, you have such an evil smile on your face. Are you thinking about something bad again? Lucia pouted and pinched Long Yi's left thigh. Long Yi hissed in pain and said, "Little elf, I wasn't thinking about your mother. Why on earth are you pinching me? Lucia was so angry that she smacked Long Yi's little brother. She snorted, confess everything. Long Yi smirked and said, your husband is intentionally controlling himself. Since you just alarmed my little brother, he is protesting now. What are you going to do about it? Lucia took a quick glance and saw that the little BD between Long Yi's legs was erect. Her maiden heart jumped and her passion was instantly ignited. Lucia got up and bent over in front of Long Yi with her perfectly round raised high in the air. Now, a maiden's most private place was completely exposed to Long Yi. My husband, do you think that I resemble my mother? Lucia turned her head and asked. She knew that Long Yi liked this kind of conquering position the best. The breathing of Long Yi stagnated and the look in his black pupils became deeper. Now, it appeared as though the elf queen was swaying her hips in front of him. He was unable to restrain himself and he instantly knelt in front of Lucia's buttocks. He began to pound ferociously. Before long, sonorous sounds resounded within the room once again. The night was still very long. When the first ray of light illuminated the horizon in the east, it felt as though today would be a nice day. Knock, knock, knock. In an inn of a small town that was 200 li or so away from Soaring Dragon City, a person rhythmically knocked against the door of a guest room. The door automatically opened with a creak and a proud and aloof figure could be seen sitting in front of the window. She looked out of the window and she seemed to be in a daze. A man and a woman walked into the room and closed the door. The entire body of the man was covered with a black robe. Even his face was completely covered. As for the woman, her face was also covered with a gauze. Subordinate Hilai pays respect to Miss. The black-robed man bowed and said he was unexpectedly Hilai who was stationed at White Cloud City. The proud and aloof figure slowly turned around. She was unexpectedly Muhanyan who had disappeared all of a sudden during the final battle between Long Yi and the military advisor. Her softness seemed to have disappeared completely at this moment. It was replaced by cold indifference. Muhanyan nodded her head and looked at the other woman who was looking at her with a hateful expression. Her gaze stayed on the woman for quite some time before she said with indifference, sit down first, I have some matters I want to talk to you about. Hilai, now, the entire Blue Waves continent will be unified very soon. What do you think we should do? Muhanyan asked without any expression on her face. This subordinate is stupid, everything will be done according to the instruction of Miss. Hilai said with terror in his voice. Muhanyan shook her head and said, now, even Dark Church is under the control of Zim and you. We are no longer able to intervene with the Blue Waves continent. It seems as though our plans can't keep up with the changes. Humphrey, since you are unable to complete the mission, I want to see how you will return to make the report. Jingjing took off the veil covering her face and sneered at Muhanyan. That is my problem. You should just take care of yourself. Muhanyan coldly said, Miss, then, what should we do now? Hilai asked. A hint of misgiving flashed through the eyes of Muhanyan but it disappeared soon after. A dazzling crystal appeared in her hand along with a sealed magic letter. She said, this transmission crystal is the key to activate the transfer array of the secret room. This is a letter for my father Emperor. It has already been so long since you came to this place. It's time for you to return. Hilai took those two things after some hesitation. He appeared as if he wanted to open his mouth, but nothing came out of it. Hilai, leave us. I have something to say to her alone. Muhanyan pretended not to notice the expression on Hilai's face and she ordered him to leave the room. What do you want me to do again? Jingjing coldly said. Muhanyan simply looked at Jingjing and the expression on her face fluctuated. Jingjing instantly felt uneasy and she couldn't control herself. She shouted, what do you want to do? Am I so good looking? Put away your hypocritical appearance. The one thing I hate the most in this world is your hypocritical face. Looking at you makes me feel like vomiting. The eyes of Muhanyan shone with pallid light and she coldly said, believe it or not, I will kill you. You want to kill me? Did you forget that I am already tired of living? Jingjing stood up and said proudly, if I can't kill you, it doesn't mean that I can't kill other people. Muhanyan turned her head and said indifferently. Jingjing's body trembled. Clenching her hands into fists, she lowered her head as she bit her lower lip. There was a bone-deep hatred which flashed in her eyes. After a long time, she opened her mouth. Although I am controlled by you, you are even more pitiful than me. Isn't it very painful to fall in love with a person you have to deal with? Pa? A loud and clear sound resounded in the room. Muhanyan sent a ferocious slap towards Jingjing and her eyes flashed with a terrifying pallid light. Get out at once. Now, Muhanyan looked just like an enraged mother leopard. Her entire body emitted bloodthirsty madness. Chapter 552. The arrival of Empress. Jingjing's right cheek instantly swelled up and a hint of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's a slap again. All the favors you have given me, I will firmly keep them in mind. Now, I just want to see how miserably you will fall in the end. Jingjing suddenly chuckled, stuck out her tongue. She reached for the trail of blood which was at the corner of her mouth and she licked it up. Turning around, she left the room. As for Muhanyan, she sat down sadly and a complicated feeling appeared in her eye. He must hate me to the bones now, if... Muhanyan sighed softly. She looked weak and lonely as she thought about Long Yi. The warm early morning sunlight illuminated the earth and made the morning a sluggish one. At this moment, Long Yi was lying on the roof using his hands as a pillow. He looked satisfied and comfortable. Li King and Barbarian Bull were also there as they sat behind him, holding their weapons. Their gaze was empty as they stared into the distance. Clearly, they were immersed in their own thoughts. In 3 days, it would be Ximenu's coronation ceremony. Today, the Empress of the Nilan Empire, Nilan Ryuayu, would be arriving in Soaring Dragon City. On the next day, the allied army of the two empires led by Bettalion and the little fox Bertha would arrive. Bertha would be representing the Beastmen clans. In the last few days, most of the beauties Long Yi had not seen for a long time were gathering at his side. He became trapped in the world of warmth and he was exhausted as he experienced the happy fate of the man from Qi. His days were so full of enthusiasm that even celestial beings would envy Long Yi. However, there was something which made Long Yi regret. He hadn't seen Wush Wang for such a long time. She left for reunites with me Empress Liangxin quite some time ago and there hadn't been any news about her ever since. It could be assumed that something might have happened. He made up his mind to personally make a trip to reunites after the coronation ceremony. Furthermore, there was Leng Yuyu. After Barbarian Bull escorted her to the Elven Forest, she entered seclusion. Long Yi had no idea whether he could meet her in the near future. At this moment, there were a lot of outstanding beauties gathered in the courtyard. They were chatting with great interest in groups of 3s and 4s. If other people saw this scene, their eyeballs might fall to the ground. If they were able to see just 1 or 2 beauties at this level, they could be considered fortunate. However, there were so many of them gathered together here. It was really a shocking scene. Under the heavens, other than this freak, Long Yi, there might be no one who could achieve this. My husband, come down from the roof. Midire and the others said that they want to go shopping. Let's go together. Nangong Xiangyan waved her hand towards Long Yi and said. Long Yi suddenly sat up straight and he looked down with a strange expression. If so many matchless beauties went out to shop at the same time, wouldn't there be chaos? Ask some guards to follow you. Your husband wants to cultivate. I'm not going. Long Yi said with a smile. What sort of joke was this? Going shopping with one woman was already a terrifying matter. He couldn't even deal with one woman shopping. How was he going to deal with so many of them? Sisters, ignore him, let's go. Feng Ling rolled her eyes and said. In a few short moments, a group of beauties left the Ximen residence. Of course, Long Yi didn't worry when he sent them out along with some guards from the Ximen clan. With the Ximen clan's guards escorting them, no one would be blind and stupid enough to provoke them. Besides, it was already considered extremely good if they didn't go out to provoke others. In any case, if there was a retard who got on the nerves of the girls, Long Yi could only mourn for them in silence. Not a single one of them was easy to deal with. Ha ha ha, young Master Ximen. You are quite free today. How about a drink? At that time, a big fellow entered the courtyard and laughed loudly. Brother Mo Yan, It's not difficult for us to find wine here. Wait for a moment while I instruct the kitchen to send food and wine over." Long Yi also laughed. The person who had just arrived was Mad Lion Muhanyan. He was the person who was in charge of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Mad Lion jumped to the roof and said, "Please don't bother. I brought food and wine. This time, I'm the one inviting all of you to eat and drink. Come, Brother Lee, Brother Bull. Let's drink and have a good time." Mad Lion took out more than a dozen wine jars and a table of steaming hot food which went well with wine. Opening the seal of a wine jar, he downed a large mouthful of it and he said, "Last time, I tasted the 100-flower wine brought by young Master Ziman. That wine was indeed savory and mellow, leaving behind a rich aftertaste. However, that wine wasn't strong enough. True menfolk drink this intoxicated for 7 days obtained from dwarf clan. It's strong enough." Long Yi's trio also opened up a wine jar each as they boldly drank several mouthfuls. There was no need for politeness when men drank. "Not bad, this wine is strong enough. However, I tasted even stronger and more fragrant wine. I'm talking about Sea Soul from the Nelan Empire. It's just that I drank it all and the rest of the wine isn't matured yet." "Such a pity," Long Yi said. He felt that only this kind of wine could be mentioned in the same breath as the 100 Flowers wine from the Elf clan. The four men drank and talked with a zest for a long time until they heard ceremonial salute sounds coming from outside the city gate. "It's your." Long Yi was happy in his heart. Now, he had no time to drink here. In an instant, he disappeared from his spot and left the three of them on the roof. They stared at each other in blank dismay. "Brother Lee, Brother Bull, young Master Ziman has gone to receive a beauty. That's his problem. We brothers still have to drink." Mad Lion laughed. Barbarian Bull and Lee King wanted to chase after Long Yi, but he was too fast. Moreover, since Long Yi had gone to meet Nelan Ryu, wouldn't they be considered light bulbs if they went? In the end, the two of them sat down and continued to drink with Mad Lion. Long Yi quickly arrived at the northern city gate and saw the Nelan Empire's convoy slowly pressing forward. Altogether, there were 10 luxurious carriages and the Phoenix carriage in the center of the convoy was extremely magnificent. It exuded the aura of extravagance as it rolled down the road. In addition, there were 5,000 elite cavalrymen escorting them. This contingent got closer and closer to Soaring Dragon City and the citizens were finally able to see the faces of the cavalrymen at the front. At that time, the golden curtain of the Phoenix carriage slowly opened. A pair of energetic eyes looked all around from the small gap. "Big sister, hurry up and look. I see brother-in-law standing on the city wall." After peeping outside, the little Lolita turned around and excitedly said to Nelan Ryu, "Is that so?" Nelan Ryu, who was wearing a magnificent empress dress, couldn't sit still when she heard that Long Yi was waiting for her. She couldn't wait to see her sweetheart and she slowly left her soft bed. With Long Yi's excellent eyesight, he obviously saw Nelan Rumeng's eyes the moment the curtains opened. A huge smile blossomed on his face. His treasured beautiful sisters were finally arriving. Could he be happier than this? At this moment, Nelan Ryu slightly opened the curtain and she looked outside. However, she couldn't even discover Long Yi's shadow. "You little girl, you actually dare to fool me. See how I smack you." Nelan Ryu glared at her younger sister. Whose do you want to smack?" At that moment, the curtain swayed a little and along with a low laugh, Long Yi's figure slowly appeared in front of Nelan Ryu. Chapter 553, Give Me a Child. When she saw Long Yi, who had a cheeky expression, standing in front of her, the endless happiness in Nelan Ryu's heart changed into dense affection. Taking 2 steps forward, she stood on her tiptoes and she hugged Long Yi's neck. "Missed me?" Long Yi hugged Nelan Ryu and softly said, "Mm." Nelan Ryu responded softly. As though hugging him alone wasn't sufficient, she jumped upwards and wrapped her legs around Long Yi's waist. She hung on his body just like a huge baby. Long Yi stepped back and sat on the soft bed. Before long, the two of them entangled with each other as though they were inseparable. He held the beautiful face of Nelan Ryu as he looked at those alluring pink lips. Taking in a deep breath, he kissed her deeply. It had already been a long time since they had gotten intimate. As a result, It was hard to control there. They wildly kissed each other while exploring each other's body. It seemed as though their actions were beyond their control. Big sister, brother-in-law, can't you two restrain yourselves a little? The little Lolita was extremely dissatisfied with these two people treating her as though she was invisible. When he saw that their actions were becoming more and more intense, she couldn't help but pout. Nellen Ryuayu woke up from her. At this moment, her clothing and hairpin were in disorder. Her complexion was bright red and she was emitting stirrings of love. If she were to greet other people looking like this, anyone who saw her would be able to guess what she was doing inside the carriage. Tiny Tot, why are you being jealous? Now, I'll give your brother-in-law to you. Nellen Ryuayu calmly stood up from the lap of Long Yi. She sorted out her clothing with a smile. Nellen Rumen happily smiled and impatiently jumped into the bosom of Long Yi. Rubbing her small head on his sturdy chest, she could feel Long Yi's warm manly aura. She felt extremely comfortable. Brother-in-law, you are up to mischief again. Suddenly, Nellen Rumen stiffened and she raised her head. She said with a hint of shame as she could clearly feel something poking at her private place. Long Yi laughed hollowly. He was not a eunuch. After messing around with Nellen Ryuayu a moment ago, how could his little brother not protest? In addition, this little Lolita had grown up quite a lot since the last time he saw her. Her little buttocks had taken shape and her breasts had also gotten quite big. When she moved around in his bosom, his little brother became even more spirited. How could he calm down? When she looked at Long Yi's current appearance, Nellen Rumen smirked. She started to grind her little buttocks against Long Yi's. Her beautiful face still carried a bit of immature vibe, but she had already grown into a charming and wild woman. She licked her lips and exhaled a hint of orchid fragrance. She whispered into Long Yi's ear, "Brother-in-law, do you want it?" That seductive appearance directly made Long Yi's blood boil. His brutish nature was instantly aroused. As for Nellen Ryuayu, she was startled at the sight. When did her younger sister learn how to seduce men? She had no idea where in the world this damned girl learned these things from. Grabbing Nellen Rumen's little breasts with his claws, Long Yi endured the fire of lust which was burning inside him as he placed her to the side. Although he couldn't wait to immediately deal with this silly girl, there were lots of people outside. Moreover, they were about to arrive at the Zeman residence. He was obviously unable to do anything to the Nellen sisters in the carriage. Before long, the convoy arrived at the front of the Zeman residence. By the time they arrived, Zeman had already learned of the news. He was standing at the gate as he prepared to receive them along with a group of his trusted subordinates. With the utmost courtesy as the future ruler of the violent Dragon Empire, he welcomed the group from the Nellen Empire. Although Nellen Ryuayu was his daughter-in-law, when all was said and done, she was also the empress of the Nellen Empire. He had to show some form of courtesy. At night, the streets and lanes of Soaring Dragon City were still crowded with people and the atmosphere was extremely lively. It had already been a long time since the night market of Soaring Dragon City was this bustling. Of course, all of it had to do with the new emperor ascending the throne. Many traveling merchants of the various races of the Blue Waves continent had swarmed to this city. As a result, even this huge flourishing city was filled to its maximum capacity. Even in the outskirts area, there were rows of newly built temporary log cabins and tents. All of the races were getting along well. At this moment, in the Zeman residence, Long Yi and Nellen Ryuayu were fighting fiercely without any restraint. The entangled body of a man and a woman was emitting luster under the illumination of a rosy lamplight. After a long time, Long Yi finally spurted. By the time, Nellen Ryuayu's body was already soft and had collapsed into Long Yi's bosom. Her beautiful eyes were half closed and when she breathed, her jade breasts would quiver lightly. This truly was a scene that could make a sage go mad. Only after a long time, Nellen Ryuayu came back to her sense from her lingering. She didn't move as she used Long Yi's chest as pillows. Lightly pursing up her pink lips, she looked at Long Yi with her beautiful eyes while drawing circles with her jade finger on the body of Long Yi. Haven't you had enough? Do you want your husband to start again? Long Yi looked straight at Nellen Ryuayu with affection in his eyes as he caressed her smooth back. Nellen Ryuayu hatefully rolled her eyes and rubbed her full against his chest. She said, My husband, do you remember what you promised me? Long Yi was startled and he frowned. After thinking about it for a long time, he was unable to recall anything. Helplessly shaking his head, Long Yi expressed that he didn't remember anything. Nilan Ryuayu angrily pinched Long Yi and said, "My husband, didn't you promise me that immediately after the warfare ended, you will make a baby with me?" After speaking, Nilan Ryuayu became shy. Even though she looked shy, her eyes emitted radiance of a woman's longing. She believed that there were 3 stages of a woman's life. First was being a woman before turning into a man's wife. She would eventually become the mother of his children. Becoming a mother was an urgent matter after a woman had matured enough, physically and physiologically. Hearing Nilan Ryuayu, Long Yi remembered the promise. As a matter of fact, Nilan Ryuayu was not the only person having such thoughts. He had agreed to have a child after settling everything on the Blue Waves continent. About the matter of having an heir, even Dongfeng Wan had been pestering him about it. She had thoughts of bringing him to see a doctor when she saw that none of the women around him were pregnant. She had suspected that there was something wrong with his body. Otherwise, with so many daughters-in-law, why didn't she have a grandchild? My husband, is that okay? I really want a baby. Our baby will be the continuation of our life. Nilan Ryuayu shook the body of Long Yi and said affectionately, "Okay, since you are ready, we will have to sow the seeds." Long Yi pinched the cheeks of Nilan Ryuayu and said with a bad smile, he decided that it was time for him to have his own children. Now, the entire Blue Waves continent was stable and there were almost no conflicts between the clans. Of course, Long Yi had long been thinking about having a child. He had yet to experience the life of a father. Then, what are you waiting for, you bad fellow? When she saw that Long Yi had agreed to it, Nilan Ryuayu happily turned her body and pushed Long Yi down against the bed. Before long, intoxicated moans resounded in the room and it didn't dissipate even after a long time. Only after several rounds, Nilan Ryuayu finally fell asleep. As for Long Yi, he wasn't sleepy at all. In this quiet night, he was lost in thoughts and he dreamed of the day when all of his women around him were sitting around him as their children gathered around them. He longed for the day when they sweetly called him father. Unconsciously, a happy smile appeared on the face of Long Yi. However, Long Yi woke up with a start as he patted his forehead. Perhaps he was affected by the words of Nilan Ryuayu. It might even be his dreams which were hidden deep in his heart. Long Yi gently got up and wore his clothes. Leaving the sleeping Nilan Ryuayu, he walked out of the room. At this moment, the temperature was cool and dawn was approaching. The people who were bustling late into the night had already entered dreamland after eating and drinking to their heart's content. On the outskirts of the city, smoke which came from bonfires was still curling upwards into the sky. Long Yi habitually flew to the roof, which was a place where he could find peace. He thought about how it had already been a few years since he had arrived in this world. From fear to novelty to integration, everything he had experienced was just like a dream. Sometimes, he wondered whether he was just dreaming about everything which happened. However, at this time, the memories of his past life was already cloudy. He couldn't recall many things and there were only some indistinct and blur outlines left. Still, whenever he looked at the vast starry sky, Long Yi always had a feeling that he was extremely tiny. The universe was too big and humankind was too small. Even those so-called gods were nothing but a comparably bigger speck of dust in the boundless universe. Long Yi stretched out his hand as if he wanted to grab the stars in the sky. In this vast universe, could there be a beautiful planet called Earth? Suddenly, a familiar fragrance came along with the night wind. After retracting his hand, Long Yi saw the elf queen looking at him with a slight smile on her face. "Your Majesty the Queen, can't fall asleep? How about drinking some wine as we enjoy looking at the beautiful full moon together?" Long Yi smiled and sat up. He had thoughts of being alone with the elf queen. He was happy that she appeared at this moment. The elf queen gracefully sat beside Long Yi and said, "Why are you here by yourself? What were you thinking about just a moment ago?" Long Yi took out wine cups and a bottle of 100 Flowers wine from his space ring. When he heard her question, his hands paused for a moment and he said with a smile, I couldn't fall asleep tonight and I was thinking about some profound issues. How big is the universe? Why do people exist in this world? Why are there men and women? Why can men and women be together but not men and men? Why can't women be together with women? Only someone like you will think about these messy stuffs. It's enough for everyone to live in this world happily. Why are you thinking about so much random stuff? Elf Queen chuckled and said, living happily. Is living happily enough? As long as one is happy, can one put aside their moral principles and ethical constraints? Long Yi emptied a glass with one gulp and stared at Elf Queen with keen, sparkling eyes. The hand which the Elf Queen used to hold the cup trembled and her thoughts were thrown into disarray. Chapter 554, Muhanyan. How is it possible for there not to be moral principles and ethics? Elf Queen sipped a mouthful of good wine and said gently, perhaps, it is possible. How can you know that it isn't possible if you don't try it? Long Yi said as he looked into the starry sky, maybe it is possible. However, it's possible that someone will become hurt in the future. If that happens, what am I supposed to do? I can't turn back time. The tone of the Elf Queen seemed to have a hint of fluctuation. Lucia will not be hurt. On the contrary, she is very supportive of this. Long Yi lowered his head and said as if he was thinking aloud. Elf Queen trembled and waves suddenly surged forth in her heart. Her calm expression also instantly changed. It became one of alarm and bewilderment. What did this bad fellow mean? Could it be that Lucia truly doesn't object to her and I have no idea what you are talking about. I'm leaving. Elf Queen tossed out the chaotic thought from her mind. At this moment, all she wanted to do was calm down. Long Yi immediately reached out and grabbed the wrist of the Elf Queen. It seemed as though a wave of courage swept across him as Long Yi leaned in and kissed the Elf Queen on the lips. It was as though he had thrown everything to the wind. It seemed as though he had forgotten the consequence of forcefully kissing the Elf Queen in the past. Anyway, when he felt the sweet fragrance coming from her soft and warm lips, Long Yi became extremely excited in his heart. He sucked on her lips in a daze as he hugged her. The Elf Queen had no reaction and she stood rooted to the spot. She was completely stunned. Her brain had turned into a blank space and her body had gone soft. Her heartbeat was accelerating but she didn't struggle at all. She allowed Long Yi to hug and kiss her. The greedy hands of Long Yi moved towards the full and towering bosom of the Elf Queen and she instantly woke up with a start. She started to ferociously struggle and she managed to push Long Yi away. Raising her hand, she moved to slap Long Yi across the face. Closing his eyes, Long Yi prepared himself for the slap which was about to reach him. He was ready to take on the wrath of the Elf Queen. However, even after a long time, the expected slap didn't reach him. He silently opened his eyes and he saw that the beautiful eyes of the Elf Queen were staring at him. He saw that her eyes were filled with tears and her jade palm was stopped in midair. She was currently staring at him with a complicated expression on her face. I'm sorry. No need to speak. You are not wrong. I'm the one that made a mistake. The Elf Queen interrupted Long Yi and she changed into a beam of green light. In an instant, she disappeared from the roof and left behind Long Yi who was staring at the sky. Long Yi made a bitter and helpless smile as he finished the last of his wine. He smashed the wine cup after the last drop of wine disappeared into his mouth. At this moment, the heart of Long Yi was also filled with regret. He knew perfectly well that this kind of matter couldn't be rushed. However, he was still unable to control himself as he forcefully kissed her. From this point on, Long Yi was afraid that they wouldn't even be able to enjoy a normal relationship. It seems like our great love saint also has a time when he drowns in sorrow. At that time, a voice which seemed to be laughing at him entered Long Yi's ears. The voice was mocking him but there was a hidden bitterness hidden behind it. The breathing of Long Yi stagnated and he turned around. He saw Muhanyan who was wearing a fur robe as she stood on the back of Bayu. Her beautiful hair wasn't tied up as it hung down loosely from her head. The expression of Long Yi slowly became sharp. This charming and pretty girl in front of him was so close at hand. However, to Long Yi, she was extremely far away. She was so far away that he could feel a stabbing pain in his heart. In the past, he had thought that with his charm, she would wholeheartedly fall in love with him. The facts showed that it was his wishful thinking all along. It was indeed a laughable matter. "I know that you have many questions you want to ask. Follow me." The charming expression on Muhanyan's face stiffened. She became unable to maintain it any longer and her expression reverted back to one of emptiness and indifference. Two people, one in the front and the other in the back, went to the outskirts of this city and landed on the top of a mountain. At this moment, the eastern sky had already welcomed the first rays of light. This morning glow dyed the horizon red and fresh as a comfortable morning breeze blew across the land. "Why?" After a long time, Long Yi slowly opened his mouth. When he thought about the thousands of soldiers who died in the imperial palace at the hands of those dark warriors, Long Yi's heart bled. It was all right if anyone else betrayed him. However, Muhanyan was the one who betrayed him. If it was someone else who betrayed him, he would have simply gotten angry. However, Muhanyan was the one who betrayed him. It broke his heart. "Why not?" Muhanyan indifferent said, and with the rosy dawn reflected in her beautiful eyes, an ice-cold flame rose in her eyes. The corner of Long Yi's mouth twitched. He stepped forward and ferociously raised the chin of Muhanyan and looked straight into her eyes. Tell me you betrayed me not because you wanted to harm me. Tell me that you had some secret difficulties." Long Yi's voice was hoarse and his handsome face was painfully distorted. Muhanyan gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. She couldn't look at Long Yi, who was suffering with her indifferent expression. She wanted to tell him that she had never thought of betraying him and she left because it was the only thing she could do. However, she said nothing. Some matters in the world were up to destiny. It was just like the fate of the two of them. No one was able to stop them from seeing each other and no one was able to stop them from loving each other. There was also no one who could stop them from opposing each other. Everything happened because of fate. "If you hate me, then kill me." Muhanyan used a similarly hoarse voice to speak as tears slid down from the corner of her eyes. "You know that I cannot kill you." Long Yi reached out his hands and wiped her tears. "You can. In this world, you are the only one who can kill me." Muhanyan closed her eyes and stretched out her neck. She placed Long Yi's hand on her neck without saying another word. Exerting some force in his hand, he tightly gripped Muhanyan's neck. When he felt the soft neck, Long Yi's breathing stopped for a moment. After a long time, Muhanyan opened her moist eyes and she saw Long Yi's tear-filled eyes. Her heart shook as if a bolt of lightning struck her. This was a man's tear. He was shedding tears because of her. "You." Muhanyan nevertheless was unable to restrain herself and wept with grief as she repeatedly kissed Long Yi. Both of them were people with an incomparably tough will. However, at this moment, their feelings for each other got out of hand and they kissed each other with an insane amount of passion. It was as though there was nothing else left in this world other than the two of them. They simply wanted to vent out all their feelings. Everything else was not important. Clothes flew everywhere and they rolled about on a huge rock. Now, their arms and legs were wrapped around each other as they passionately kissed each other repeatedly. They left marks on each other's body. Finally, when everything stopped, the sun had already risen from the horizon and golden light illuminated the two completely naked bodies on the summit of the mountain. At this moment, they looked like a harmonious couple. "If I can, I really want to live with you forever till the end of the world. If I cannot be with you in this life, I hope that we can be together in our next life. I rather you hold on to the hate for me than forget me." Muhanyan closed her eyes and lied on the chest of Long Yi. Her messy beautiful hair fluttered in the air along with the gentle breeze, but her expression looked peaceful. At this moment, Long Yi, who had the vitality of a dragon even after fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, fell into deep sleep. His breathing was even and he had a gentle smile on his face. When the sun reached the center of the sky, Muhanyan crawled up from the chest of Long Yi. Strangely enough, there was a trail of red blood flowing out from the corner of her mouth. In addition, there was a hint of a golden color in the midst of that blood. On the chest of Long Yi, a golden cloud mark appeared. Muhanyan wore her cloth and stared at the sleeping Long Yi in a trance. At this moment, with her beautiful hair hanging down loosely from her head, she looked just like a sad fairy. "You, I love you." Muhanyan mumbled and gently kissed the lips of Long Yi. With a sudden jump, she stood on Beiyu's back as she flew far away. Crackle. At that time, a milky white pearl which was hanging from Long Yi's chest started to emit a soft radiance. It started to rise up into the air. Jia Yi! Long Yi, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly muttered. He called out Jia Yi's name in his sleep. An almost transparent silhouette appeared in midair. She opened her transparent eyes and her long hair fluttered in the wind. A naked Jia Yi fluttered in midair and she gently looked at Long Yi. Her pink lips opened and closed as if she was trying to tell Long Yi something. However, it seemed as though she was isolated from the world as her words were inaudible. Jia Yi, quickly return. Your young master misses you. Long Yi waved his hand towards Jia Yi and shouted loudly while running towards her. All of a sudden, he realized that even though he was shouting, no voice came out from his mouth. Even though he had been running, the distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, the scene changed. Long Yi seemed to have reached the high clouds. Below, there was a city with crowds of people and the overall layout of this city was similar to Soaring Dragon City. This city was lively and bustling as a ceremony was going on along with gorgeous magic fireworks in the sky. Then, Long Yi caught sight of himself. In the instant he saw himself, the scenery around him completely disappeared. A white beam of light illuminated him. He was dazed and panic-stricken. In addition, his face and robe were stained with blood. At this moment, he appeared as if his soul had flown away. A strange and frightful expression was on his face. How can this be? How can I do this? Long Yi shouted at the top of his voice and he felt as though someone suddenly hit his head. He woke up with a start and he instantly sat upright. Long Yi looked all around and discovered that he was still at the top of a mountain. He was still wearing his robe but at this moment, his forehead was full of sweat. Muhanyan, who was supposed to be asleep in his bosom, had disappeared a long time ago. When he thought about Muhanyan, Long Yi's expression became gloomy. He forgot about his dream for a moment. Now, he only had the conversation between Muhanyan replaying in his mind. She definitely loved him. Long Yi finally reached the conclusion that she was indeed in love with him. However, where did she go again? Could he ever see her again? Long Yi sighed as he shook his head. He got up and arranged his robes. However, when he got up, he discovered an indistinct golden cloud mark on his chest. Strange, what is this? Long Yi touched it and discovered that it was smooth. It should have already integrated with his skin and Long Yi no longer thought about it. He could always think about it another day. Long Yi wore his clothes neatly and seeing it was approaching noon, he recalled that the allied army of the two empires led by battalion would be arriving soon, so he flew away. In the instant he was in the air, Long Yi realized that the true qi within his body was chaotic, especially the true qi in his danshan. It was blowing over which made him almost plummet straight to the ground. Chapter 555, 7th Layer Tianju. Long Yi was shocked in his heart, but, at that moment, his meridian swelled suddenly, and Tianju that had remained still at the 5th layer suddenly started to break through. Moreover, this breakthrough had come unexpectedly and more violently than any other breakthroughs before. With regards to Tianju above the 5th layer, Long Yi had no experience as the highest level he had reached in his previous life was just the 5th layer. When he saw that the true qi in his danshan was boiling over, Long Yi seemed somewhat terrified. FK, how can it come at this time? Long Yi landed on the mountain without stable footing and he felt that the true qi in his body was boiling over. The pain which was caused by the burning feeling was not only physical, even his powerful consciousness felt as though it was being tortured as a heavenly fire raged throughout his body. The clothes he was wearing were quickly reduced to ashes and it disintegrated. White smoke appeared from all parts of his body. All the plants within 100 meters around him instantly withered and the stones on the ground started to turn red. That boiling true qi appeared as if it wanted to melt everything. The meridians in Long Yi's body started to convulse for one moment before expanding in the next moment. In addition, he felt as if a huge hammer was ferociously smashing against his sea of consciousness, making him feel intolerable pain. However, His mind was extremely clear. He wasn't able to faint even if he wanted to. He had once thought that extreme pain on his soul was the greatest pain he had ever felt. However, he realized that it was nothing compared to the pain he was feeling now. Relying on his last bit of endurance, Long Yi activated a barrier bead to create a barrier around him. He also summoned Long Tu and the other god beasts in order to guard himself. He knew that he was always defenseless when making a breakthrough. He couldn't tolerate any mishap, otherwise, his soul would scatter without a trace. A golden light shot out from the golden cloud mark on Long Yi's chest, and it vaguely linked itself to Long Yi's sea of consciousness. Then, the lightning god spirit tablet and wind god spirit tablet, which hadn't appeared for a long time, appeared and circled above the head of Long Yi, emitting a purple and cyan radiance. Somewhere in Lost City, in the dark space, the dark god statue in the hall located at the depth of the cold pond suddenly emitted a radiance and a humanoid form appeared. Wind god mark. It seems like nothing can be forced. A hoarse voice resounded within this hall. At this moment, Long Yi was already reaching the limit and was about to fall apart. If he failed to retain his sanity, even if he was able to keep his life, he would turn into an idiot. The true chi was still boiling within his meridians, but the golden cloud mark on Long Yi's chest was still injecting dense energy into his body. It integrated with the true chi within his body and compressed it, making it even denser. The meridians were like a balloon right now. As though air was continuously blown into his meridians, it started to inflate. However, his meridians weren't fragile like balloons. Rather, they were unconsciously shrinking, which increased the density of the air in his meridians. Merely, however tough and tensile a balloon was, it would inevitably explode if air entered it without limit. Moreover, the density of the air would reach a maximum. Finally, the true chi within the body of Long Yi expanded to the maximum limit and exploded after his meridians shrunk. Along with the sound of a muffled explosion, a blast of air started to spread all around with Long Yi as the center. The barrier was instantly torn to pieces. A dust and sand cloud rose from the ground. The entire earth shook violently, and even crowds of people far away felt the shaking of the earth. In addition, magic glasses in Soaring Dragon City shattered, and everyone thought that they were struck by an earthquake. Even after a long time, people were afraid that something had happened. However, they discovered that this big explosion had come from the mountain at the outskirt of this city. They could still see a dust and sand cloud at that place which covered everything. At this time, a well-trained army stationed outside the city had already rushed towards this mountain. In 2 days, it would be a coronation ceremony in order to announce the ascension of the Blue Wave's emperor. It was a sensitive time, and there was no way any mishaps would be allowed to happen. Obviously, there was no way the huge explosion would be ignored. Even though it had happened at the outskirts of Soaring Dragon City, it still had to be investigated thoroughly. If the explosion had occurred in Soaring Dragon City itself, the number of casualties would be through the roof. When the army of several thousand arrived, they were completely shocked. The mountain which used to stand tall outside Soaring Dragon City had already been leveled to the ground. There were only pieces of broken stone and branches which were left on the ground. To destroy such a huge mountain, only divine magic would be able to level it to the ground like this. At that time, a loud roar came from the sky, and everyone turned to look at the source of the roar. Through the dense dust cloud, the soldiers were able to make out a godly figure. He was wearing a godly armor which emitted a silverish purple radiance. The armor had many mysterious patterns engraved on it. In his hand, there was a huge hammer which was surrounded by lightning. Of course, that person was Long Yi, who was wearing the lightning god armor. Is it him? That stinking kid. Can it be that he surpassed the god rank? 200 li away, Sword God Murongbo, who was coming to Soaring Dragon City with 3 great elders of the Murong clan, suddenly stopped. When he heard the roar and sensed the majestic energy fluctuation coming from that place, he muttered to himself in doubt. It's him. Batang Yu, who was only 50 li away from Soaring Dragon City, shouted. She was returning with the allied army, and she immediately commanded them to stop. When she sensed the familiar aura coming from the distance, her ice-cold and indifferent face finally had a bit of fluctuation. At this moment, Long Yi, however, stood majestically in the air after roaring. Naturally, this was just in the eyes of those soldiers. As a matter of fact, Long Yi was in a trance as he looked inside his body. He discovered that his meridians had turned invisible and his majestic true chi circulated around his body. The only difference was that JT was circulating in reverse. Moreover, in his sea of consciousness, there was the addition of a cyan magic core and the wind god spirit tablet was continuously revolving around it. Now, only the earth magic element had yet to transform into a magic core. Out of the 7 spirit tablets, Long Yi had 5 of them. He was only missing the earth god spirit tablet and the water god spirit tablet. 7th layer of Altainju. I actually skipped a layer? Long Yi was somewhat surprised. The might of the first layer of Altianju and one layer was not equal. The further he got, the more the gap between the layers increased. Between the 5th and 6th layer, the difference could be compared to the difference between heaven and earth. He actually broke through to the 7th layer directly. Hereafter, he no longer needed the help of wind magic to fly. Moreover, after this breakthrough, he was able to completely equip the lightning god armor. Just as he thought about the lightning god armor, is changed into a purple light as it disappeared into his body. The lightning god spirit tablet in his sea of consciousness instantly became dim. Long Yi came back to his senses and he suddenly discovered that several thousand soldiers below him were looking at his naked body with their mouths wide open. Long Yi couldn't help but curse as he took out a new set of clothing. He quickly wore it before descending to the ground. "We pay respect to young Master Ziman." These soldiers immediately fell to one knee and respectfully saluted him. Long Yi had a great prestige within the army. He was the one who nurtured the Hell Angel and created the unparalleled battalion that had never lost. Moreover, at this moment, Long Yi descended from the sky like a god after instantly leveling a mountain to the ground. At this moment, all of them held him in awe and veneration in their heart. "Well, this place is fine. Sorry for the trouble, brother. You can return." Long Yi waved his hand and said. These soldiers accepted the orders and left. Long Yi nevertheless sat down on a big rock, looking at this mess in a daze. Was this truly his doing? Although he could also flatten mountains before, it was limited to only small hills. This was a huge mountain which was a kilometer tall. The part which shocked him was that he didn't even intend to crush the mountain. It was flattened by the energy which leaked out from his body during his breakthrough. How could he not be surprised? The mountain flattened during the Battle of Midir and Charmin was not even half as big as this mountain. Whoosh! Several shadows flew to the sky from this ruins. They were Long Tu and the 3 god beasts which Long Yi had summoned in order to protect him when he was breaking through. All of them had a haggard appearance as they were practically buried alive when the mountain collapsed. Woo-woo? Those god beasts called out to Long Yi with dissatisfaction and shook their body to shake off the dust. Long Yi simply shrugged his shoulders innocently at the god beasts. As though he suddenly remembered something, he pulled open his lapel and he saw that the golden cloud mark on his chest was still present. He even suspected that this mark had something to do with him bypassing a level. He felt that the surging true chi in his body had a link to this golden cloud mark. Of course, he also knew that Muhanyan was the one who gave him this mark. What exactly could it be? Also, where was she now? When the smoke and dust dispersed, Soaring Dragon City had already reverted back to its normal state. At this moment, Ziman Nu along with 100 or more officials under the escort of 5,000 shadow cavalrymen came to the East City Gate. He wanted to welcome the army that had returned triumphantly. Flying over, Long Yi took over the unicorn which a bodyguard beside Ziman Nu was riding. He rode it as he made his way to Ziman Nu. "Father." Long Yi greeted Ziman Nu. "Made a breakthrough." Ziman Nu sized up his son and sighed with emotion in his heart. The color blue was made out of indigo but was more vivid than indigo. If not for this son's help, then it was impossible for the Ziman clan to win in such a short period of time. Thinking about it, in the past, he was an absolutely lawless silk pants under the protection of the clan's prestige and everyone called him a SX fiend. Now, his strength had reached the apex and everyone deeply respected him. "Yes, Father." The excitement of Long Yi had already calmed down. He indifferently answered with a smile. Good, good. Wait for a few years and father will pass the throne to you. You will absolutely develop our Zeman clan to absolute the pinnacle." Zeman Nu happily patted the shoulder of Long Yi. He had yet to officially ascend the throne, but he already wanted to pass the throne on to Long Yi. The expression of Long Yi became bitter, but he didn't refute his father. Like hell, he wanted to become an emperor who had to constantly worry about the livelihood of common people. Fighting to win over state power was easy. The difficult part was defending the position, not to mention the fact that he didn't want to spend the remainder of his life doing that. He just wanted to leisurely travel all around the world with his women. Of course, he didn't dare to say so at this moment. With the age of this old man, he could still sit on the throne for more than 20 years without any problem. At that time, he should already have many sons who were grown up. He could casually grab one of them to become the next emperor. It seemed as though he had to accelerate his baby-making process. Just as he was thinking about the future, everyone had already arrived at the Tently Pavilion, which had been built meticulously. The Tently Pavilion also had another name, and it was also known as the Victory Pavilion. It was a place where successive emperors welcomed their victorious army when they returned from battle. It was also the place where the common people bade farewell or welcomed the return of their friends and family. Chapter 556, Grandfather Awaken. In the extremely short Tenli road from the city gate to the Tenli Pavilion, more than 100,000 people had gathered. They all wanted to see how powerful this iron-blooded army that had survived in the midst of corpses for several years was. They also wanted to see how the very famous Hell Angel looked like. They heard that she was admired by countless men and she was worshipped by countless women, which piqued their interest. At this moment, Long Yi was sitting upright as he stared at the hint of black lines which was appearing in the distance. He could feel that the earth was starting to shake rhythmically. A sense of excitement filled Long Yi. Out of all of his women, Long Yi felt the most grateful to Bettang. For the last several years, she had campaigned all across the country in his place. In her world, there seemed to be no other entertainment other than strategizing. Long Yi kept everything she did in his mind. At this moment, that proud little girl who was extremely stubborn appeared in his mind. She was the same girl who bit him several years ago. That distant black line quickly moved forward, gradually forming an unstoppable black wave. By this time, one could already see the banner which was raised high by the vanguard. That banner was black in color with a golden edge and a big word, "Unparalleled," was written on it. This banner was very famous. It was the banner of the Unparalleled Battalion which terrorized the battlefield. "Father, it's the Unparalleled Battalion. It's Unparalleled Battalion." Among the crowd, a 14 or 15-year-old teenage boy excitedly pulled at the sleeves of his father and his eyes were shining with a fanatical hue. As of now, there was a saying that the general of a position was useless if they had not joined the Unparalleled Battalion. Everyone knew that the Unparalleled Battalion had the best soldiers. As such, the best generals were also naturally in the Unparalleled Battalion. Among the Allied army, the greater part of the generals who had made a name for themselves in this expedition were those generals who had climbed up step by step from the bottom. Of course, the most famous of them all made their name in the Unparalleled Battalion. Other than Bettang and Tyrant Bear, there was a general who made a name for himself. It was Nangong Nu. He had already become the third key figure in the Allied army. "Son, wait 2 more years. After that, you can join the Unparalleled Battalion." That father used his big hand to stroke his son's head. His finger only had 3 fingers, which showed that he was a veteran in the army. He had retired due to the injury he received on the battlefield when he fought against the proud Moon Empire. He had personally experienced the might of the Unparalleled Battalion. Now, the greatest wish in his life was for his son to become a part of the Unparalleled Battalion one day. The army proceeded closer and closer to the city, and the citizens could see the sight of 10,000 soldiers from the Unparalleled Battalion clearly. They were wearing black-colored armor and they rode on a black-colored unicorn. The gap between every unicorn was exactly the same. In addition, even though they were still quite a distance from the city, Everyone was able to feel the blood momentum they carried with them. The bodies of the citizens were trembling in fear as the troops approached. The soldiers from the unparalleled battalion were not divided into cavalry and infantry. All of them were all-rounded as they were personally trained by Long Yi. Cavalry charged like a whirlwind and infantry formed steel-like defense. However, the purpose of the unparalleled battalion was to assassinate other targets. They were used to carry out small-scale repeated attacks which trusted deep into the enemy forces. There were 3 people who led the army. One of them was wearing a general armor with a blood-red cloak. He was actually Long Yi's brother-in-law, Nangong Nu. The current Nangong Nu was completely different from the Nangong Nu in the past. In those days, he was just a wimpy kid who was only as tall as Long Yi's chest. Now, he had already grown big and tall. He had a tough and stocky build and there was a sharp light shining in his eyes. There was another general who was wearing black fur all over his body. It was Tyrant Bear and he looked extremely frightening. There was another general who had an ice-cold appearance. She was indifferent and she wore a purple battle robe. Of course, she was Betrayal. She was riding in the middle. The heart of Long Yi trembled while staring at Betrayal's unchanged appearance. Their eyes met each other and both of them felt as though they had been apart for generations. The yearning they had accumulated for a long time exploded. Betrayal followed the gaze of Long Yi and slowly, her ice-cold indifferent expression began to melt. A hint of a fascinating smile appeared on her face. The room was filled with a light fragrance. Betrayal had already changed her clothing. Right now, the Hell Angel who could shake heaven and earth was happily snuggling in the bosom of her sweetheart like any other common woman. In addition, the sunlight spilling through the window illuminated them, adding a layer of magnificent golden glow on their skin. If this is a dream, then I hope that I will never wake up. Betrayal sighed and whispered. Now, she looked very cute. At this moment, Betrayal was already no longer the general on the battlefield. She was just a woman, a pure woman. This is a real dream. We are living in it right now. We'll never wake up from it. However, we will slowly fade away as we welcome the next generation. Long Yi gently patted the back of Betrayal and said, "Even in next reincarnation, I hope that I will dream about you." Betrayal softly said with a smile, "You will. You definitely will." The black pupils of Long Yi flashed as he suddenly thought about little Chi in his past life. In that blurred image, only that pair of gentle and beautiful eyes was still clear. If this world was where they would reincarnate, where did little Chi reincarnate into? Knock, knock, knock. One had to wonder, who was the one who couldn't tell good from bad? They had to disturb them at this time. "My husband, the patriarch wants you to come now." The voice of Nangong Xiangyan came from outside. Long Yi stood up and opened the door and he saw Nangong Xiangyan standing outside. She stuck her tongue out at him and she seemed to be in a bad mood. "Xiangyan, familiarize Betrayal to the other sisters. Your husband will reward you after he returns." Long Yi smiled and pinched the cheeks of Nangong Xiangyan. When he thought about the promise to battle against her for 3 days and 3 nights, he was truly happy. Long Yi arrived at the study of Zemin Nu and he pushed open the door. He entered the room and saw that both his father and mother are inside. His little sister Zemin Wuan, however, was familiarly chatting with Sword God Antu. "Father, did Grandpa wake up?" Long Yi asked. Before, Antu had always been in the secret room trying to wake up his grandfather. When he saw that she had finally appeared outside, he couldn't help but ask, "Quick, your grandma said that your grandfather will wake up soon." Zemin Nu said, showing an exuberant and triumphant expression. He appeared a lot younger. "Grandma?" Long Yi looked at Antu with a strange look on his face. He was really not used to this form of address as Zemin Wuan usually addressed her as Antu. "It is nearly time. We should go in." Antu held the hand of Zemin Wuan and opening the door of the secret room, everyone entered. The entire group of people stood in front of the stone room. Only Antu sat on the edge of the bed as she warmly looked at Zemin Kuang who was sleeping quietly. At this moment, her heart was filled with emotions. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had already passed and they had grown old. At that moment, the eyelid of Zemin Kuang who was lying on the stone bed lightly quivered. He slowly opened his eyes with some difficulty. Seeing this, The heart of everyone involuntarily tightened. Zimin Kuang half opened his eyes, and after blinking several times, his pupils gradually became focused. Yanner? Perhaps, because he had not spoken for a long time, the voice of Zimin Kuang was very hoarse. He completely ignored everyone and he looked at Antu with agitation in his eyes. Antu trembled. Yanner was her pet name. Other than her master, only this old man before her had the qualification to call her like that. When her name left his mouth, she started to shed tears. Father. Zimin Nu and Dongfang Wan stepped forward and agitatedly called out. Zimin Kuang turned over and watched the excited face of Zimin Nu. His eyes slightly glimmered with some complicated feelings. He seemed surprised. Was this his son? That extremely haughty boy who always made a display of his abilities had unexpectedly become turned into a white-haired old man. He had a steady and reserved manner. It seemed as though he was a sage who had experienced great changes in his life. Grandson Zimin Yu greets grandfather. Allow grandson to improve grandfather's blood circulation. Long Yi also stepped forward and greeted. Without waiting for his answer, Long Yi grabbed Zimin Kuang's hand and slowly injected his true qi into Zimin Kuang's body. This moment, since Long Yi's Tianju had already reached the 7th layer, the purity level of his true qi had already reached a new height. Its effects were multiplied. Not long after, Long Yi stopped. Zimin Kuang's shoulders moved and he actually jumped out of the bed. He began to stretch and he started to move his body about. Ha ha ha, you are my grandson. Good, good. Looking at your skill, even our forefather Zimin Jingalai cannot compare to you. Zimin Kuang was full of energy after Long Yi treated him, and his hoarse voice also became full of vigor. Long Yi just smiled. He fully deserved this. With his current strength, he could already wear the lightning god armor for a short period of time. Although he had not tried the power of the lightning god hammer, he knew that this weapon, which used to belong to the main god, was far more powerful. As for how much more powerful it was unknown. He wanted to look for a time in order to test out the power of his weapon. Is this my granddaughter? Zimin Kuang looked at Zimin Wuan, who was indifferently standing at one side. That indifferent and above-worldly material temperament of Zimin Wuan rather surprised him. Granddaughter Zimin Wuan greets grandfather. Zimin Wuan took a step forward and bowed. Zimin Wuan. Zimin Kuang was shocked. He shot a glance at Zimin Nu before turning to Antu, who had an unnatural expression on her face. Zimin Wuan was confused as she didn't understand why her grandfather had such a big reaction after hearing her name. Antu walked to the side of Zimin Kuang and said after a sigh, "It has already been more than 20 years. Now, some matters should be clarified." At this moment, Dongfang Wan thought about Long Yi's words about how Zimin Wuan might not possess the blood of the Zimin clan. She started to turn nervous. If this matter was learned by her husband, what would he do? This was related to the dignity of a man. Dongfang Wan pulled the sleeve of Zimin Nu as she felt ill at ease. However, Zimin Nu tightly held on to her little hand in order to comfort her. Looking at his expression, she seemed to realize something. Second brother. Zimin Wuan panicked a little and she leaned closer to Long Yi. Although she didn't know what it was about, she knew that this matter definitely had something to do with her. Chapter 557, Predestined Love of the Pa. Zimin Kuang sighed and he looked at the panicking Zimin Wuan for a moment. After some time, he shifted his gaze towards his daughter-in-law, Dongfang Wan, and he said, "It seems like Nuer really obeyed the promise he made to me. He didn't tell anyone about this matter. Right now, the issue is already over. It's no big deal for me to speak about it. As a matter of fact, I should be the one to say this. As a matter of fact, Zimin Wuan is my biological granddaughter." Antu interrupted Zimin Kuang and she had an agitated look on her face when she faced Zimin Wuan. For the past several years, she had been quietly taking care of Zimin Wuan in the Mi Holy Magic Academy. This matter had been completely buried in her heart. However, they were finally able to recognize their relationship with each other openly right now. Dongfang Wan was startled and Zimin Wuan was also similarly shocked at the news. As for Zimin Nu, he just smiled bitterly. It was clear that he knew about this matter since a long time ago. Long Yi had his guesses before. However, When he heard that Zimenwuan was Antu's biological granddaughter, he was shocked. This was completely out of his expectations. Impossible, how can I? Zimenwuan was unable to accept this new reality. She firmly clung onto Long Yi as he was her only source of ease. Little sister, calm down and listen to what Antu has to say. Hear her out before you do anything, okay? Long Yi hugged the shoulder of Zimenwuan and said softly, regarding the grievances of Antu and Simon Kuang. It was a story which happened 45 years ago. It was on a cold winter day. At that time, Zimen Kuang was 20 years old. He was handsome, spirited, and he possessed a natural and unrestrained demeanor. At such a young age, he had already stepped into the peak of the sword's master realm. He was a well-deserved man of the moment among the younger generation. As the legitimate son and heir of the violent Dragon Empire's largest clan, Zimen Kuang also inherited the genes of his ancestors. He was romantic and unrestrained. There were 3 good things in his life which he wanted: good wine, good swords, and good beauties. Heroes were naturally made to go with beauties. Of course, Zimen Kuang had done many deeds which were praised far and wide. At that time, he captured the heart of master magician Yil Enking, who was admired by the entire Blue Waves continent. He married her into his Zimen clan and she gave birth to Zimen Nu. Later, he went on adventures around the Blue Waves continent and there were beauties surrounding him all the time. Once, Zimen Kuang got acquainted with the current sword god, Murongbo, and he made a bet with Murongbo. He left on an adventure to the Origin Ice in order to gather ice silk which was spat out by the Ruai ice silkworm. What kind of place was Origin Ice? It was a place which had frozen over and stretched for more than 10,000 li. The temperature was more than 100 degrees below zero. However, as Zimen Kuang was the successor of the Simon clan, he had many treasures. He was able to support himself in Origin Ice. Moreover, this lucky BD discovered traces of the Ruai ice silkworm before long. After following it for several days, the Ruai ice silkworm spat out some ice silk. As Zimen Kuang was gathering up some of the ice silk, he was attacked by the Ruai ice silkworm. After a single attack by the Ruai ice silkworm, he was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. If that was the end of the story, Zimen Kuang would still be an ice sculpture living permanently in Origin Ice. Merely, life was full of miracles. When he was at the end of his life, Antu descended like a goddess and rescued the dying Zimen Kuang from the gates of hell. At that time, Antu was called Du Xianyan. She was only around 20 years old and she was devastatingly beautiful. Du Xianyan was a descendant of the Ice Palace and that Ruai Ice Silkworm was also the holy beast of the Ice Palace. It naturally accepted her request. One could well imagine the following story: a handsome and unrestrained young master who had a smooth mouth, coupled with a young girl who was as pure as snow and as beautiful as an angel. The things between them could hardly be controlled. At that time, the palace mistress of the Ice Palace, who was Du Xianyan's master, was in seclusion. The two of them played together every day until the palace mistress left seclusion and separated the affectionate couple. She directly placed Du Xianyan under house arrest and she threw Zimen Kuang out of Origin Ice. She never would have thought that the illicit love between Du Xianyan and Zimen Kuang was so heated. Du Xianyan didn't listen to anyone and she thought of a way to persuade 2 junior fellow apprentices to help her escape from the Ice Palace. Later, after the reunion with Zimen Kuang, Du Xianyan was not happy as she discovered that she wasn't the only sweetheart Zimen Kuang had. Being a proud and aloof person, how could she stand that, especially after seeing her sweetheart make love to other women at night? She felt as though she was about to go mad. Du Xianyan repeatedly forced an answer and Zimen Kuang confessed that it was impossible for him to have only her as his woman. It was absolutely impossible for him to abandon the rest of his women. Du Xianyan was heartbroken and she left his side. At that time, her entire world turned gray and life became meaningless. A beauty who had lost her soul. How could there be no one who went after her in the Blue Waves continent? Although she fought back a lot of people, she became weak after not eating or drinking for many days. Finally, one person made a sneak attack on her and she was captured. At that time, she could only watch as someone sullied her. She was completely helpless. However, An ordinary passerby used a stratagem to save her, and seeing as she had nowhere to go, he offered her shelter. After long days and nights, the heart of Muhanyan gave birth to some affection towards this kind-hearted man. In addition, she felt some gratefulness to him, and in the end, she married him. She gave birth to a son together with that man, quietly spending 20 years of her life. Her son eventually married the girl. At that time, Muhanyan thought that she would be able to pass her days quietly until she died. However, facts proved that life was ever-changing. She didn't know how, but the palace mistress of the Ice Palace found her. She was extremely angry as Muhanyan's actions had violated the rules of the Ice Palace. In a fit of anger, she wanted to kill off everyone around Muhanyan. How could Muhanyan watch on as her relatives were killed by the palace mistress? She fought desperately, but she wasn't able to save her husband and son. Fortunately for her, her daughter-in-law had returned to visit her parents and managed to escape the calamity. After narrowly escaping with her life, Muhanyan knew that her master was extremely powerful. She would be able to locate Muhanyan's daughter-in-law sooner or later. As such, Muhanyan went to look for Zimin Kuang with her daughter-in-law. He was the only person she could think of at that moment. As they were fleeing from the palace mistress, they encountered Zimin Kuang. It was as though it was the will of heaven. Even though they met Zimin Kuang, the palace mistress found them as well. Even with the addition of Zimin Kuang, they were not the opponent of the palace mistress. Finally, Muhanyan begged bitterly, which softened the heart of the palace mistress. Even so, no one could violate the rules of the Ice Palace. In the end, the palace mistress made Muhanyan's pregnant daughter-in-law enter the Zimin clan. The child had to become a person of the Zimin clan, and Muhanyan would never be able to recognize this grandchild of hers. This was the only way for them to live. Later, for deceiving the public, Zimin Kuang gave Zimin Nu the mother of Zimin Wuan as a little concubine in name. Although Zimin Nu complied with the promise, he also held some grievances in his heart. He wouldn't take any responsibility as the father of this daughter of his, as her father was someone else. For this reason, he was completely indifferent to his only daughter. Due to the oath with the palace mistress, Muhanyan had no choice but to quietly take care of her granddaughter in the dark. She didn't dare to openly recognize Zimin Wuan at all. At this moment, she finally dared to break the oath in order for Zimin Wuan to find happiness. Whenever she looked at the sad and suffering Zimin Wuan, she felt as though her heart was stabbed. Borrowing this opportunity of Zimin Kuang's awakening, she explained everything. Long Yi was startled. He had never expected that this matter would be so complicated. He never would have expected that there would be such a strong emotional entanglement between his grandfather and Antu. All of a sudden, Zimin Wuan's black eyes flickered. Looking at Antu, who had a tear in her eye, Zimin Wuan gritted her teeth and fled. At the summit of a tall mountain, a cold breeze was blowing. Zimin Wuan stood there in a daze from the morning till the night. All of a sudden, a pair of big hands reached out from behind her and covered her body with a robe. A gentle voice entered her ear. "It is cold tonight, don't think about it anymore. Come, return with me. Second brother, can you accompany me for a little while?" Zimin Wuan grabbed the hand of Long Yi. Turning around, she asked in a weak voice. Long Yi nodded his head and sat down beside Zimin Wuan. Then, looking at the somewhat perplexed expression on Zimin Wuan's face, he sighed and hugged her shoulder. He made her lean on his thick and broad shoulder. "Second brother, I truly don't understand why this has to happen to me." Feeling the pleasant aura of Long Yi, Zimin Wuan said softly. She was both sad and happy in her heart. She had always been the third miss of the Zimin clan for 20 years. However, now, she was told that everything was fake. She found the fact hard to accept. Everyone has their own life. Some people have a complicated life and others have a relatively smooth life. There are many things that can't be changed. If one is unable to change, they can only accept everything. At that time, you might discover that your life experiences are different from others. All of those experiences are valuable assets. Long Yi said words full of philosophic theory as he wanted to enlighten Zimin Wuan. As a matter of a fact, even he was also a little perplexed and distressed in his heart. The story between Antu and his grandfather gave him a feeling of déjà vu. "You are mine, You are mine, your eyes are mine, your nose is also mine, your happiness is mine, your smile is mine, I will not allow anyone to snatch you away. In a trance, that young girl who was hugging him and stamping her legs appeared in front of him. I proved that no matter how hard I try to forget you, even after I willingly let His Majesty the Pope use emoting sealing magic, I still cannot forget you. You said I don't understand love, but I think that this is love. I love you, cousin, I love you. The tear-filled eyes of Dongfang Kexin as well as her affectionate confession once again resounded in the ears of Long Yi. When he thought about Dongfang Kexin, Long Yi felt a pain in his heart. His chest felt stuffy and it became hard to breathe. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Seeing as the complexion of Long Yi had become pale, she didn't care about herself. She hastily comforted the chest of Long Yi and she asked him with a tense expression on her face. Nothing. Long Yi sighed softly. If there was a deep regret between Antu and his grandfather, then there was a pain without remedy between him and Dongfang Kexin. At least, Antu and his grandfather were reunited. As for Dongfang Kexin, at that time, Long Yi suddenly felt that he was again surrounded by that familiar gentle aura like before. A greater part of the sadness in his heart actually dissipated. Long Yi opened his space ring and was surprised to see a shrunken version of the light god statue at one corner. At this moment, the body of the statue was emitting a jade-like gentle aura. Chapter 558, Peak Moment. With a thought, that miniature light god statue appeared in the hand of Long Yi. It was smooth and lustrous and it made him feel extremely comfortable. He didn't know what material was used to make the statue and he also had no idea when the statue entered his space ring. Second brother, this is... Zimin Wuan hastily got up. She was a priest and she had faith in the light god. In the Blue Waves continent, other than the light church where the light god statue should be enshrined, no one was allowed to privately collect or carve statues of the light god. Don't ask me. I have no idea how this thing appeared in my space ring. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said, this statue felt weightless in his hand and the aura it emitted seemed to be somewhat familiar. When he was thinking about it, the light god statue in Long Yi's hand flashed and it became covered in white light. In the next moment, it disappeared. When he tried to look for it again, Long Yi discovered that it had automatically entered his space ring. Long Yi wasn't taken in by fallacies, so he took it out from space ring again. However, 1 second had not even passed when it returned to his space ring. After a few times, Long Yi no longer had the patience and he didn't bother about the statue any longer. Second brother, did this statue really appear by itself? Zimin Wuan asked. Who knows? Perhaps. There is something in my space ring that attracted it. I will look into it after returning. Long Yi said with a smile. As a matter of a fact, Long Yi had already noticed that this statue was not simple. That was because the comforting aura had originated from the statue thrice. There was a suspicion in his heart that the statue might possess consciousness. With the appearance of this light god statue, the depressed mood of Zimin Wuan diminished a lot and was replaced by faint joy. At this moment, a thought crossed her mind. If she really wasn't a daughter of the Zimin clan, she and her second brother were not really considered brother and sister. Wasn't it possible for them to? Thinking to this point, a beautiful smile appeared on the face of Zimin Wuan. She was elated. While returning, Zimin Wuan walked beside Long Yi. Both of them didn't speak much, but Zimin Wuan felt happy and satisfied walking beside Long Yi. Now, she could boldly think about having a relationship with her second brother. She no longer needed to feel guilty like before. When they reached Soaring Dragon City, Zimin Wuan suddenly pulled on Long Yi's arm and she softly asked, second brother, you already knew that I wasn't your biological sister. Long Yi nodded his head without hiding anything. Second brother, you are really a bad person. Since you already knew, why didn't you tell me about it earlier? If you told me, I would be able to prepare myself for the news. A hint of redness appeared on the face of Zimin Wuan. Your second brother didn't know how to break the news to you. In any case, your second brother will always be your second brother. Long Yi said with a smile. When she heard what Long Yi said, Zimin Wuan stopped walking. She looked straight at Long Yi and she said, but, I don't want that. At that time, a burst of strong energy fluctuation exploded and filled the skies. Two people were fighting in the air, because their speed was too fast. Only after images could be seen. Fortunately, those two still had a little sense of propriety, and the energy they released didn't affect the people below. Since the time the battle started, a large crowd of people had gathered in order to watch the exciting show. Everyone was curious, as even the city guards did not appear to stop the fight. Those two shiti rixes, they can't stay quiet for even a moment. Long Yi helplessly shook his head. Even Elder Pierre restrained himself and didn't cause a disturbance. He would simply drink alcohol all day long as he listened to songs in brothels. He was truly living without any constraint. As for Midir and Charmin, these princesses of the Divine Dragon Clan and the Demonic Dragon Clan, they didn't like the sight of each other. They would bicker and fight all day long. Second brother, why don't you go and persuade them? They only listen to you, Zemin Wuan said. Long Yi nodded his head and flew up. These two little she-dragons actually ignored his advice. Today, Long Yi knew that he had to teach them a lesson. If he allowed them to do whatever they wanted, they would think that Soaring Dragon City was an island of the dragon race. Both of you, stop fighting. Don't make me raise my hand against you, Long Yi shouted. Instead of stopping, the two of them moved even faster, as if they didn't hear Long Yi. This truly was preposterous. Long Yi flashed and forcibly inserted himself in the middle of the battle between these two women. He made his move. The movement of the two women ceased abruptly and the atmosphere became chilly. Long Yi was proud with the power of his 7th layer Outianju. However, he felt that something was wrong as he felt a warm and soft feeling in his hand. Looking over, he discovered that his hands were grabbing at the towering breast of these two women. The two of them glared at Long Yi as if they wanted to eat him alive, as they were both enraged and ashamed. Accident. This is nothing but an accident. You two can slowly fight. I am leaving first. Long Yi laughed hollowly, and retracting his hands, he ran away. Don't run, wait. Two shiti rixes shouted and simultaneously chased after their common enemy, Long Yi. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The 15th day arrived, and it was the day Zemin Nu would ascend to the throne. The imperial palace had been completely restored, and every single hall was draped with red cloth. Now, groups after groups of imperial guards were eagerly patrolling all over the imperial palace. However, the people who were the busiest in the imperial palace were the eunuchs and the imperial maids. The wide entrance gate of the imperial palace, which was 10 meters long, was wide open. A long colorful carpet led from the entrance to the throne room. Rows of priests who were wearing white priest robes were standing in the front of the hall. They were chanting an unknown incantation. At this moment, the entire imperial palace was filled with a happy and auspicious atmosphere. Representatives of different races had also taken their respective position in the imperial palace. It was the foreshadowing of the arrival of the great unified era. The sunlight spilled through the layer of clouds, illuminating the entire imperial palace. Suddenly, from the light church of Soaring Dragon City, the loud and clear sound of bells rang out. Everyone stood up in an instant and looked towards the throne room. The coronation ceremony of the successive emperors had always been carried out in the light church. However, the coronation ceremony of Zemin Nu was carried out in the imperial palace. This was unprecedented in the history of the Blue Waves continent. However, the Light Church didn't oppose the decision at all. Many people speculated whether this action had any special meaning or not. Indeed, Long Yi was the one who wanted the coronation ceremony to be held in the imperial palace. He wanted to reduce the influence of churches among the common people step by step. He wanted to gradually make imperial power the supreme existence in the Blue Waves continent. Two great holy priests, Judith and Karen, walked out of the throne room as they wore a spotlessly white robe. Clearly, this coronation ceremony was presided by these two people. As a matter of a fact, a long time ago, only the Pope could preside over the coronation ceremony. As the influence of the Light Church among the common people reached the maximum level, the Pope became a godlike existence. He was shrouded in a layer of mysterious veil, and he couldn't appear in front of people as he pleased. As such, The coronation ceremony was presided by a local light bishop. Even if the light pope didn't appear in this coronation ceremony, no one had any suspicions. Instead, the appearance of two great holy priests caused many people to realize that the Light Church was supporting the Zeman clan. It was naturally impossible for them to know that the real Pope had already gone to see the Light God long ago. When the ringing of the bells ended, Zeman came out as he wore a shiny emperor robe. "Oh, mighty Light God, your faithful believers." The two great holy priests began to pray following a fixed pattern. It was tediously long and dull. Many people became drowsy. Long Yi yawned. After looking all around, he saw his grandfather Zeman Kuang was talking to his old friend, Murongbo. Taking advantage of the time when no one was paying attention to him, he slipped away to join in the fun. "I never thought that even after so many years, Judith would change. Her figure is still really good." These were the words of the old vulgar ghost, Zeman Kuang. "Still, Karen has a bit more charm. Her buttocks are bigger than before. TSK. These were the words of the old womanizer, Murongbo. If Long Yi didn't personally hear the words coming out from their mouth, no one would believe that these two old fellows with huge background were so vulgar. They were actually appraising the figures of the two great holy priests behind their back. "There is nothing worth seeing since they are wearing their priest robe. How about making them drunk and stripping them at night? We'll compare their figure to find out who is better?" Another voice resounded from behind these two old fellows. "Good idea." The two old fellows nodded, and soon after that, they felt that something was amiss. When they turned around, they saw Long Yi looking at them with a bad smile on his face. The face of these two old fellows became red and they appeared as though they wanted to teach Long Yi a lesson. However, why would Long Yi be afraid of them? "Old man, they say Judith and Karen are your women, aren't they? Why aren't you even able to touch them?" Long Yi bumped his shoulder against Murongbo. In any case, he was used to not showing respect for his elders, and he wasn't afraid to make these two old fellows angry. "Brat, you know nothing." Murongbo glared at Long Yi. "You were, in those years, this old man was watching the master of those two girls." "Shut up. I haven't talked about that awkward incident which happened to you. After speaking of it, I want to see how you face your grandson." Zeman Kuang was interrupted by Murongbo. Long Yi just smirked. As it turned out, Murongbo liked matured women. They were actually kindred spirits. At that time, the lengthy prayers of Judith and Karen finally ended. They sprinkled holy water on the head of Zeman before placing the imperial crown on his head. This indicated that Zeman had now become the Blue Waves Emperor. This also indicated that the power of the Zeman clan had reached the peak. Chapter 559, Love You to the End of Life. Inside the closed secret room, a dim milky white magic lamplight illuminated a pentagon-shaped transfer magic array on the ground. That transfer magic array shone with radiance and disappeared in an instant. Then, along with a muffled groaning sound, a person who was completely shrouded in a black robe from head to toe crawled up from the ground. The other devastatingly beautiful woman sneered, and she held the energy crystal which was required to activate the magic array. "Jing girl, what are you doing? If you delay the matter of the miss, you know what the consequences will be." Halai was startled and said angrily. He never thought that Jing also knew how to cast dark magic. "Humphrey, without this energy crystal that is needed to activate the transfer magic array, she will never be able to return to this place forever. Besides, if you quietly disappear from this world, I can blame anyone I want. I will have the final say and no one will be able to doubt my words." Jing coldly snorted, then chuckled. Jing girl, I advise you to not be too clever. You will definitely regret it in the future." Halai calmly said. Even though he appeared calm, he was thinking about all the countermeasures in his heart. He knew that once a woman went mad, she would become a terrifying existence. Regret? In my, Jing's dictionary, there will never be the word regret. My only regret in life is having such a vicious elder sister. Jing roared and her beautiful face twisted in madness. Without waiting for Halai's reply, Jingjing took a step forward and she squatted down. She quickly took out the confidential letter which was given to Halai by Muhanyan from Halai's space ring. I want to see what that Esut wrote in this confidential letter. Is it about executing my entire family after I return? Jingjing broke the seal and she opened the letter. She quickly read through it and her beautiful face gradually became pale. She didn't dare to believe what she just read. Crash. The letter slipped out from Jingjing's hand and she collapsed to the ground as though she lost all her strength. Now, her expression was changing unpredictably and no one knew what she was thinking. Only after a long time, Jingjing returned back to her senses. Standing up, she immediately undid the restrictions on Halai and she said anxiously, "Quickly come with me to Soaring Dragon City. We need to stop that madwoman. She is rushing to her death." Jingjing rushed out of the secret room as if a gust of the wind after she spoke. Behind her, Halai was stunned for a moment and he picked up the letter on the ground. After reading it, his complexion gravely changed and he rushed out of the secret room hastily. At this moment, in Soaring Dragon City, the coronation ceremony had just ended and the atmosphere was very lively. The representatives of the various powers and various races were cheering without any restraint. These powers were basically either affiliated to the Zeman clan or the neutral factions. All the forces that had stood on the side of the Imperial Long clan had already been wiped out thoroughly. Thus, the superiority of Zeman clan also meant that their power would rise further. The next program was the speech from the new emperor. Zeman knew, as an innate politician, it was very easy for him to make an eloquent and inspiring speech. He explained his beautiful and grandiose plans which stimulated the blood of everyone and every single person present couldn't wait to offer their everything in order to see that the plans of the new king come to fruition in their lifetime. At least, that was what was shown on the surface. Naturally, there was also a small group of people who remained unmoved whether on the surface or in their heart. Long Yi, who was officially promoted to Lord Crown Prince from a young master, was one of them. He had already made up his mind that he would throw all the politics aside immediately after the war ended. As for the throne, he would make one of his sons inherit it. As for himself, he would just travel around the world with his beauties. Lord Crown Prince, are you listening to my plan? Little Fox Bertha, who had come as the leader of all the Beastmen clans, was unable to listen to the speech of the new emperor any longer. Everything was because of Long Yi's hands. Just when she was about to discuss about the development of Beastmen clans with him, she never thought that this fellow would just mumble and not reply her properly. In addition, on the surface, he appeared as if he was listening attentively, but his hands were moving about on her thighs. It was really easier to change mountains and rivers than to alter one's character. Of course I am listening to you. Why wouldn't I listen? However, little fox, it's too noisy here. How about waiting for the ceremony to be over before looking for a quiet place without anyone to disturb us? We can discuss everything there. Well, be obedient now, don't clamp your legs too tightly. Long Yi whispered without any change in his expression. The face of this little fox turned bright red. Around these two people, there were similarly beautiful beauties from the Fox clan and they had already noticed the movement of these two. They had also heard the conversation between the two of them. They only smiled inwardly. Don't, you are tickling me. Ah, other people will see. The little fox had a face which was completely red and she felt hot all over. She had already wanted to give her body to him for a long time ago. However, she never had a chance in these past few years. Now, she wouldn't allow him to go regardless of anything he said. No one will see us. Look at all these girls. They are so sensible. They are standing in a position which completely blocks us from the outside world. Aren't they intentionally doing this for you, you little perverted fox? Long Yi smiled, but his devil's claws teased the various sensitive places of this little fox. His movement was so fast that even his shadow wasn't visible. In the aspect of eating tofu and taking cheap advantage, he had already reached the highest level. The heart and body of this little fox became restless and she no longer cared about making a fool out of herself. Since this bedfellow was truly audacious to the extreme, she didn't think about it any longer. She reached out her hand and caressed the part which was between Long Yi's legs. Just as Long Yi's soul was about to fly away and reach the highest heaven in extreme pleasure, his family jewels, Both his bird and his eggs were tightly grabbed. He felt pain shooting through his body. "Stop fiddling around, otherwise." The little fox gasped, and her beautiful eyes were alluring, even though her expression was extremely charming. The action of her hand made Long Yi so afraid that he started to perspire. When she saw that Long Yi was depressed, the little fox moved closer to Long Yi and whispered, "Lord Crown Prince, don't be angry. Wait until this ceremony is over. Then you can do whatever you want." "Can I truly do whatever I want to do?" "I want." Long Yi smirked evilly and whispered in the ear of this little fox. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful face of this little fox became bright red. In addition to her face going red, she rolled her eyes in embarrassment. However, Bertha gritted her teeth and nodded her head in the end. Seeing as he had achieved his goal, Long Yi no longer teased her. He comfortably leaned on the chair and watched his father shouting with excitement. At this moment, his eyebrows and beard were trembling and he was energetic like never before. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind rose without warning and the flowers and plants on both sides of the hall were swept away. The clear sky instantly became cloudy and the sun was blocked by the thick layer of cloud. Long Yi frowned and he stood up. He was extremely alert. Today, the unparalleled battalion was responsible for the safety of everyone in the hall. All the soldiers had sensed that there was something wrong and they had gathered in front of the hall. Magicians activated defensive nets in the sky which had been laid down in advance before the ceremony. Everyone in the hall became alert and they began a spirited discussion. Some people said that the unparalleled battalion was too sensitive as this was just a weather change. At this moment, this hall was filled with experts. There were peerless unparalleled battalion, Long Yi, members of the dragon race which were also known as the strongest race, 2 great swords gods, and there were even 2 great holy priests, who would be stupid enough to create a disturbance. The wind continued to blow and the weather slowly became cold. The originally white clouds in the sky changed and they became black in color. Shortly afterward, along with a violent gust of wind, snowflakes began to flutter down. "Snow? How can this be?" Everyone exclaimed loudly in disbelief. Winter had long passed and the weather had already become as warm as spring. New leaves were sprouting from the trees and fresh flowers had already begun to bloom. How could the season change so suddenly? The weather had changed from spring to winter in an instant. Everyone felt a chill. Suddenly, a slender figure flew over from the distance. The speed of this figure seemed slow but was very fast in reality. Everyone was dumbfounded as they were able to sense her only after she had already flown over to the imperial palace. Muhanyan. Long Yi was startled. He could see that Muhanyan wasn't looking at him at all as she raised her head. With a 3-foot cyan sword in her hand, she rushed towards Zeman Nu who was standing in the hall. "Protect the emperor." At that moment, Nangong Nu, who was the leader of unparalleled battalion that was responsible for security, roared. A layer of strong barrier was activated in the sky and countless magic arrows shot towards Muhanyan in the sky. Swish, 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 arrows pierced through the body of Muhanyan. However, in the next instant, everyone discovered that there wasn't even a scratch on Muhanyan's body. She was still leisurely flying over as if those arrows of which were shot just a moment ago pierced through her after image. At that time, Zeman Kuang, Murongbo, Antu, Judith, and Karen who were having their own small gathering rushed over as they heard the commotion. They just happened to see Muhanyan easily passing through the barrier laid down by magicians and her sharp sword stabbing towards Zeman Nu who was standing still. These people were shocked, but they quickly took action. 2 sword gods released their Gi domains and rushed towards Muhanyan. Judith and Karen used their light impact magic to attack Muhanyan. The globula of Long Yi trembled and the wind god spirit tablet within his sea of consciousness buzzed non-stop. He watched on as Muhanyan was besieged by the 2 great sword gods and the 2 great holy priests. His heart was feeling extreme pain. With this level of attack, even if he was in the place of Muhanyan, it would be hard to escape with his life. Merely, accidents might happen at any time. Under 2 Gi domains, Muhanyan only became slightly sluggish, but she continued forward without any change in her expression. She indifferently held her sword as she ignored the space-rendering golden gaze of Murong Bo and Antu. She also ignored the light impact magic of Judith and Karen. The heart of Long Yi became cold and suddenly felt as though something was wrong. Although the attack power of Muhanyan was mediocre, Long Yi had just seen her speed. He had thought that she was relying on Beiyu, which resulted in her swift speed. But her strange appearance at this moment made him realize that the strength of Muhanyan was absolutely not ordinary. It was nothing like what he had seen on the surface. She had once said that although she might be unable to defeat other people, no one in this world could take her life as long as she was unwilling to die. At this moment, two sword gods collided with Muhanyan, but they were bounced back with soft and smooth energy in an instant. At this moment, the sword of Muhanyan was less than 1 meter away from Ziman Nu. Everyone was shocked and their breathing stopped for a moment. Could it be that Blue Wave's emperor who had just ascended the throne would die on the first day? No one could stand such a big blow. "Don't hurt my father!" Long Yi roared, and he rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. With a layer of thin cyan light, he easily broke through the domains of the two sword gods. He absolutely couldn't let Muhanyan stab his father, who was standing still. As a matter of fact, it was not like Ziman Nu didn't want to stay still. Instead, he couldn't move at all. His consciousness was very clear, but it appeared as if his body was no longer under his control. He could only watch as Muhanyan's indifferent and ice-cold eyes got closer and closer. "Muhanyan!" Long Yi roared, and with lightning glimmering around his right hand, the lightning god hammer appeared and transformed into a purple sword which stabbed towards the back of Muhanyan. Crackle! Long Yi could clearly feel the sword blade stabbing through a body as lightning wreaked havoc in Muhanyan's body. However, the 3 feet cyan sword in Muhanyan's hand had already stabbed through Ziman Nu's heart. Muhanyan slowly turned around and sadly smiled as blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth. Then, the sword in her hand fluctuated and disappeared. And at that moment, Ziman Nu, who had given up all hope, woke up. He discovered that he was able to move, and he instantly raised his hand to touch his chest. He discovered that there wasn't even a scratch. Even his clothing was not ripped open. The handsome face of Long Yi was deathly pale and his eyes became empty. He released the lightning god's sword and staggered 2 steps back, looking at Muhanyan, whose chest was stabbed. Now, her clothing was also dyed red with her blood. Didn't I say, in this world, only you can kill me?" Looking at Long Yi, the beautiful eyes of Muhanyan was filled with deep affection. At this very moment, there was no hypocrisy and no schemes. All the shackles had already been cast aside. Only her true self was left. Why, tell me why?" Long Yi rushed forward and supported Muhanyan, who no longer had any strength. He roared madly. He instantly used his fingers to press her acupoints, but he realized that it was already too late. In a last-ditch attempt to save her, Long Yi injected his true qi in order to protect her heart veins. Even so, he discovered that she was still slowly losing her vitality, and the injected true qi would dissipate instantly. Because the rule of this game stated that the loser had to die. Didn't you already know this from the very beginning? Dying in your hand. I feel very fortunate. I feel very happy as well. Muhanyan smiled as she held on to Long Yi's hand. "I hate you." Long Yi softly whispered with tears sliding down his cheeks. I hope that you will hate me till the end of your life. I hope you will hate me because I love you. I will love you to the end of my life." Muhanyan smiled with great difficulty, and her beautiful eyes slowly became dimmer. Her beautiful face began to distort, and when everything calmed down, Long Yi discovered that the current appearance of Muhanyan was similar to Mist Fairy. Chapter 560. Goodbye. There will inevitably be the time to see you again. Caressing the beautiful face of Muhanyan and gently drawing her supple outline, Long Yi felt as if his heart was cut into pieces. He was truly stupid. He should have known that Muhanyan was the same person as Mist Fairy. There were too many coincidences between the two people. However, What was the point of knowing that now? He was powerless to prevent her from dying. The cries of a crane could be heard and Beiyi appeared out of thin air. It whined plaintively beside Muhanyan. All of a sudden, Long Yi discovered that he could clearly feel Beiyu's heartfelt sadness. There seemed to be some kind of connection between him and Beiyu. The little hand of Muhanyan that was tightly grabbing Long Yi slowly lost strength and the life in her eyes became even dimmer. It seemed as though it was a stick of incense which was about to burn out. Don't leave me," Long Yi mumbled while shaking his head. At this moment, he looked scared and there were tears flowing from his eyes. Moreover, the powerless feeling that appeared at the bottom of his heart nearly drove him crazy. The consciousness of Muhanyan had already started to disappear. Her heart-wrenching sad face started to blur and she appeared as though she was returning to the country where there were blue skies, white clouds, and rippling water. That place had exotic flowers and rare herbs everywhere. It was a brilliant and magnificent civilization with diligent and brave people. There, she held the hand of her sweetheart as they happily knelt in front of her beautiful and dignified mother. They vowed to stick together through thick and thin and they promised to be loyal to each other. "Big sister." A mournful scream appeared from the skies and Jingjing flew over as fast as lightning. She was wearing a pure white robe as she forced back the soldiers who were blocking her path. She rushed towards Long Yi as she wailed, "Save her, Jingjing, quickly save her." Seeing this beautiful face that resembled Muhanyan, Long Yi grabbed the wrist of Jingjing as if he was grabbing a life-saving straw. "Let go of me, you ungrateful BD." Jingjing shook off the hand of Long Yi and her hand flashed with black light which enveloped Muhanyan's continuously bleeding wound. After a few minutes, the blood eventually slowed down. However, the blood never stopped. Jingjing was sweating profusely when she stopped casting her magic. She was clearly exhausted. Looking at Beiyu who was at the side, she later turned to Long Yi and she said, "Didn't Big Sister gave you the Wind God imprint? How else can you injure her? How can Beiyu, her life god beast, be completely fine?" Wind God imprint? Long Yi was dumbfounded. Then, he suddenly thought of something and he pulled open his lapel. He looked at that beautiful golden cloud mark on his chest. It really happened. "Big Sister is so stupid," Jingjing softly said. This was also the magic of love. Her cold and merciless big sister actually did such a stupid thing. At that time, Halai also arrived at the scene and was shocked to see that Muhanyan was on the verge of death. He glared at Long Yi with a ferocious expression. "I want to heal big sister. Zumanyu, pull out the sword." Jingjing took a deep breath and she looked at her big sister whom she hated in the past. She used to hate Muhanyan to the marrow of her bones in the past. However, right now, the only thing she felt was sadness. Long Yi gritted his teeth and pulled out a purple sword which caused blood to gush out. Immediately after that, Jingjing used her right hand covered with a black light to cover Muhanyan's wound. She used her left hand to crush a barrier pearl which isolated Jingjing and Muhanyan from the outside world. Long Yi blankly stared at the purple sword in his hand with chaotic thoughts in his heart. Not far away, Zimanu, Dongfang Wan and others looked at where Muhanyan was with a worried gaze. Zimanwuan and the other women wanted to rush over and comfort him, but Murongbo and the other seniors stopped them. "Don't bother him, Noor. Arrange another place and take all the people away. Leave this place for them. I hope that girl is fine." Ziman Kuang sighed softly and turned around with a heavy heart. He had never thought that the originally joyous occasion would turn into this. Soon, there was only Long Yi, Halai, Beiyu, as well as the sisters who were inside the barrier. They were the only ones left in the throne room. Long Yi sat on the flight of steps and powerlessly leaned on the stone pillar, lost in thought. It had been so many years since he had arrived in this world. This was the first time he was both mentally and physically exhausted like this. He actually felt as though he was unable to bear the pressure and he was about to collapse. Personally stabbing the women he loved with a sword, who would be able to endure this? From the day she met you, Miss never intended to return alive. Halai sat next to Long Yi. After his anger quelled, he could feel Long Yi's pain. "I don't understand, why this?" Long Yi muttered with a blank face. Since her childhood, Her fate was already laid out in front of her. She had to bear the heavy pressure and she had responsibilities others cannot imagine. This time, she not only failed in her task in the Blue Waves continent, she also fell in love with someone she should not love. That was the root cause of everything. Halai said, "Didn't the few of you come from Blue Moon continent, which is located at the other side of the Hengjuan mountains? What is your purpose here?" Long Yi asked. "It seems as though you know a lot about us. However, we can't tell you what our purpose here is. Perhaps you will understand something if you look at this." Halai handed over that letter which was given to him by Muhanyan and he explained. Long Yi quickly opened the letter and saw that it was written in Blue Moon script. Long Yi scanned through the letter and he became lost in his thoughts. From the content of this letter, Long Yi managed to deduce something. Originally, the Blue Moon continent was richly endowed. It was a beautiful land and the human civilization located there was at a much higher level than that of the Blue Waves continent. The problem which existed was that the Blue Moon continent was just too small. Moreover, due to the tectonic shift caused by the divine magic war, the space of the Blue Moon continent seemed to be enveloped by a layer of invisible mysterious energy. The energy caused the Blue Moon continent to experience a spring-like season all year round. The environment was really elegant and all sorts of treasure, flowers, and animals could be found everywhere. Although they had such a nice place to stay, the Blue Moon continent was isolated from the outside world. Later, after several tens of thousands of years, the amazing environment caused the population in the Blue Moon continent to bloom. The existing races started to fight for natural resources and large-scale wars erupted. Even though there were large wars, the population still continued to increase. In an extremely short period of time, the once beautiful Blue Moon continent was destroyed beyond recognition. If this continued, all the races in the Blue Moon continent might go extinct. But, more than a decade ago, an imperial magician of the Cyan Wind Empire, the largest human nation of the Blue Moon continent, accidentally discovered a kind of energy stone extracted from a meteorite. The energy stone could cut open the strange invisible energy which surrounded the Blue Moon continent. After many experiments, they discovered that this kind of energy stone could only allow 3 people to leave the Blue Moon continent. In addition, they only had 3 energy stones. They only had 3 chances to transfer a person out of Blue Moon continent. After careful consideration, the Imperial magicians positioned the transmission point at the other side of Hengjuan Mountains in order to examine whether there was a world even vaster out there. When they determined that there was an extremely vast world on the other side of the Hengjuan Mountains, the Emperor of the Cyan Wind Empire came up with a plan. He secretly transferred 3 people to the other side in order to develop their power. This emperor was very ambitious. First, he wanted to control one of the empires located in the Blue Waves continent. After that, he would find a way to cut open this space energy layer before entering the Blue Waves continent. The moment he appeared, he would become an emperor of an empire of the Blue Waves continent. At that time, relying on his capabilities as well as the superior magic civilization of the Blue Moon continent, he would become the overlord of the entire world. Muhanyan, Halai, and that Wind magician were the 3 people who came to this side. At that time, Muhanyan was only 10 years old and the thought was already deeply rooted in her mind. As for Jingjing, she had just arrived a few years ago. In this letter, there was not much about Jingjing's life. However, Muhanyan had requested for her father emperor to release the younger brother and mother of Jingjing. She also asked for him to forgive Jingjing for failing this mission. It was no wonder that the attitude of Jingjing towards Muhanyan had such a drastic change. The letter also mentioned that the wind god imprint within her body had already been transferred to her most beloved person and she apologized humbly to her father emperor. She would atone for the crimes through her death. The wind god imprint represented the person favored by the wind god. In the entire Blue Moon continent, that person had an aloof position. It could be said that the person with the wind god imprint received the recognition and respect of most humans and the other races of the Blue Moon continent. This honor which belonged to the Cyan Wind Emperor was given to the enemy by Muhanyan. If this news were to spread, the standing of the Cyan Wind Empire would suffer a drastic decline. Do you understand something now? Hulai asked. Long Yi nodded his head and a bitter smile appeared on his face. As it turned out, everything was different from what he expected. Hulai, I still have a question. When I was in Blue Moon City, why was Mist Fairy, that is Muhanyan, hurt? Long Yi thought of this problem and asked. Because of the light god. You should be able to guess the reason. Hulai faintly said. Light god? Long Yi mumbled. He suddenly thought of something. He said, could it be that the light god that appeared in the light church of Blue Moon City was Muhanyan? Her spirit was injured heavily because Charles counterattacked when she was controlling him? Hulai nodded his head. Also, the dark soul contract between you and me disappeared. Could it be Muhanyan's work? Long Yi added. That's right. Hulai answered and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. One could say that he had known Long Yi for a long time. At that time, in that mission of Lost City, he was still somewhat young and inexperienced. Now, he had already turned into an unfathomable personage. Long Yi sighed and he looked at the barrier which was emitting a dim black light. Now he almost completely figured out the matters which had been troubling him. Now, he only hoped for Muhanyan to be safe and sound. Time passed second after second. It seemed as though the darkness had only set when the sky started to brighten again. Even though so much time had passed, there were no movements inside the barrier. The heart of Long Yi was in a mess as if he was a stick of meat over charcoal. He was feeling uneasy no matter what he did. He begged God to not be so cruel to him. Since he had been given the chance to live once, why didn't God give a woman he deeply loved another chance to live again? Suddenly, that black barrier fluctuated and twisted. It vanished into thin air. Long Yi and Hulai instantly turned around but they simultaneously fell into a daze. They saw that Muhanyan was still lying on the ground, but her wound had already formed a scab and the faint fluctuation of life proved that she was still alive. Naturally, Long Yi and Hulai were only pleasantly surprised for a while. Jingjing's appearance shocked them. Her black hair had unexpectedly turned white in a single night. She became a white-haired beauty just like Zhao Yi. I could just alleviate her wound for the time being. We must return as soon as possible, Jingjing said in a hoarse voice as if she didn't sense her own changes. The heart of Long Yi shook and he immediately walked over and picked Muhanyan up from the ground. She was still unconscious. If she was able to wake up and talk to him, how wonderful would that be? Even a simple word of farewell would be wonderful. I will see you all off, Long Yi said. Just go to the beauty shop in this city. The secret room of every branch has a transform magic array engraved in it, Hulai said. In the secret room of beauty shop, Long Yi reluctantly caressed the beautiful hair of Muhanyan and he gently kissed her forehead. He passed her over to Hulai and Jingjing who were already waiting inside the transfer array. When will you return? Long Yi asked. Jingjing and Hulai looked at each other and they said, this is the last of the 3 energy stones and it has already been used twice. It can only cut open the energy layer one last time. The complexion of Long Yi changed. This meant that they might never return. He sorted out his emotions and calmly said, thank you, Jingjing. I also want to thank you, Hulai. I know that this will not be our last meeting. Remember to tell Muhanyan that I will definitely be looking for her. Jingjing nodded her head and after shooting Long Yi a deep look, she took out the purple transfer energy stone and she placed it in the groove of the magic array. Along with a flash of purple light, the 3 people in the magic array instantly disappeared. I will definitely come looking for you all, definitely. Long Yi tightly clenched his hands into fists as he vowed inwardly. Looking around this empty room, he walked out with large strides. Blue Wave's calendar, first day of the 6th month in the year 8790. Blue Wave's Emperor Zemanu enacted a. He declared that humankind and the beastmen would coexist peacefully from that day on. He abolished the former discriminating laws against beastmen. In addition, with the representatives of all big races present, he signed a treaty which would be known as the in later generations. The relationship between humankind and the various races grew closer like never before. Blue Wave's calendar, on the 12th of the 7th month in the year 8790, Blue Wave Emperor Zemun enacted he declared the freedom of belief. He deprived many privileges the Light Church used to possess. He also acknowledged the existence of the Dark Church and acknowledged that dark magic was on par with other elemental magic. This caused a widespread panic at that time, but in the future, Zemun's far-sightedness was proven. People gradually understood that magic elements were not evil. The only evil was the one in the hearts of the user of the magic element. With the declaration of these decrees and a treaty, the Blue Wave's emperor became the emperor who surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. He carved his name into the annals of history. Chapter 561. Re-entering Origenice. After Proud Moon Empire was thoroughly destroyed, it was divided into 5 major states which were ruled by the Violet Dragon Empire. The production and management of the states were quickly resumed and trade flourished. They were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. As for the homeless and destitute victims, arrangements were made for them, and before long, the once destroyed Proud Moon Empire started to flourish again. Right now, it was the middle of the 7th month. The weather was scorching hot, but Origenice, which was located in the northern part of the continent, was shrouded with cold air. No matter which direction one looked, they would only be able to see ice. This was a forbidden zone for living beings. Only very few living creatures could be seen thriving here, as the environment was extremely harsh and there were no treasures located on Origenice. No adventurer group would run over to suffer in a living hell. Naturally, according to the laws of nature, the vast Origenice had many treasures hidden in it. However, the average person would not be able to find them. For instance, a cold spirit that was millions of years old. There was also the ice fruit, which was a sacred treasure for any water magician. All these treasures could be found on Origenice. There were other treasures which were equally if not more precious hidden in Origenice. As a violet dragon shot through the skies, the wind whistled. Ice particles in the air rolled around, and under the ice-cold sunlight, the particles appeared magnificent, just like widespread magic fireworks. Wow, so beautiful. Crystal excitedly pulled Charmin and she shouted loudly, "Yes, this is extremely beautiful. I never thought that there would be such a beautiful place in this world." Charmin also exclaimed in astonishment, "Well, don't be so excited. After staying here for 10 to 15 days, I'm afraid that you will be complaining non-stop. Now, let's take a break." Long Yi waved his hand and he proposed for everyone to take a break. Long Yi quickly used a huge ice cube in order to build an ice house in order to block them from the cold wind. Of course, this was Long Yi's group who had rushed here from Soaring Dragon City. They were looking for Wang, who had not returned even after a long time. After they stabilized everything in Soaring Dragon City, Long Yi, along with Yu Feng, Li King, Barbarian Bull, Charmin, Crystal, Midair, Lu Jexia, and the Liuxia sisters rushed over to Origenice. For the others, they stayed in Soaring Dragon City. Long Yi didn't bring them along. It wasn't because Long Yi was playing favorites. Instead, it was because Zemun had just ascended to the throne. He was extremely busy with state affairs and his Dongfeng Wan felt extremely lonely. She didn't allow Long Yi to bring away all her daughters-in-law. The reason why he had brought along Yu Feng was because he needed her snowstorm divine Martin to lead the way. Otherwise, it would be extremely easy for him to get lost in Origenice, this goddamned place. There were no complaints from these women as their identity was different from before. Some had to stay behind for appearance sake. They didn't complain as several months ago, Long Yi had achieved small success in his research of transfer magic arrays after lots of experiments. Once, Long Yi got lucky and he discovered a multi-transfer magic array. He quickly set up a master transfer magic array in a secret room which was located in a secret room of the Imperial Palace. Right now, he was able to set up a fixed point for this magic array. As long as Long Yi had enough magic crystals to activate the magic array, he would be able to instantly return to the Imperial Palace no matter where he was on the Blue Waves continent. As of now, Long Yi had already translated all the books related to magic arrays he had obtained in Lost City into the script of Blue Wave's continent. He handed them over to the Magician Guild of the Violet Dragon Empire and he instructed them to research and build a magic array in one first-class big city within a year. Long Yi had plans for transfer magic arrays to be built in all of the cities of the Blue Wave's continent within 5 years. This was a huge project that marked the start of the new epoch. With transfer magic arrays, the distance between the cities would become irrelevant. Regardless of military affairs or life-saving affairs, this was a huge improvement. Of course, not everyone was able to make use of the transfer magic arrays. Energy crystals were required to activate the magic array and the energy crystals were not free. There was no doubt that the use of the transfer array would be extremely expensive. Sitting in the ice house, Long Yi and his group began to enjoy their food and wine. Father, Nai don't want to eat magic cores. Nai wants to eat roasted pig. Sitting on the lap of Long Yi, Nai ate her portion of 3 roasted fire rabbits and she looked at the food in the hands of others. Drool started to leak out from the corners of her mouth. Although she still held some A-ranked magic cores given to her by Long Yi, how could she ignore the temptation of good food? Although magic cores could replenish her energy, they were not as tasty as good food. You foodie, there isn't much in my space ring. If you want to eat something, go and look for it by yourself. Long Yi pinched the cheek of the angry Nai. If he really allowed her to eat as much as she wanted, all the food he brought would never be enough. Allow little 3 and the others to accompany Nai to look for food. The eyes of Nai shone. She was intelligent. With the help of little 3 and the others, she would be able to sit idle and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Little clever ghost. Long Yi dotingly flicked the forehead of Nai and summoned Little Tiger, Fire Kylan, and the violent lightning beast from his dark space dimension. Although there were very few living beings in Origin Ice, they were extremely powerful. However, there were only a few beings who were able to match his god beasts. Long Yi wasn't worried at all. Little Tiger and the others seemed quite excited to come out. They immediately started to play familiarly around the snowstorm divine Martin casted by Yu Feng. After they received Long Yi's instructions, Nai rode on Little Tiger. They left the ice house together with the others. They disappeared from the sight of everyone in an instant. Come. Let's continue to drink and eat to our heart's content. We'll go and sleep after that before continuing our journey. Long Yi said with a smile. Strange. We have been walking for such a long time. Why is the sun not setting? Lu Jexia curiously asked. It is nothing strange. It's summer now. This is the polar day phenomenon of Origin Ice. In other words, daytime will last for several days to several months. In the past, when I came here with Fenger, it had been winter and night lasted for 10 continuous days. Long Yi said as he looked at Yu Feng. He thought about the trials and tribulations he had experienced with her and he smiled at her in tacit understanding. This is truly strange. I didn't expect that Origin Eyes would be so fun. There is nothing worth seeing in Dragon Island. Lu Jexia excitedly said. Coming to Blue Wave's continent this time was truly his best decision. He was finally able to experience such a vast human world and so many interesting things. He felt extremely reluctant to return. However, he knew that he had to return after this trip to Origin Ice. Fun. Do you want to have fun with this big sister of yours? Useless fellow. Midair angrily smacked Lu Jexia's head. It wasn't surprising that she was angry. Last time, in Soaring Dragon City, she made Lu Jexia compete with that girl, Crystal. In the end, Crystal simply smiled at him and he was unable to differentiate north, south, east, and west. He was kicked and was sent flying several hundred meters away. It completely embarrassed Midair. Oh, the younger brother is useless and the big sister isn't much better. It seems as though the Divine Dragon clan is just so-so. When she saw this, Charmin sneered with biting sarcasm from the side. Say that again. Do you want to fight? Having heard what was said, Midair stood up. When had she, the first tyrant dragon king of the Divine Dragon clan, ever been angered like this? Even though they had fought before, both of them were equally matched. No one won and no one lost. If you want to fight then let us fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Charmin also stood up. Long Yi nibbled on a roasted leg of a fire rabbit and drank wine leisurely as he looked at the bosom of those two girls. Not only were these two Shiti Rixas equally matched in strength, their figure was also similarly hot. He could still remember that soft feeling he had felt last time. Why are you two quarreling? If the two of you have eaten enough and have nothing to do, go and cultivate. Liu Xu rolled her eyes at Long Yi and said, when she saw that this bad fellow was ignoring the both of them as he stared at their chest with a lecherous expression, a feeling of anger appeared in her heart. However, she felt that it was funny as well. She was afraid that this bad fellow would never change throughout his life. Surprisingly, after Liu Xu opened her mouth, both Charmin and Midair glared at each other. Sitting down, they obediently kept quiet. It seemed that everything had its nemesis. This Shiti Rex was truly the only one that could control the other Shiti Rexes. I wonder if Elder Pierre has returned to Dragon Island. He will not tell on us, will he? Crystal said as she held her chin. You can rest assured, I made an agreement with him. Even though the told man has a bad temperament, he is a dragon who keeps his promises. Long Yi said with a smile, that's natural. Elder Pierre is selfless, otherwise, why will Father Emperor send him to capture us? Charmin said. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't think Little Three and the others will be able to find any living being for a long while. You are all free to do whatever you want. If you want to cultivate, then go and cultivate. If you want to go out to take a stroll, go out and walk around. All of you just have to remember not to go too far. It will be very hard to find a way back if you are lost. After speaking, Long Yi left along with Yu Feng. After arriving at Origin Ice, he thought of many things which happened in the past. He wanted to brush up that feeling with Yu Feng. Looking at Long Yi and Yu Feng's back view, Liu Xu sighed softly in her heart. This man was someone who was constantly appearing in her mind. However, neither Long Yi nor Liu Xu seemed to be able to throw themselves into this feeling. Liu Xu seemed to know the reason behind their inaction. She wanted to save her father and mother. As for Long Yi, he had many other matters to worry about. In addition, from an unknown time, the relationship between the two of them seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Sometimes Liu Xu would think of his warm bosom and she felt as though she would be able to depend on him. However, when she saw how he enjoyed his life with the women around him, she felt like he was very far away from her. At that time, Midair left with her brother. Charmin and Crystal also followed her. Seeing this, Liu Xu just shook her head and she looked for a corner. Sitting down cross-legged, she started to cultivate. As she had been cultivating non-stop for day and night, her strength had been rising rapidly. Compared to Midair and Charmin, she was a lot stronger. If she compared herself to the elders of the Dragon Clan, she was a little bit inferior. If she didn't experience a lucky chance, she had to cultivate painstakingly for the next 100 years in order to gain enough strength to match the elders of the dragon race. Now, Long Yi and Yu Feng were cuddling together at the top of an icy mountain not far away from the ice house. Under the illumination of the sunlight, they looked just like a picture from a fairy tale, eternal and beautiful. Both of them were silent as they enjoyed common memories. Even after several years, Origin Ice was still the same. The people were also the same, but their mental state was completely different. I will always remember this place. I will forever remember this world of snow and ice. Yu Feng muttered. This place was where she endured various tribulations with Long Yi. I still remember that in the past, I lost my temper at you because we couldn't find the ice silkworm even after a long time. Did you feel wronged? Long Yi asked. At that time, the life of Wush Wang was hanging on the line and her health was deteriorating day by day. They had been unable to find the shadow of the ice silkworm even after walking for more than 10 days. Long Yi was agitated and he vented his anger on the innocent Yu Feng. Of course I felt wronged. How can I not feel wronged? However, there was a happy feeling as well. I knew that you wouldn't have roared at me like that if I wasn't a person close to you. Yu Feng said with a smile and a hint of warmth flashed through her eyes. If she hadn't risked her life, she might not have received Long Yi's love. Moreover, That experience she had together with Long Yi was unique and was something she would never forget in her life. Long Yi smiled and stopped speaking. He was lost in thoughts as he looked into the distance. After an unknown period of time, the sky turned darker, but the sun still hung high in the sky. It could be assumed that the time was late at night. "My husband, let's dig a hole to rest, just like in the past." Yu Feng looked up suddenly and there was a warm look in her eyes. She pressed her bosom against Long Yi's arm and she said softly. The heart of Long Yi heated up and he recalled about the time when he had shared a bed with Yu Feng in Originites for the first time. His hand, which was originally on Yu Feng's shoulder, slid down to her towering breasts. They immediately got into a good mood. Just as they were about to dig a hole and enter the tent in order to get affectionate with each other, the ground suddenly trembled. Nair's excited scream and the roars of the three god beasts came from a distant place. Long Yi carried Yu Feng and flew into the air. He saw 10 or more snow-white ice bears which were more than 10 meters tall chasing Nuer and the others. They were heading towards Long Yi. These huge bears were A-ranked water-attributed magical beasts. They were the legendary species that could fight against standard S-ranked magical beasts in Origin Ice. In the past, when Long Yi was in Origin Ice, he had not seen even a single one of this beast. To his surprise, Nair and the others managed to dig them out. They dug out an entire nest of them, which rendered Long Yi speechless. Under the pressure of the god beast's might, the ice bears were vexed. However, they were only able to run. It was too bad they were weaker than the god beasts. Father, I found a lot of food. Nair is hungry." Nair, who was riding on the back of Little Tiger, instantly flew into Long Yi's bosom from far away. She excitedly pointed at the ice bears and she said, it seemed as though the ice beats were only meat in Nair's eyes. At that moment Little Tiger and the others roared. The ice bears stopped in their tracks and they stopped running. They were no longer able to retreat as their retreat route was sealed by the fire Kylan and the violent lightning beast. They were only able to stand there restlessly as they protected the 4 young ice bears in the middle. Good, they are intelligent magical beasts. Seeing sadness and anger in the eyes of these ice bears, Long Yi was a little surprised. Chapter 562, Ice Cave. It wasn't common for magical beasts to possess intelligence. Generally, only magical beasts which were at the S rank or above had intelligence. When Long Yi saw that the ice bears were intelligent creatures, he was curious. As long as it was an intelligent species, Long Yi would not rush to kill them. Also, these ice bears were a rare species and if Long Yi truly killed all of them, the ice bears might go extinct. When Little Tiger saw Long Yi descending from the air, it shook its tail in excitement. Opening its mouth, it unexpectedly spat out an almost transparent plant. The plant looked like a rishi mushroom from Long Yi's previous world, but he was able to see a tiny tube-shaped thing where a milky white liquid was flowing. Holding the strange plant in his hand, Long Yi felt an ice-cold and soft texture. In addition to the weird feeling in his hand, Long Yi could feel faint fluctuations of life coming from the plant. It felt truly strange. This plant actually had its own life. Up until now, other than the 9 underworld demonic flower from the Death Flower Sea and the Lightning God Forbidden Area, Long Yi had never sensed a life fluctuation coming from any other plant. This strange ice plant was the second flower which gave him this feeling. When Long Yi was still playing with the ice flower, a matter which brought him more shock happened. The leader of the ice bears seemed to have noticed that Long Yi was the person who would ultimately decide their fate. A begging sound came from the mouth of the leader of the ice bear as it crawled towards Long Yi. With a woo-woo sound, the leader of the ice bear seemed to be requesting for Long Yi to spare their lives. Nair, see that? They are asking you not to eat them. Let's let them go, okay? Long Yi smacked the buttocks of Nair and said. Nair pouted and before greedily swallowing a mouthful of saliva, she looked at the 4 cute young bears who were surrounded by adult ice bears for some time before nodding her head. By this time, Liuxu, who was cultivating alone, had arrived. The princesses of the Divine Dragon Clan and the Demonic Dragon Clan who were wandering around aimlessly were shocked after they heard the commotion created by Nair and the god beasts. All of them rushed over. Looking at the scene in front of them, They turned their heads as they looked at Long Yi with a curious expression on their face. Long Yi pinched the root of the ice plant and pondered for a little while. With a frown on his face, he threw the ice plant at Liu Xu and he asked, "Can you recognize this thing?" Catching the ice plant, Liu Xu examined it for some time. Shaking her head, she replied, "I've never seen or heard anything like this before. It might be an existence which is unique to reunites." Long Yi nodded his head. It was clear that this ice plant was no ordinary plant. Although Long Yi didn't know the use of this plant, he was certain that it was a special plant as it was able to grow in this kind of environment. Without any effort, Long Yi managed to gain the goodwill of the ice bears. Everyone rode on the back of an ice bear as they ran towards their cave. After half a day, they arrived in front of a huge ice cave. The dense spirit chi pouring out of the cave shocked them. The magic element contained within this ice cave was 10 times denser than the outside world. All of them were endlessly amazed. It was no wonder that these group of ice bears possessed intelligence. Under the lead of ice bears, Long Yi and the others walked in. Based on logic, there shouldn't be any light in the cave. However, it was bright as day inside. The entire cave was surrounded by huge prismatic ice crystals and it greatly resembled a crystal cave. The material in the cave looked like the materials used to build the ice palace. It was possible that the material used to build the ice palace was obtained from this cave. By this point, Long Yi realized that this huge ice cave was extremely deep, and the deeper they went, the higher the density of spirit chi. All of a sudden, Little Three cried out in excitement and it rushed forward. It stopped in front of a crack located at the center of the ice cave. Pushing with all its might, Little Three's head entered the crack. Shortly afterward, it held something in its mouth. When it pulled out its head, it actually pulled out another ice plant. However, it ignored Long Yi this time and immediately swallowed it. When the violent lightning beast and the fire Kylan saw this, they rushed over. They clearly wanted to get their share. Upon seeing this, violent lightning beast and fire Kylan also rushed over, clearly wanted to get their share. Everyone also walked over and was surprised after they looked in the crack. They could see a cold mist circulating inside the crack and the ice walls on both sides were covered with all kinds of strange plants. Every single one of the plant had different fragrances and they emitted a dense spirit chi. In addition, many plants emitted a faint light which illuminated the land in the midst of the cold mist. It was as if they were showing off a corner of the fairyland. No one knew how long the crack extended. In any case, none of them were able to see the end. Lu Jexia couldn't help himself as he stretched out his hand and reached inside the crack. He wanted to pick up a beautiful ice flower. To everyone's surprise, as soon as his hand entered the crack, he cried out in alarm and he hastily withdrew his hand. His claw was covered with a layer of white frost when he pulled it out. "It's so cold, it's so cold. The temperature inside is really low." Lu Jexia used his dragon power and the white frost on his claw instantly melted. "Stupid. Little Three is much more intelligent than you." Long Yi smiled and hit him without mercy. Lu Jexia muttered to himself, but he didn't dare to argue with Long Yi. He knew how terrifying Long Yi was from experience. He didn't want to antagonize this fellow. "Why are there so many strange plants in this crack? There seem to be nothing in other places." Charmin asked. "If I guessed it correctly, these ice walls gave rise to a cold spirit after hundreds of millions of years. This cold spirit is basically the ice essence. The longer the time, the denser the spirit chi becomes." One can well imagine the level of the cold spirit seeing as it had lived for millions of years. Of course, everything was fine as the cold spirit was sealed up in ice. It just so happened that there was a crack here. It's nothing strange for spirit plants and weird grass to grow here. We can assume that these things would greatly increase the might of water magic. Long Yi observed for a little while and said, "Naturally, it was just his speculation." When he saw Wash Wang in the ice palace, he would ask her about this. Maybe the ice palace possessed records of the plants. "My husband, how about we pick them all? With these things, we will definitely be able to cultivate a lot of high-class water magicians." In addition, Big Sister Shui Ruoyan and Big Sister Wash Wang have water-attributed physiques. The eyes of Yu Feng shone as she made a suggestion. All of these were treasures. Now, we still don't know how long this crack is. It's a pity that the crack is too narrow. We can't enter the crack. There might be even more precious treasures inside the crack. Midire said, if possible, she wanted to obtain all of the cold spirits inside the ice wall. If that is the case, I can go in and take a look. All of you can wait outside. Long Yi also had some expectations. He thought about it and he prepared himself to use the bone shrinking technique in order to enter the crack. Sparkling and crystal clear light blue water elements lit up the area. It was a sign that magic energy had materialized in this place. If others were to see this, they would be shocked to the point where their eyeballs would fall out. This phenomenon could only be achieved by a magic god. A beautiful woman was floating in midair. At this moment, her eyes were closed. She looked just like a fairy who was sleeping peacefully. Her entire body was shrouded with a layer of faint blue light. The magic elements which were materialized were emitted by this beautiful woman. Chapter 563, Water God. The long beautiful hair of this woman was fluttering in the air. Her curvy figure was soul-stirring and she had towering breasts. Her waist was level and with a layer of light blue light sparkling around her. She looked sacred and inviolable. Suddenly, a light blue jade tablet shot out from the globula of this woman and spun rapidly in the sky. Those star-like light specks which were fluttering in the air flew rapidly towards the jade tablet as though they encountered a powerful magnetic field. Soon, all the materialized water magic elements were completely absorbed by that jade tablet. The blue light which surrounded the woman also entered her body. Not long after, this woman slowly opened her eyes and she stood straight in the air. With a flash of blue light, a light blue-colored magic robe appeared on her body. She gradually floated down to the ground as a cold mist gathered around her. This woman softly sighed. Her voice sounded like it came from hundreds of millions of years ago. Stretching out her hand, she grabbed the falling light blue-colored jade tablet and a hint of disappointment flashed through her beautiful eyes. Long Yi used the bone shrinking technique to squeeze into that crack located in the center of the ice cave. He slowly made his way deeper into the cave as he swept away all the exotic flowers and rare herbs into his space ring. However, even after walking 100 meters, Long Yi wasn't able to see the end of the crack. Even with the seventh layer Tianju protecting his body, Long Yi was already shivering. A cold spirit was something related to the spirit. Even if cold qi couldn't harm one's life, it could instantly cause one to sink into a state of suspended animation. Their bodily function would be maintained and they would only regain consciousness when they see the light again. If it wasn't for this seventh layer Tianju protecting his body, Long Yi would have already lost his consciousness. After he walked for a kilometer, the crack gradually became big enough for an average person to walk normally. Before long, Long Yi reached the end of the crack. The only thing at the end of the crack was a small hole. In that small hole, ice shards covered the walls, threatening to turn anyone who entered into a human porcupine. The hole was also extremely deep. Long Yi wasn't able to see the bottom. Long Yi hesitated for a moment. He wondered if he should keep going. He had no idea how the hole was formed and he had no idea how deep the hole was. If he hastily jumped into the hole, who knew what would happen? He didn't hesitate for long as his heart started beating with a special rhythm. The rhythmic vibration was very familiar. Shiyu anger. Long Yi touched his chest and he instantly jumped down. His heartbeat became stronger and stronger as he fell deeper and deeper. Long Yi could feel that he was getting closer and closer to Wash Wang and he quickly increased his speed. He left behind several after images as he charged into the hole. Shoot! Long Yi exclaimed and came to a sudden halt. Now, his forehead was only 1 inch away from a thick ice wall. He had unexpectedly reached the bottom of this hole. Bangpan, bangpan. His heart was still beating happily, but there was no path in front of him. Just as Long Yi was burning with impatience and thinking of a way to blow the wall open, the ice wall began to melt. Long Yi was startled. Could it be that he was seeing things? Rubbing his eyes, Long Yi started to examine the wall in front of him carefully. Before he was able to react, the wall exploded and a strong water current shot at his face. Crash! Long Yi stayed still like a mountain, and the internal force of his outanju protected him. The water which slammed against him eventually crashed to the ground and it instantly froze. Now, a hole appeared in front of Long Yi and there was a familiar figure looking at him on the other side. Anger. Long Yi was pleasantly surprised. In his head, he was prepared to look for her in the ice palace. However, he managed to meet her just by entering that crack in the cave. How could he not be happy? Long Yi rushed into the hole and prepared to hug Wang. Before he was able to touch her, a light blue water screen appeared which made Long Yi bounce several steps back. At this moment, Wang was wearing a light blue magic robe. Her beautiful hair hung down loosely behind her and her spotlessly white feet stood on cold mist. She was curiously sizing up Long Yi. Long Yi came back to his senses in an instant. Looking at Wang's pure and curious gaze, his heart shook and he coldly asked, "Who are you? Why did you occupy Wang's body? What did you do to her?" As it turns out, you were the one causing this. Wang placed her little hand on her chest where her heart was beating rhythmically. Sizing up Long Yi once again, a beautiful smile bloomed on her face. Long Yi raised his eyebrows and his gaze gradually eased up. The strange telepathy between him and Wang told him that Wang was not in danger. Instead, this person was simply occupying Wang's body for a short period of time. "Do you know me?" Long Yi relaxed and tried to guess her identity. She revealed a thin smile without replying. Long Yi, the aura she emitted made him feel extremely comfortable. Even though she didn't answer him, Long Yi didn't care. He closed his eyes and he concentrated his spirit power on her. After sensing her heartbeat, he quickly established a kind of peculiar connection with her. Long Yi began to remember every little detail of the time he had spent together with Wang. From the time she first opened her eyes in the crystal coffin of Lost City, their fate was tightly tied together. Wang just watched Long Yi. Together with him, the memories resurfaced in her mind. Soft and sweet memories appeared in her mind along with some sad ones. "Ah!" Suddenly, Wang exclaimed and a hint of redness appeared on her beautiful face. Long Yi opened his eyes and smirked. He didn't believe that he could cure her and he simply thought of that scene he had together with Wang. Although he had yet to truly take the final step with her, he had already touched everything he should and he had seen everything he should see. The lightning god was righteous and straightforward. Such a bad fellow accepted his inheritance. I wonder if he will regret it. Wang quickly reverted back to normal and smiled. Of course not. He will feel as though he lucked out. Could it be that you don't think so, Lord Water God? Long Yi smirked and said, "You are very smart." A hint of admiration flashed through her beautiful eyes. "That's natural." As she replied him, Long Yi rushed towards her as fast as lightning and he circulated his internal force in his hand. His hands shot towards her acupoints. In an instant, the water god flashed away and blue light shot out from her flabella. The entire space was instantly shrouded by cold chi. Eternal ice seal. The voice of the water god resounded and the cold chi suddenly rolled around. The space itself began to freeze under the water god's god domain. She gently stepped on the cold mist and she stared at Long Yi who was frozen in her domain. She displayed a magnificent smile on her face, relying on his identity as the inheritor of the lightning god. This boy actually dared to disrespect her. She decided that she would leave him frozen for several days and nights. Long Yi was completely frozen but a hint of silverish purple radiance appeared in his globula. However, it disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, a hint of cyan light appeared. The cycle repeated itself several tens of times and the pitch-black eyeballs of Long Yi changed color. It became silverish purple in color and a crackling electric current flowed through the ice around him. Bang! A large amount of energy erupted from Long Yi which shook the entire place. The ice shattered and the hole collapsed. The water god was shocked. However, a spirit tablet shot out from her globula and it emitted a light blue screen. It managed to block the violent energy coming from Long Yi. The water god quickly flew into the sky. Before she had time to take a breather, a shadow appeared above her. A huge hammer, with heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating momentum smashed at her. Clang! The light blue spirit tablet blocked the attack of Long Yi. However, the light blue water screen around her body disappeared. The next thing she felt was a hand around her waist as she fell into a warm bosom. Bang bang, bang bang. The heartbeat of the two people accelerated at the same time. They felt as if they were connected with a kind of blood connection, and a feeling of intoxication washed over them. The water god felt her entire body go hot and soft. Her body instinctively submitted to the familiar warm aura of Long Yi. Although the consciousness belonged to the water god, the body belonged to Wushwang. "Let me go." Water god wanted to angrily rebuke Long Yi. However, she looked coquettishly into Long Yi's eyes. The marvelous connection between the two of them was not something she could cut off. "No, I am hugging my woman, why are you butting in? If you don't like it, then disappear and return my Wushwang to me." Long Yi looked like a rogue. His guess was correct. Although the water god occupied Wushwang's body, she only had Wushwang's strength. As the most gentle and kind god among the 7 main gods, the water god had no way to deal with Long Yi's roguish behavior. She was even less of an opponent to Long Yi's slick talking. "I cannot go away for the time being." In Long Yi's bosom, the water god struggled. Her towering bosom rubbed against Long Yi's sturdy chest, which caused her to feel a burst of pleasure. She became endlessly embarrassed and angered. "Why?" Long Yi asked as he grabbed the buttocks of the water god with his big hands. He clearly knew the sensitive parts of Wushwang's body. "I will tell you the reason. Can you stop moving around?" Water god softened her tone. She compromised after realizing that she wasn't Long Yi's opponent. She had lived for such a long period of time, but no one had ever taken advantage of her like this. In addition, that kind of pleasure made her even more flustered. "Okay." Long Yi agreed. Hugging the water god, he slowly descended. He sat on a piece of huge ice as he nestled the water god in his bosom. "Wushwang is the disciple of the Ice Palace. Her physique is very good. She can innately sense water magic elements. I wanted to make her inherit the position of the water god. Unfortunately, I discovered that although her body was able to absorb a small part of energy within the water god's spirit tablet, a mark couldn't be formed in her body." The water god sighed. When he heard what the water god said, Long Yi was startled. He asked, "If this inheritance is successful, wouldn't you die like the lightning god?" The water god nodded her head, and she no longer struggled in Long Yi's embrace. "Now that the inheritance failed, why don't you return? What will happen to my Wushwang?" When he heard that the water god wanted to make Wushwang inherit her position and she was prepared to die, Long Yi developed a deep respect for her. He no longer had any thoughts to take advantage of the water god. "The water god statue in the Ice Palace is my origin body. However, since I was prepared to pass down my spirit tablet inheritance and divine mark, the statue no longer exists. I will disappear in 15 days. It has already been 10 days since I entered seclusion. In other words, I only have 5 days left. You can rest assured, Wushwang will be fine." The water god indifferently said. Long Yi remained silent for a long time. He could clearly feel the helplessness and the feeling of freedom coming from the water god. Then, he asked, "Is there any way I can help you? If you disappear here, does that represent that the position of the water god will remain vacant forever? Unless you help me find another suitable person to inherit the water god spirit tablet within the next 5 days, you cannot help me." "It's fine if you cannot find anyone. I will just place the water god mark inside the spirit tablet. If someone has the predestined affinity, that person will receive the water god inheritance. If there is no one..." The water god lowered her voice. "What will happen if there is no one?" Long Yi asked. "If there is no one, then, perhaps, the world might fall apart." The water god lifted her head from the bosom of Long Yi and reached out her hand to caress the lightning mark on Long Yi's head. "What do you mean?" Long Yi felt that the water god was not joking. He hastily grabbed her little hand and asked solemnly. The water god gently struggled free from the big hand of Long Yi and stood up. Stepping on the surface of the ice, She walked forward and she looked at the distant sky. She faced her back towards Long Yi. A cold wind blew against the water god's magic robe and it gave people an ethereal and natural feeling. Long Yi squinted his eyes as he looked at the water god's back view. He truly felt like she didn't belong to this secular world. Their heartbeat was so close, but he felt like she was extremely far away. She was just like that water god statue which was covered by a layer of mist. After a long time, Long Yi walked over to her side and reached out his hand to tuck her fluttering hair behind her ear. He said with a smile, "It truly might not be a bad idea for the world to be destroyed. At least, everyone will be done for together. Originally the world came from nothing. It's a great privilege to witness its destruction." The water god didn't dodge Long Yi's intimate movements. She simply looked at Long Yi with an amazed expression and she said, "Aren't you afraid?" "Why should I be afraid? I have no regrets coming to this world. I only hope that I am together with all my family members, friends, and beauties when that time comes." Turning into the dust of the universe together with everyone is also a kind of romance, don't you feel so? Long Yi smirked and said, "Romance?" Water god looked at Long Yi. Obviously, she didn't understand the meaning of this word. "Do you gods not fall in love?" Long Yi asked. The water god shook her head, consoling her heart with her little hand. She looked at Long Yi and she said, "The feeling of love is wonderful. Can you feel it?" Long Yi asked. The water god nodded her head. Naturally, she felt this from the beginning. Although she knew that the feeling wasn't hers, she really liked it. Chapter 564, Dream Space. Long Yi felt that it was somewhat ridiculous. That peculiar feeling between him and Wash Wang fulfilled the wish of another person. That person was unexpectedly the water god, one of the 7 main gods. If courts existed in the divine world, should he sue her for stealing someone else's love? Just as his imaginations were running wild, the water god saw several shadows who were flying towards them. She said, "Your friends are coming. I don't want to see any outsiders. Make them wait in the ice palace." After she spoke, the water god's figure flashed. She hid herself into the layer of ice and disappeared without a trace. Outsiders? Long Yi mulled over this word and smirked. Didn't that meant that he wasn't an outsider? Barbarian Bull and the others quickly flew over. When they saw the mess which covered an area with 1 kilometer in diameter, all of them exclaimed with surprise, "Boss, what happened here? Why are you the only one here?" Barbarian Bull rushed over as he carried Greenstone Rule. He left behind after images as he was moving too fast. It was obvious that he was much stronger than before. Nothing happened. There was a very deep hole behind the crack in the ice cave. Due to a small mishap, it collapsed. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said casually. When Yu Feng heard what Long Yi said, she pulled his arm and examined his body for injuries. Although she knew that her husband was already one of the peak experts of this world, she was subconsciously still worried. It wasn't because she didn't have confidence in him. Instead, it was because her love for him ran too deep. Liuxa simply shot a glance at Long Yi. Just by sensing the dense water magic elements and lightning magic elements which were lingering in the air, she clearly knew that there was an intense collision which just took place. However, she didn't say anything. If Long Yi wanted to tell them about it, he wouldn't have said that it was a mishap. No one was ordinary in this group and everyone managed to sense that something unusual was going on. Long Yi simply caressed Yu Feng's beautiful hair as he said, "Fenger, lead them to the ice palace first. I'll join you later." Yu Feng hesitated for a little while before finally nodding her head. Tightly grabbing onto Long Yi's hand, she said, "My husband, please be careful. We will wait for you in the ice palace. Go, be careful on the way." Long Yi smiled as he looked at the group. He made Little Three and the other god beasts follow behind them as they made their way to the ice palace. When the figure of everyone disappeared, the water god appeared again. "I can see that all of them trust you very much," the water god faintly said with a hint of envy in her voice. "Trust plays a vital role in a relationship between people," Long Yi said with a faint smile. When she heard his words, the water god became silent for a moment. After some time, she said, "Come, I will take you to a place." "What place?" Long Yi asked. "You will know after you arrive." the water god said as she flew towards the distant place. After flying in the sky for a long time, the two of them finally landed on an eye's edge. The water god chanted an incantation and a space rift appeared in front of them. She pulled Long Yi into the space rift. Long Yi felt everything before his eyes turned dark. Soon after that, everything became bright again. In addition, a burst of pure and fresh fragrance blew against his face. Long Yi looked around him in amazement and was speechless for a while. This was simply a dreamlike world. The sky was a light blue transparent water screen where different colored fishes were swimming. There were water plants which were light swaying in the skies. The ground was also similarly made from the water screen. It felt very comfortable to walk on it. Of course, one didn't sink into the ground when walking on it. Everything was very amazing. At this moment, there was a path made of water in front of Long Yi. It was just a simple bulge in the ground and both sides of the path had fences which were made up of water elements. On the other side of the fence, flowers, plants, and trees grew. Needless to say, all of them were also made up of water elements. Long Yi could also see that there were small fishes swimming inside those trees. At the end of this dreamlike path, there was a blue palace. Whenever a light breeze blew across the lane, the walls of the palace would ripple as though this was a world within a fairy tale. Welcome to my water god space. You are the first guest to ever arrive here. The water god gave a charming smile. Her smile had a hint of an innocent and naive feeling. In this place, she removed all of her disguises. She was elated as she brought Long Yi around. Long Yi was startled. The feeling she gave him from her smile was definitely different from Shuang's. However, the way they smiled actually resembled each other. Long Yi was instantly confused. Water god lightly danced on the surface of the water with her bare feet. Small fishes were attracted by the jade-like feet. They surrounded her feet and gently pecked at them, making her giggle. Why don't you take off your shoes as well? Wearing shoes for a long time is so uncomfortable. The water god turned to Long Yi and said, "My legs are smelly. I'm afraid that I'll poison those fishes." Long Yi smirked and said. The water god just chuckled and waving her jade hand, the shoes of Long Yi were instantly cut into pieces by two light blue water blades. Clean water with a light blue hue bound and washed his legs. How about taking off our clothes too? Isn't it much better to completely return to nature? Long Yi said with a bad smile. Don't think about anything bad. I have the final say in this water god space. Moreover, I don't mind cleansing your dirty brain and heart. The heart of the water god jumped as she glared at Long Yi with a look of annoyance. Hey, your heart is beating faster. Now, I'm doubting your identity. Are you really the water god? Long Yi flashed over to the side of the water god. The heartbeat is not under my control, it is the instinctive reaction of this body. Water god said. She felt that this feeling wasn't too bad and she even liked it. However, she was very confused. She wondered if she liked the feeling because Shuang liked it. Long Yi looked at the water god with piercing eyes. He suddenly kissed her on the lips and he said, "Is that so? Then, how do you feel now?" The beautiful face of the water god became bright red. Touching her lips, she replied, tingling like an electric shock. However, why is it like that? Is this the feeling which appears when humans come into contact? That's right. Only men and women who adore each other will feel this way. As for the reason, it's too complicated. Even the most intelligent people are unable to explain the reason. Long Yi said with a smile. Water god nodded her head thoughtfully. With Long Yi walking behind her, they entered the fairy tale-like palace. Long Yi understood a little. These 7 main gods seemed to have their own independent space. For instance, the dark space which belonged to the dark god. The lightning god forbidden area. Of course, there was also the water god space. If the magician with the same attribute cultivates in those places, the effect would be many times better than cultivating outside. Long Yi knew this point from experience. At the southwest side of the vast sea, there was a layer of black mist which shrouded the area all year round. The place was filled with dense dark magic elements. If one could pass through this dense black mist, one would be able to see many huge islands. There was a continuous mountain range on this island with ancient towering trees, clear waterfalls, and lakes which were big and small everywhere. Above these huge islands, one could frequently see pitch-black dragons flying in the sky. In addition, there were huge black dragons basking in the sun in the lakes. The atmosphere seemed peaceful and quiet. All of a sudden, the black mist which surrounded the islands parted. A figure flew into the sky above those islands before landing on the peak of the tallest mountain. This mountain was different from other mountains. It was entirely made up of sparkling and shining gems, gold, and other treasures. Under the illumination of sunlight, it would emit an enchanting luster. All the dragons from the demonic dragon clan would look at the treasure mountain with an infatuated look in their eyes. Above this treasured mountain, there was the cave of the demonic dragon clan's dragon king. Only the family members of the dragon king and some elders were able to live in the vicinity of the treasure mountain. In the huge cave, a middle-aged man wearing black scale armor appeared in order to welcome the dragon who had just entered the island. The black scale armor on his body was much brighter than other people. Everyone could clearly see their reflection in it. He also looked very handsome and his aura was very mild. However, his pitch-black eyes were deep. They seemed like they were a bottomless abyss. Anyone who stood in front of him would feel fear from the bottom of their heart. Pierre pays respect to the Dragon King. Pierre bowed and greeted respectfully. Like human empires, the hierarchy of the dragon race was strictly enforced. Elder doesn't need to be too polite. Why are you the only one who came back? Could it be that you were unable to find the two foolish girls? The Dragon King frowned and asked. Answering to the Dragon King, I have already found Princess and Crystal. They are together with Fandy's child. They will return soon, Pierre said. The expression on the Dragon King's face changed when he heard the name, Fandy. He was surprised and somewhat excited. However, he quickly controlled his emotions and he said, now that my niece is safe and sound, she must hate us all, these so-called relatives. She is much stronger than Princess. However, her parents are imprisoned in the forbidden zone of the Divine Dragon Clan. I can feel that her heart is full of hatred. Pierre sighed deeply. Dragon King walked out this huge cave and looked at this quiet and peaceful demonic dragon island without speaking for a long time. At that time, he was still not in a high position, thus, he had no right to speak out for the clan. He felt endlessly guilty because of this matter. Dragon King, I have another piece of important information I wish to report to you. This relates to the fate of our dragon race, Pierre solemnly said. When he saw the expression on Pierre's face, the heart of the Dragon King involuntarily tightened. Since this matter concerned the fate of the dragon race, he immediately understood that it was a very serious matter. He hastily said, Elder, please speak. When I was in the Blue Waves continent, I met a very unusual human. He is 20 or so in age and even though I didn't truly fight against him, I'm afraid that his strength is above mine. In addition, he has the Light Saint Beast, the Fire Kylan, and the divinized Violent Lightning Beast. He has 3 god beasts. Elder Pierre said. The Dragon King was shocked and asked in disbelief, how can this be? How can 3 god beasts recognize one person as their master? Furthermore, Fandy didn't only have one child, he has another younger daughter with the devouring dragon physique. Pierre said, what, devouring dragon physique? Why didn't you bring her back? The Dragon King firmly grabbed the shoulder of Pierre. Now, he understood the matter which concerned the fate of the Dragon Clan. Fandy's youngest daughter recognizes that young man as her father. Her feelings for him isn't just considered deep. Even her feelings for her big sister can't be compared to her feelings for that young man. Pierre said with a bitter smile. That was the most terrible thing. For the future of the Dragon Clan, one could well imagine the importance of the devouring dragon physique. However, the dragon who had that physique was in the hands of a peculiar human. If that human wanted, he would be able to control the fate of the noble dragon race. The complexion of the Dragon King instantly changed. However, he calmed down after some time and he said, a person that is able to have 3 god beasts by his side at the same time is definitely someone chosen by a Lord God. Since the devouring dragon physique has appeared again, the world will no longer be able to remain calm. Our dragon race might be able to maintain our integrity. Dragon King, what should we do now? Pierre asked. First, we'll just wait and see. By the way, Are those two foolish girls also with him? The Dragon King asked. Yes. Furthermore, the two children of the Divine Dragon King are with him as well. Pierre replied. The Divine Dragon King's children are there as well? It seems like the grudges between the demonic Dragon Clan and the Divine Dragon Clan will resolve themselves with time. An unfathomable smile appeared on the face of the Dragon King. In origin ice, Yu Feng and the others were following Snowstorm Divine Martin as they hurried on their journey. The fresh feeling they had when they entered origin ice had already disappeared. Everyone felt a little bored. Other than snow and ice, they didn't even see a ghost. Of course, it was excluding the cave of ice bears they saw at the start of their journey. Hey, look, what is that? Crystal, who was following behind everyone, suddenly exclaimed. Everyone stopped in their tracks and they looked at where Crystal was pointing. They saw a bee-like creature flying in the air. If they listened carefully, they would be able to hear a buzzing sound. Everyone quickly walked over and saw this transparent ice bee, which was roughly the size of a thumb. It actually had a blood-red bee sting on its tail. When they were sizing it up, that ice bee shot towards Lujexia, who was the nearest. It flew at an insane speed. Although Lujexia was shocked, he didn't care too much about it. He subconsciously waved his hand at the bee. He assumed that the attack power of this little thing was very limited. He, as a dragon, had thick skin and coarse flesh. His scales were even stronger, which should be enough to deal with a little bee. In the instant Lujexia's wrist smashed into the bee, the blood-red sting sunk into his skin. Lujexia felt a sharp pain and he quickly used his other hand to cover his wrist as beads of perspiration dripped from his forehead. Immediately after that, Lujexia felt a stinging pain and he used his other hand to cover his wrist while sweating profusely in pain. Chapter 565, Icy Blood. Demonic Bee. That ice bee was swatted away by Lujexia with great force and it smashed straight into the surface of the ice not far away. No one knew where this little freak came from, but it was extremely tenacious. It had an astonishing vitality. It struggled a few times on the ice surface before flying upwards again. After fluttering about in the sky as if it was drunk, its last bit of vitality was burned away and it fell into the ice below. It completely melted away in front of everyone. Little brother, are you alright? Looking at Lujexia holding his wrist as he emitted miserable screams, Midair was worried and in distress. She knew her younger brother very well. Although his temperament was impetuous and a little naughty, he would never scream like this unless he was feeling great pain which came from the bottom of his heart. Big sister, it hurts. Lujexia looked pale and his lips were trembling. When she saw this, Midair pulled away Lujexia's hand which was covering his wrist. Her complexion turned pale in an instant. She saw that the skin and flesh on his wrist had already begun to fester. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that his flesh was eaten away at a speed which was visible to the naked eye. Moreover, it seemed to be spreading. No one had thought that the poison of such a tiny ice bee would be so strong. This frightened everyone. What should we do? What should we do? Midair used her dragon power to cover the wound. However, she discovered that it was useless. She was extremely agitated and she didn't know what to do. At that time, Li King, who had always been silent among the group, made a move. He waved his ice sword and sliced off the festering skin and flesh on Lujexia's wrist. In addition, his sword chi instantly froze the wound which stopped the bleeding. As for that festering skin and flesh, it fell onto the ice surface and turned into a pool of blood before long. This scene made people shudder. Lujexia let out a muffled groan and started to sweat profusely. Although it was still painful, compared to the pain he felt when that poison was eroding his flesh, it was much better. Moreover, Midair timely used her dragon power to cure him. Li King, thank you. Midair thanked with heartfelt gratitude. If it was not for Li King making a prompt decision, she feared that Lujexia would have to suffer for an even longer time. Just looking at that terrifying poison, she knew that if the festering skin and flesh wasn't cut off in time, Lujexia's body would eventually turn into a pool of blood. It's okay. Li King indifferently said as he stood to the side as he held his sword. His cold nature was still the same. In this group, Other than occasionally talking to Barbarian Bull and Long Yi, he didn't pay attention to anyone else. That was so scary. What is that thing? Crystal patted her chest. Fortunately, she wasn't the person who was stung. Otherwise, she would have to suffer the pain of having a large piece of her flesh cut off. I never heard that reunites had this kind of poisonous bee. In the past when I came here together with Long Yi, we didn't see anything like it. Big Sister Wushwang never told us anything about it. Yu Feng was utterly shocked. One should know that Lu Jexia was a dragon and members of the dragon race were known to have the strongest physique. Regardless of physical or magical defense, dragons were the strongest. Unexpectedly, this tiny ice bee was able to easily pierce through their scale armor. Don't worry too much about it. We should hurry to Ice Palace. If a few of these things appear, it's not scary. However, it's a different case if a group of them appears. Liu Xe said. Everyone became serious and increased their speed towards the Ice Palace. In the water god's space, a light blue cloud was floating in the sky. Long Yi laid on the cloud as he felt extremely comfortable. It was as though he was lying on a huge bed of water. At this moment, he was looking at water's screen above and was lost in thoughts as he looked at the fishes which were swimming around. As a matter of fact, his mind had already flown to the highest heaven at this moment. The water god was sitting at the edge of the cloud as she unconsciously kicked her legs around. She was in a daze as she thought of something. After a long time, the pitch-black pupils of Long Yi moved. Looking at the familiar back view, he discovered the common point between the water god and Wushwang. Their temperament was very similar when they were quiet. The calm and indifferent aura allowed others to feel a sense of peace. What are you thinking about? Long Yi extended his hand as he poked the water god's waist. He smelled the faint fragrance which lingered in the air. It was Wushwang's unique fragrance. Turning around, the water god looked at Long Yi, who was using one of his hands as a pillow as he used the other to play with her beautiful hair. He had a pleased expression on his face, as if the doing of ghosts and gods. Her legs which hung down from the cloud moved and she shrunk into Long Yi's bosom. She seemed like a little cat when she laid in Long Yi's embrace. Long Yi was startled. Wushwang used to do this all the time. Seeing how the water god shrunk into his bosom, Long Yi felt as though the woman he was holding was Wushwang. Obviously, the water god was also surprised by her own subconscious movement. She was clearly controlling this body, but some of the actions she made in front of Long Yi puzzled her. Could it be that the physical instinct was stronger than the consciousness? For instance, the marvelous telepathy between Long Yi and her. The intimate action with Long Yi caused her heartbeat to speed up. As of right now, are you the water god or are you Wushwang? Long Yi caressed the beautiful hair of the woman in his bosom and asked. At first, I always thought that it was me. Now, I'm not sure. Perhaps, since my consciousness entered this body, I am already no longer purely the water god. The water god leaned on Long Yi's chest and listened to his rhythmically beating heart. She felt a kind of warmth and safety she had never felt before. This was a kind of happiness for her. Who would have thought that she had never known anything about happiness before? Long Yi thought about it and a smile appeared on his face. He agreed with this point. For instance, when his consciousness had entered the body of Zimin Yu, some of his usual behavior was affected by that young thug at times. Furthermore, there was that biological familial love which he wasn't able to part with. Otherwise, with his usual deposition, he wouldn't enter the quagmire of war just for the sake of the Zimin clan. I only have 4 days left. The water god muttered as if she was talking to herself as she poured her heart out. Long Yi raised his eyebrows and a feeling of pain shot through his chest. Are you sad? Looking up, the water god asked. She caressed Long Yi's chest. Long Yi made a bitter smile and nodded his head. Does that mean you like me, or is it just that marvelous relationship you have with Wushwang's body? A light flashed through the water god's eyes. Long Yi shook his head. No one knew what Long Yi was saying. It was unknown whether he was saying he didn't like her or not. However, the water god didn't care about it and she simply stared at Long Yi's lips for some time. All of a sudden, she sealed Long Yi's lips with hers. The soft and warm feeling filled her body and she even felt like her private part turned a little moist. It was kind of a pleasant sensation. As for Long Yi, He closed his eyes and he indulged himself in the soft and warm lips. He started to hallucinate and he felt as if the woman kissing him no longer had Wang's appearance. Instead, she had a hazy face and only her clear pupils were visible. The water god simply relied on her instincts to kiss Long Yi and she sucked on his lips. Moreover, her entire body started to heat up. She became intoxicated in the feeling. Long Yi's breathing started to speed up and he started to take the initiative. He used the tip of his tongue to explore deeper into her mouth. He teased her fragrant tongue. The two people got more and more engaged and her kissing skills became more and more skillful. Moreover, they felt like their consciousness had left their body and fluttered in the sky together. This kind of passion was a kind of supreme joy. The water god tasted the flavor of for the first time. If her consciousness was in her own body, she might have never gotten this intimate with Long Yi. There was no way she would have felt such a pleasant sensation. However, her consciousness occupied Wang's body and there was marvelous telepathy between Wang and Long Yi. As a result, she trusted Long Yi instinctively and she was extremely sensitive to his aura. More importantly, the water god knew nothing about the love between human beings. In that aspect, she was truly like a blank piece of paper. However, because of the connection between Wang and Long Yi, she tasted that kind of peculiar taste. It was very easy to get addicted once they tasted the feeling of. What's more, the water god was curious. After dabbling in it once, she wanted to taste that kind of flavor again. She got caught up in a near-resolvable situation. At this moment, Long Yi had already pushed her down on the cloud and his big hand directly reached into her magic robe. He fondled her plump and snow-white. Letting out a moan, she felt that her private parts were tingling all over. After that, the claws of Long Yi gradually moved down and slowly slid into her thighs. He began to stroke her inner thighs lightly. He kept teasing her but his finger always maintained the distance of an inch or half an inch away from the center. Such teasing made the inexperienced water god feel distressed and she snorted in dissatisfaction. Moreover, she lightly bit down on his tongue that was invading her mouth. Long Yi readily took the hint. He no longer teased her and his big hand pressed towards that small moist gorge. The entire body of the water god quivered and the muscles of her entire body stretched taut. Then, with a shivering feeling transmitting all over her body from her private part, her mind became a blank space. She had unexpectedly reached the peak. Long Yi still had his eyes closed and when he felt that she had reached the peak, he wanted to explode. He turned over, pulled off the clothing of the water god and he kissed her cheek. All of a sudden, he suddenly felt a wet and salty taste. He was instantly startled. He slowly opened his eyes and suddenly discovered that the illusory figurine in his mind had already gone far away. In front of him was a tear-stained appearance of Wang. The fire of lust within Long Yi was instantly extinguished as if cold water was poured on him. Wang also had a pure yin physique, so she might lose her power once she lost her virginity. Moreover, if his little brother entered her body, he would truly become a popsicle. Besides, this was the body of Wang. It was unfair for her if her first time was taken away when her body was controlled by another person. After a good while, the water god came back to her senses from her lingering. She saw that Long Yi was somewhat sad as he looked at her. "Why are you crying?" Long Yi asked. "I don't know. It's just that, just a moment ago, I felt that my heart fluttered and became empty." The water god shook her head with red eyes. Long Yi comforted her beautiful face in silence. "I still have 4 days left. Why don't I become your lover like Wang for the next 4 days?" The water god faintly said. With regards to the feelings between men and women, she finally understood that it was not only sweetness but also inexplicable grief. Long Yi shook his head and said, "I want you for a lifetime." The water god was startled and she sighed gently. She snuggled into Long Yi's bosom. The light blue clouds slowly drifted away and that man and women who were snuggling up with each other gradually became indistinct. Time quickly passed. It had already been 2 days. In these 2 days, Long Yi and the water god had been staying together in this beautiful water god space as if they had forgotten about all their worries. They talked and laughed as they held hands. It was as though they were a pair of sweethearts. However, They limited themselves and they would only hug each other. That kind of behavior didn't happen in the 2 days. At this moment, the two people were sitting together on a water element sofa inside the water god hall. Long Yi was flipping through those books he had found in the Shrine of Lost City and he asked the water god whatever he didn't understand. Without hiding anything, she told him everything. However, when he asked about the 7 main gods, she always replied with the same line, "You will understand everything in the future." After seeing that there were no results, Long Yi tactfully no longer asked about that. In the past, he had asked the Dark God, and the Dark God simply told him that he didn't have the power to know about it. When he asked the Lightning God, he had also answered vaguely. Now, Long Yi was pretty strong and he was able to wear the Lightning God armor for a little while. However, when he asked the Water God about the matters regarding the 7 main gods, she would dismiss his question with a single sentence. In any case, he could be regarded as the inheritor of the Lightning God. However, everything was still unknown to him. He really wondered about what exactly happened to those gods. The Water God leaned close to Long Yi. This simple action gave her endless satisfaction. She was swinging her delicate jade legs and she suddenly noticed that her legs had a strong contrast with Long Yi's leg. His legs were big and dark-skinned, whereas hers was small and it was snow white. She suddenly felt as though it was extremely interesting. Bending her toe slightly, she lightly scratched Long Yi's feet. Long Yi put away the book and looked down. Lifting up his big leg, he gently caressed her legs. "It's tickling me." She chuckled and was unwilling to be outdone. She used her other leg to tickle Long Yi's feet. At this moment, these two people were playing like children. Their legs tickled or scratched the other's legs. "Hello, I am seeing you for the first time. Please take care of me. My name is Long Yi. What is your name?" The big toe and index toe of Long Yi walked over step by step as if they were legs of their own. They went over to the water god's jade legs. The water god chuckled and mimicking the appearance of Long Yi, she stuck up her crystal clear big toe and said, "My name is Zia. Please treat me kindly." "Zia." Long Yi muttered repeatedly. As it turned out, main gods also had names. He looked at the slender jade leg of the water god and was somewhat lost in thoughts. He suddenly recalled that he used to regularly play this game with little Chi when they were young in his previous world. "What's wrong? Is my name unpleasant to the ears?" Seeing as Long Yi was lost in thought all of a sudden, Water God asked. Looking up, Long Yi shook his head with a smile. He stood up and placed her on his lap. Subconsciously, the water god reached out her hands and hugged the neck of Long Yi and she suddenly felt that she and Long Yi seemed to be merged together in this posture. "Zia, accompany me for a dance," Long Yi said with a low voice. Holding her slender waist, he began to move. Closing her eyes, the water god felt the world in the heart of Long Yi. In that world, under the hazy moonlight, melodious music drifted in the air and in the midst of fluttering fiery red maple leaves, a pair of man and woman could be vaguely seen dancing along with the music. The boy was very tall and he resembled Long Yi. As for the girl, she was very dainty and she had long pitch black hair. The water god was somewhat intoxicated and she was unable to differentiate whether this happiness was the happiness of that man and woman or was the happiness that belonged to her. Suddenly, these two people trembled and that scene in their mind disappeared as if it was an illusion. Something has happened outside. Water god sighed softly. At this moment in Origin Ice, a large number of ice bees had emerged from God knows where. These ice bees had a blood-red stinger on their tail and they were of the same species which stung and wounded Lujexia. Those ice bees covered the entire sky. This swarm of densely packed bee was everywhere as far as the eye could see, forming a huge bee cloud which seemed to stretch onto infinity. One could clearly hear the buzzing sound even if they were several dozen li away. "Don't stand there in a daze. Quickly enter the ice palace," Liuxa shouted loudly. When they had just summoned the ice palace from the depth of the layer of ice, They saw this swarm of bees rapidly flying towards them. There seemed to be millions upon millions of them, and they already knew the terrible aspect of these ice bees. The attack power of just one was already very powerful. If this swarm of millions upon millions of bees stung them, they were afraid that even their bones would not be left. Everyone ran into Ice Palace in terror. Activating the barrier of Ice Palace, they made Ice Palace slowly sink into the ice again. Just after the Ice Palace had completely sunk into the layer of ice, this swarm of ice bees instantly covered this world. What a close call. Everyone was relieved. Fortunately, they had already learned of the method to employ this Ice Palace from Man 2. Otherwise, they would have truly been in danger. Other than Yu Feng, it was the first time for other people came to the Ice Palace. As such, they started to look around curiously. Yu Feng roughly knew the layout of the Ice Palace. When they led everyone to the square of the Ice Palace, she suddenly exclaimed, "Strange, why is the statue of the Ice Palace's goddess missing? What is so strange about it? Maybe someone moved it elsewhere." Lu Jexia said, and everyone else didn't think too much about this. However, Yu Feng knew the importance of that statue for the Ice Palace. In the past, that woman from the Ice Palace was extremely respectful to that statue. Even when it was touched accidentally, she would kneel down and beg for forgiveness. It was obvious that the statue was extremely important. How could it be gone? Even though she knew that it was extremely weird, she didn't have much time to think. She saw that the ice bees were digging through the layer of ice which covered them. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other and made a wry smile. Weren't these ice bees supposed to be insects? Why were they able to dig a hole? Soon, the defensive barrier of the Ice Palace was covered with dense ice bees. Then, they would stick up their tail stinger and attack crazily at the barrier. The stinger at their tail was very sturdy. Unlike common bees whose stinger would fall off after stinging once, they could continuously sting 4 or 5 times before their tail stinger falls off. Even after their corpse melted away, they possessed an extremely strong corrosive property. It quickly depleted the Ice Palace's defensive barrier. Although the defensive barrier of the Ice Palace was very strong, it would not be able to bear the continuous attack of such a large swarm of ice bees. In less than half a day, the defensive barrier began to fluctuate. It was clear that the barrier had already started to turn unstable. With the numbers of ice bees in this swarm, it was only a matter of time before this barrier was broken. Heavens, I am so unlucky. I take back my words. Origin Ice is not fun at all. Crystal lamented in panic. Members of the dragon race was naturally very powerful. However, one should know that just one ice bee was already so poisonous and doughty. In front of them, there were millions upon millions of them. No matter how strong one was, it was impossible to withstand the attack from the swarm of ice bees. They would have a chance if they ran away now. If they were surrounded, they could only wait for death. If I had known that these abnormal things could dig a hole earlier, I would have already fled for my life. Lu Jexia bitterly said, "Don't talk nonsense. Now, we'll make the Ice Palace rise above the ice once again. We'll run away the instant the barrier breaks." As I see it, it seems that these ice bees are unable to fly very high. At that time, immediately activate your barrier to protect yourself and fly as high as you can. Lai Yuxia calmly made the judgment. Having heard what was said, everyone became happy. The words of Lai Yuxia truly made a lot of sense. Generally, the swarm of bees couldn't fly very high. After activating their barrier to keep out these ice bees, they would soar into the skies. It would be possible for them to retain their life. The Ice Palace slowly began to rise along with the defensive barrier, but everyone's complexion became pale as they felt that the plan of Lai Yuxia might be a little difficult to carry out. Now, these ice bees had blotted out the sky. Moreover, on the periphery, there were fist-sized ice bees and their tail stinger was as thick as a finger. The ice bees that were attacking the barrier were only the lowest leveled ice bees. In addition, their personal barrier was much weaker than the defensive barrier of the Ice Palace. None of them had any idea if they would be able to withstand the attack of these ice bees as they fled. "Big sister, we will not die in this goddamned place, will we? I still haven't gotten married yet. I don't want to die." Lujexia shrunk back behind Midair in fear and muttered, "Shut your mouth, you useless fellow. If you open your mouth again, I will throw you out." Midair reached out her hand and grabbing Lujexia's ear and scolded. She didn't want to let this kid know that she was actually terrified in her heart as well. Okay, big sister, please let it go, I am still wounded." Lujexia hastily begged for mercy. After Midair let him go, he suddenly muttered gloomily, "Only if Long Yi was here, everything would have been fine, right? Only if he was here." Everyone had this feeling in their heart in succession. At an unknown time, Long Yi had already turned into the supporting pillar of everyone. Even Lujexia, who hated and feared him, remembered him at the critical moment. At this moment, Long Yi and Water God Xia returned to Origin Ice from the Water God space. Seeing that huge swarm of ice bees from far away, they were shocked. "What kind of terrible thing is that?" Long Yi exclaimed loudly, "It's the icy blood demonic bee. It seems that the seal is already broken and the swarm is attacking the ice palace. Your friends are in danger." Xia frowned and said, Chapter 566, Queen Bee. "Seal? What seal?" Long Yi asked in confusion. Icy blood demonic bee is a kind of ancient creature. It existed millions of years ago when the entire world was still covered in ice. Until several 10,000 years ago, they dominated Origin Ice and no creatures could escape their pursuit. In the past, the dragon god acted together with the elders of the dragon race in order to seal them. However, it seems as though the seal became too loose after such a long period of time. Water God Xia explained. "Then, why are they attacking Ice Palace? It isn't because of vengeance, is it?" Long Yi was worried as in his group, there were 6 dragons. "Probably," Xia faintly said. "The defensive barrier of the Ice Palace is swaying violently. It looks like it won't be able to hold on. I'm going to help them," Long Yi said, wanting to fly over. "Wait a minute, first. Look at the attacking lineup of this swarm. Everything is happening due to the command of the Queen Bee. If you kill the Queen Bee, the swarm of bees will be easier to deal with. I will go to the Ice Palace to help your friends and you can go and find the Queen Bee." Xia stopped Long Yi and said, "It was very risky to deal with the Queen Bee." Although she didn't fear death, Long Yi was stronger than the current her. Naturally, she handed the important task of killing the Queen Bee to Long Yi. "No problem, it's just a Queen Bee, it's nothing much." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile as he looked at that swarm of bees, "Be careful, I'm going to head over to the Ice Palace." Xia gently looked at Long Yi and standing on her tiptoe, she kissed Long Yi's lips. Turning into a streak of blue light, she flew towards the distant bee swarm. A layer of blue water's screen barrier sliced open the thickly dotted swarm of icy blood demonic bees and forcefully opened a passage. The icy blood demonic bees in the swarm gathered together and violently attacked Xia with their blood-red tail stinger. "Big wave soar!" Xia shouted loudly. The water god spirit tablet shot out from her globola and a huge water dragon rolled up in the sky, it instantly engulfing icy blood demonic bees within the radius of several 100 meters around Xia. Now, a hole appeared in the midst of the icy blood demonic bee swarm. These icy blood demonic bees that could move freely in Origin Ice, just like other species of bees, were afraid of water. The instant they got wet, their bodies would melt. Now that there was no bee swarm blocking her, Xia easily entered into the defensive barrier of the Ice Palace as she used her spirit tablet. Spinning in the sky, the spirit tablet emitted a light blue radiance. Instantly after that, the distorting barrier became stable. Upon seeing this, everyone in the barrier sighed a breath of relief. If this had happened a little later, the barrier might have broken. Just by looking at that bee swarm that practically shrouded the entire sky, their scalp tingled. If they were to run away and their personal barrier wasn't able to hold on, they thought of what would happen and their bodies shivered. "Big sister Wash Wang, you came back." Seeing Wash Wang descending just like a goddess, Yu Feng excitedly ran over. Xia was startled and she didn't know what to say. Finished, I am finished." Seeing Xia descending from the sky, Lujexia became absent-minded. At that moment, when he saw the warm spring breeze-like smile on Xia's face, His poor little heart started to beat faster. He crazily roared in his heart. My spring finally came. At one side, seeing Lu Jexia stare at Xia in a daze, Li King couldn't help but snort coldly. With a flick of his finger, he shot a strand of cold chi at Lu Jexia. Feeling a trace of coldness on his neck, Lu Jexia cried out in alarm. Who sneak attacked this grandfather? Lu Jexia looked all around, and when he saw that Li King was coldly staring at him, he flew into a rage from shame and shouted, "Was it you that sneak attacked me?" "That's right," Li King coldly said. "You damned ice cube, don't you have anything better to do? How did my younger brother bother you?" Seeing as her younger brother was bullied for no reason at all, Midir jumped in. All dragons had the habit of shielding their own kind. One shouldn't look at how Midir usually glared and smacked Lu Jexia. If he was bullied by others, she would be the first person to jump out to protect him. Li King ignored Midir and still staring at Lu Jexia, he coldly said, "Look at young madam like that again and I'll dig out your eyeballs." Young madam, she is also Long Yi's wife. Lu Jexia lost his soul and stood there stunned. He didn't hear how Yufeng addressed Xia as Big Sister Washwang. "This Big Sister, your charm is truly great. Just look at that self-proclaimed noble and virtuous divine dragon. He lost his soul when he saw you." Charmin chuckled. Since she had a chance to attack the divine dragon race, she would never miss that chance. Midir gritted her teeth. She wished to flare up but she had no way out. She hatefully pulled Lu Jexia's ear and said angrily, "Useless fellow, you threw away the face of the Divine Dragon clan." Lu Jexia screamed in pain and loudly begged for mercy. However, he looked at the indifferent and silent Xia as he felt sour in his heart. Such a good woman was taken by that violent fellow. Why did all beautiful women belong to him? Heaven truly had no eyes. Poor him. He had just reached the romantic age and before he was able to enjoy himself, his heart was crushed. "I am not Washwang," Xia faintly said. Yufeng was stunned. Barbarian Bull and Li King were also shocked. She was clearly Washwang. But why did she say that she was not? Could it be that Washwang had a twin sister? When he heard this, Lu Jexia became so excited that his crushed heart began to struggle to make a comeback. "But, I am also Long Yi's woman," Xia added. Even though she said this, she didn't know if she was referring to Washwang's body or her consciousness. Lu Jexia felt as if someone was strangling him. His complexion became pale and the struggle in his heart thoroughly died. "Then, you are?" Yufeng asked in confusion. Xia didn't speak. Not just anyone was qualified to know of her identity. At this moment, Long Yi however had completely retracted his aura as he moved around in the periphery of the bee swarm. He was already certain that at the center of the bee swarm on the west side, there was an infant-sized icy blood demonic bee surrounded by a large number of fist-sized icy blood demonic bees. It was emitting a layer of thin cold mist. Long Yi was sure that it was the queen bee. Narrowing his eyes, Long Yi's heart slightly tightened. With his beastly intuition, he could clearly feel danger from that queen bee. With his current strength, the numbers of living beings that could make him feel danger in the Blue Waves continent could be counted with his hand. Calculating the distance, Long Yi adjusted his breathing and heartbeat. Using Great Cosmos Shift without holding back, he suddenly disappeared. At practically the same time, the cold mist around the queen bee suddenly became denser and it released an ear-piercing scream. Chapter 567, Water God Inheritance. Part 1. With the radius of 1 kilometer around the queen bee, there was a large number of fist-sized icy blood demonic bees. They were not at the same level as those cannon fodder bees that were attacking the barrier. The moment they heard the signal from the queen bee, they suddenly shrunk back, forming an airtight defensive formation. Under the illumination of the icy cold sunlight, the thumb-sized blood-red tail stinger emitted a faint blood irradiance. With Long Yi's speed, the low-leveled icy blood demonic bees at the periphery had absolutely no time to react. In an instant, Long Yi arrived at the side of the formation as he left behind after images. He disappeared into thin air again. A second later, An explosion sound resounded. That huge bee ball made up of high-leveled bees exploded open from inside out. A white blast started to spread out and the icy blood demonic bees started to drop down like rain. When this blast completely dispersed, one could see Long Yi standing in midair with a slightly distorted defensive barrier around him. There was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead and his blood and chi were churning around. Not far away from him, the infant-sized queen bee hovered in the air and the cold mist around its body had already dispersed. Now, its sparkling and crystal-clear body was completely visible. The terrifying eyes which covered 2/3 of its head were angrily glaring at Long Yi. If one's sight was good enough, one could see a slight crack on its transparent wings that was flapping at a very fast frequency. After he reached the 7th layer of Outianju, within several 100 meters, Long Yi's great cosmos shift was comparable to teleportation. Moreover, it was much easier to use compared to space magic. Just a moment ago, he instantly teleported inside the bee formation and fought against this queen bee. To his surprise, this queen bee was truly worthy of being an ancient creature that had existed since millions of years ago in the Ice Age. It could actually fight evenly against Long Yi. At this moment, since the sudden intrusion of Long Yi threatened the life of Queen Bee, all the icy blood demonic bees became restless and rapidly surrounding Long Yi and the Queen Bee. Their encirclement was practically airtight and they filled the area which covered more than 10 li in diameter. Long Yi slightly frowned. He could easily escape from this encirclement without any problem if he wanted to. However, his attack didn't kill the Queen Bee. If he had to kill the Queen Bee, he would not be able to do so in a short amount of time. Moreover, there were millions of bees under the queen bee. One could say that it was highly unlikely that Long Yi would be able to accomplish his task. Zit. At that moment, the queen bee suddenly emitted a sharp scream and its voice caused the air around it to surge. Long Yi thought that the queen bee had signaled for the icy blood demonic bees to attack and he instantly prepared himself to defend against them. Moreover, he was prepared to take the queen bee's life if the situation turned favorable. However, to his surprise, something which was completely out of his expectations occurred. The bee swarm which was eyeing Long Yi like a tiger eyeing its prey started to disperse. Only Long Yi and the queen bee were left in a wide expanse of space after the icy blood demonic bees left. FK, it actually wants to fight with this father by itself. Long Yi was somewhat surprised. It seemed as though the queen bee was itching to fight after meeting someone that was able to pose a threat against it. Emitting another loud scream, the queen bee provoked Long Yi and its fat tail twisted. Pointing its tail towards Long Yi, the queen bee ejected and retracted the blood-red stinger freely. Long Yi suddenly became furious. This insect actually insulted him. Since when did he sink to such a low level that even an insect dared to challenge him? Moreover, it twisted its bottom at him and it made the movement of. How was Long Yi supposed to know that this was what the queen bee did when it warmed up for battle? The most powerful weapon of the icy blood demonic bee was its tail stinger and even the queen bee was no exception. In addition, the queen bee's tail stinger had other functions which ordinary icy blood demonic bees didn't have. Long Yi roared and his figure suddenly disappeared. He gathered his internal force on his hands and focused his attack at the queen bee's extremely big eyes. The space in front of queen bee distorted and a big hand suddenly appeared, stabbing towards the eye of the queen bee like a sharp blade. The reaction of the queen bee was very fast. As if it already knew where Long Yi would appear, it bent its body and its tail stinger shot towards the hand of Long Yi and it brought along with it a red streak of light. Crackle, along with a burst of cyan mist, Long Yi moved 30 feet away and his expression was solemn. At this moment, his sleeve had already melted away. In the past, he had always believed that he had the strongest defense in the world. To his surprise, he met someone who was superior to him in terms of defense today. The thick tail stinger of the queen bee had forcibly stabbed through his body and it sank almost halfway through Long Yi's defense. It had even pierced through his internal force which had already reached the 7th layer. Fortunately, it didn't have the power to continue on. Otherwise, if the tail stinger managed to stab into Long Yi's skin, it would no longer be a joking matter. At that time, the queen bee made a move. Its glittering and translucent body began to become illusory and its wings began to vibrate in a kind of strange rhythm. Even the space around its body rippled and twisted. Long Yi simply felt as though the strange rhythm contained a kind of strange sound wave. Hearing this sound, Long Yi felt as though his mind swayed. After listening to it for some time, his mind became soft and peaceful. He enjoyed this feeling. However, when he heard the sound again, it changed into a terrifying wave which contained a strong power as it tried to rip away his soul. It was a sound wave which contained a spirit attack. Long Yi instantly reacted. He defended his mind and sealed his senses. In addition, he used his spirit power to protect his sea of consciousness. Long Yi's spirit power was incomparably powerful, especially after his Outyanju reached the 7th layer. His spirit power became even more dense and solid. Now, let alone dealing with this kind of attack from the queen bee, even spirit attacks which were stronger would not be able to injure him in the slightest. Even though Long Yi wasn't affected by the attack, everyone inside the ice barrier of the ice palace showed an expression of pain. Long Yi clearly noticed this point and he no longer hesitated. A silverish purple radiance flashed from his globula and with lightning god spirit tablet within his sea of consciousness spinning rapidly. A purple light covered Long Yi. The lightning god armor appeared around his body and the lightning god war boots and helmet appeared on his hands and head respectively. A lightning bolt descended from the sky and a huge lightning god hammer appeared in Long Yi's hand. Immediately after that, a large amount of violent lightning magic elements wreaked havoc in the world. Icy blood demonic bees which were near the battlefield were instantly melted. At this moment, a hint of fear finally appeared in the big eyes of the queen bee. Although the gap between Long Yi and the lightning god was still huge, the pressure when the lightning god armor was coupled with the lightning god spirit tablet was terrifying. Not waiting for the queen bee to adapt to this sudden and unexpected change, Long Yi waved his lightning god hammer and series of powerful lightning ferociously shot towards the queen bee. Sensing such an earth-shaking power, the queen bee was obviously not stupid enough to take them on directly. A squeak left its mouth and it fled. A tearing sound resounded in the sky. The lightning strikes from the lightning god hammer had swept away the wings of the queen bee. The queen bee emitted a terrifying shriek as a large amount of lightning energy entered its body. Now, with electric current flowing chaotically around its glittering and translucent body, it crazily trembled in the air. Long Yi sighed in relief. At this moment, he felt exhausted and he could no longer wear the lightning god armor. Along with a flash of purple light, they entered his body. In the instant the lightning god armor entered his body, the queen bee which appeared as though it was on the verge of death made a move. A blood-red radiance flashed and a thick tail singer unexpectedly shot towards Long Yi. Changing into a streak of extremely thin red light, it shot towards Long Yi's globula. Long Yi instinctively realized that he was in danger. However, after wearing the lightning god armor, he was exhausted and his movements were extremely sluggish. The queen bee took advantage of this flaw and made a fatal counterattack. Long Yi was shocked in his heart and he realized that he was in danger. It was too bad that his body was unable to keep up with his consciousness. In just half a breath of time, the tail stinger of the queen bee was already close at hand. The carelessness of Long Yi had brought him to the gates of hell. At this critical juncture, the golden cloud mark on his chest suddenly burst out with radiance and a mist covered his body. Even though he tried, the tail stinger of the queen bee only slowed down a little. After breaking through this small obstacle, it stabbed towards Long Yi's globula. This tail stinger had changed into the size of an embroidery needle. Half of it pierced into the globula of Long Yi and the remaining half trembled outside. The globula was the entrance to the sea of consciousness. Even an extremely small shock was enough to make someone become an idiot or even die. Being stabbed in globula by such a needle with extremely potent and corrosive poison was definitely a death sentence for an average person. At this moment, Long Yi felt unbearable pain in his sea of consciousness. The balance of magic cores within his sea of consciousness was also instantly broken. After the pain, his entire body became numb and he felt as if his soul no longer existed in this body. In the barrier, Zia trembled and she felt pain as if her heart was torn apart. She and Long Yi had marvelous telepathy and she was able to sense the pain Long Yi felt. Long Yi! Zia screamed, and seeing Long Yi float in the air without any movement among the bee swarm, she gritted her teeth and rushed out the barrier with her spinning spirit tablet. With a wave of her hand, water waves descended from the sky and engulfed all those icy blood demonic bees who were about to attack Long Yi. The handsome face of Long Yi twisted and his long hair that was already undone was chaotically dancing in the air as he roared like a wild beast. Ah! Suddenly, Long Yi looked up and roared while his entire body trembled. The tail stinger of the queen bee which was inserted in his globula trembled and it flew out. Blood started to flow out from his globula. Now, the globula of Long Yi was burning hot. The lightning god spirit tablet, dark god spirit tablet, fire god spirit tablet, and the wind god spirit tablet suddenly flew out from his sea of consciousness. The light god spirit tablet also flew out from his space ring. The 5 spirit tablets formed a circle in the air and rotated, emitting a brilliant radiance. Meanwhile, inside the defensive barrier of the ice palace, Fire Kylan, Violent Lightning Beast and the Tiger Cub roared and their bodies suddenly enlarged. With a faint golden light circulating around their body, they started to emit the true might which belonged to a god beast. Nai what's wrong with you? Before Liu Xu had time to be surprised, she noticed that Nai seemed to be in a lot of pain. Nai's face distorted and the color of her face changed. A glossy black dragon scale appeared on her forehead. A clear and resounding dragon roar reverberated throughout the air and Nai escaped from the bosom of Liu Xu as she charged into the sky. She changed into a long black dragon which was 10 meters long as she circled about in the sky. This was the first time Nai had transformed into her dragon form after transforming into a humanoid form. In the past, her dragon form was only as long as a belt. However, her body was much longer than before. That 3-headed demonic dragon in the lightning god forbidden area was the magic pet of the dark god and it was a true god beast. After Nai inherited its legacy, she had turned into the next generation magic pet of the dark god. At this moment, she had truly taken the first step. The 4 god beasts roared and broke out of the barrier and the fire Kylan used its Kylan holy fire as it flew towards the sky. Those icy blood demonic bees were unable to withstand this holy fire that was hotter than magma and all of them were instantly vaporized. The thunderstorm of the violent light beast covered this entire world with lightning and killed a large number of icy blood demonic bees. The might of the tiger cub's holy light shockwave also increased geometrically under the influence of the light god spirit tablet. The most eye-catching one was Nai. She simply opened her mouth wide as all the energy of the icy blood demonic bees within a radius of 100 meters around her was instantly absorbed by her. The devouring dragon physique didn't get its name for nothing. Chapter 567, Water God Inheritance Part 2. At this moment, Zia arrived beside Long Yi and when she saw that there were 5 spirit tablets above him, she was flabbergasted. The matter which shocked her even more happened in the next moment. The light blue water god spirit tablet which was hovering above her suddenly broke away from her control and it flew towards Long Yi. The water god spirit tablet stuck on the globula of Long Yi and was stained with the blood that was flowing out from his globula. Immediately after that, the water god spirit tablet shone brightly and a light blue water ripple mark appeared Long Yi's globula. It joined the other 5 spirit tablets as they trapped the queen bee. How can this be? How can my spirit tablet choose him? Clearly, he has already obtained the inheritance of the lightning god. Zia was unable to believe what she was seeing for a moment. However, it was ironclad proof that the water god spirit tablet chose Long Yi as the water god mark had already appeared on Long Yi's globula. She had plans to make Wash Wang forcefully inherit the water god spirit tablet. However, all of her plans collapsed at this moment. Her water god spirit tablet unexpectedly chose Long Yi as its master. Now, other than the earth god spirit tablet, Long Yi managed to gather all 6 spirit tablets alone. Even Zia, who was the water god, was shocked. As the queen bee was already trapped, the bee swarm fell into chaos. With the pressure from the 6 spirit tablets and the 4 god beasts, The bee swarm couldn't do anything and they could only be slaughtered. When they saw what was happening, everyone in the barrier was no longer able to stay still. They charged out from inside the barrier and they vented their frustrations on the bee swarm. Barbarian Bull and Lee King appeared especially excited. Greenstone rule, which belonged to Barbarian Bull, was the weapon of the first-tier god, Mad God. In addition, part of the Mad God's soul was sealed in the weapon. Thus, when the spirit tablets of the 6 main gods and 4 god beasts appeared at the same time, a part of Greenstone Rule's power was unexpectedly absorbed by Barbarian Bull. The more he fought, the stronger he became. The Moxie clan had always proclaimed themselves as the descendants of the gods. Lee King was the only person that awakened the divine bloodline of the Moxie clan in this generation. At this moment, his divine bloodline was surging endlessly and the outline of a god beast behind him was becoming clearer and clearer. His strength was abnormal compared to before. At this moment, the queen bee that was bound by 6 spirit tablets slowly stopped struggling. Long Yi's sea of consciousness returned back to normal and he was shocked by the connection he had with the water god tablet. Although he didn't know about the benefits of the spirit tablets for the time being, he didn't think too much about it. His attention quickly shifted to the queen bee. He was caught between killing it and letting it go. Honestly speaking, it was somewhat a pity to kill this queen bee. One should know that Long Yi was defeated in the battle. If it wasn't for the sudden activation of Spirit Tablet's power, he might have already died under the tail stinger of the queen bee. If such a powerful creature was tamed, it would be of great help to him perhaps. Even the bee swarm, which contained millions of bees, would be under his control. However, the icy blood demonic bees required an extremely harsh condition in order to survive. Low-leveled icy blood demonic bee couldn't survive outside origin ice, and even the strength of this queen bee would be greatly reduced if it left origin ice. Just when Long Yi was hesitating, Zia arrived beside him along with a burst of fragrance, and as though she saw through Long Yi's hesitation as she said, "Why don't you sign a contract with it? Now that the spirit tablet has chosen you as its master, you are the next water god." The strength of this queen bee is not any inferior to the god beasts. It might also evolve into a god beast if cultivated properly. Once it evolves into a god beast, the environment around will no longer affect its attack power. When he heard what Zia said, Long Yi nodded his head. However, his heart became somewhat chaotic. Since he had obtained the water god tablet due to a freak combination of factors, what would happen to Zia? Would she really disappear? That queen bee was truly intelligent. When it saw that Long Yi retrieved his spirit tablets, it immediately signed a blood contract with Long Yi. It became one of Long Yi's magic pets. After that, Queen Bee issued a sharp hiss and the icy blood demonic bees which were hunted down by the god beasts quickly returned. Long Yi promptly made the others stop as well. The summer sun above Origin Ice was shining brightly as usual even though it was already night. However, it seemed a little different compared to the past. In the past, from dawn to dusk, the sun shone brightly. Today, a gloomy wind was blowing and it brought along with it snowflakes which were fluttering in the air. The temperature dropped sharply. Barbarian Bull, Lee King, and the others were either meditating or sleeping. As for Long Yi, he was sitting beside the window as he looked outside at the snowstorm. He was lost in his thoughts. It was already night and according to Zia, it was the final night of her existence. Yu Feng was sitting on the ice bed which was warm and she frequently glanced at Long Yi's back. She felt that Long Yi was acting weird today. He wasn't happy at all and a frown was plastered on his face. It was as though he was really troubled. She thought about comforting him but she felt as though he was too far away from her. She was afraid that she wasn't able to enter his world at all. Finally, Yu Feng was unable to endure it any longer. She got off her ice bed and she walked over to Long Yi. Hugging him from behind, she softly said, "My husband, I don't know what is going on. However, I believe that there is nothing in the world you cannot solve." Long Yi turned his head around and tightly held on to Yu Feng's little hand. Yu Feng kissed the cheek of Long Yi and rubbed her plump breasts on his back. Even though he didn't know what was troubling Long Yi, She could only try to please him and allow him to completely vent out all his feelings. Long Yi got up as he carried Yu Feng to the ice bed, kissing her more and more passionately. Long Yi tore apart the clothing of Yu Feng and kneaded her full. Her pink cherries instantly stood erect. "My husband. Don't stop." Yu Feng moaned and she responded enthusiastically. She held and pressed Long Yi's head against her chest and let him suck her like a greedy child. Long Yi turned Yu Feng over and her snow-white perfect back and buttocks appeared before his eyes. He was instantly infatuated and he caressed and kissed every inch of her body. Slowly, his accumulated to the peak and he felt as if he was about to explode. The little brother of Long Yi drove straight inside the small valley, passing through that flourishing patch of grass. The two people rolled about on the ice bed as they seemed like they wanted to exhaust all of their energy. Moreover, the pleasant sensation quickly gushed out from the bottom of their heart and drowned them. "Ah, I am dying." Yu Feng trembled and her legs tightly clamped onto Long Yi's waist as she felt a burst of warm current coming from her private parts. At this moment, her soul had flown far away. At this moment, Zia in the room next door had long opened her light blue magic robe and her lustrous skin had a layer of bewitching pink color. One of her hands was fondling her plump and the other hand was caressing her private parts. At the moment when Long Yi reached the peak, she also reached the peak. "Long Yi." Zia lightly muttered and the corner of her eyes became a little moist for an unknown reason. Somewhere in her heart, a strong thought appeared. She wanted Long Yi. She wanted to be Long Yi's woman and she wanted to personally experience the feeling of the moment she truly became his woman. If she was able to do that, she wouldn't regret anything even if she vanished. As such, she softly called out Long Yi's name in her heart. She knew that Long Yi would be able to feel it. Indeed, Long Yi felt it. He felt a kind of sweet and sour feeling and it was the taste of love. After a long time, Long Yi got up and wore his clothing. He went towards Zia's room and he left Yu Feng who was sound asleep after enduring his vicious lashing. Since he couldn't run away from this problem, why not just face it bravely? Zia was standing in front of the window, stark naked. Her long beautiful hair hung down loosely to her waist. She looked indifferent and aloof. However, that pink skin showed what she did just a moment ago. "Zia." Long Yi walked forward. His voice was a little hoarse, although he wanted to see his Wash Wang as soon as possible. How could he let Zia disappear just like this? He was just an ordinary person with passion in his heart. Zia didn't speak and her eyes were gentle as she looked at Long Yi. At this moment, she was also just an ordinary woman. She was an ordinary woman who was confused as she had no idea if the feelings she had for Long Yi was because of Wash Wang. However, nothing mattered anymore. She wanted to have her way once. Although Wash Wang wouldn't be able to feel her first time, she wanted to be selfish this time. She begged Wash Wang for forgiveness. Zia walked over to Long Yi and standing on her tiptoes, she kissed him. And she wanted to make this final burn her to ashes. Long Yi closed his eyes and allowed her to kiss him. Her lips streaked across this body and left kiss marks everywhere. Moving all the way down, she reached the heart below his abdomen. Lifting his passionate little brother, she brought it into her moist mouth. Long Yi trembled and opened his eyes. This woman was a water god. Even when doing, her expression was still calm and profound with a hint of satisfaction as if she was doing something incomparably sacred. Long Yi was able to feel an excitement he had never felt before. No longer enduring his, Long Yi made up his mind. Since she wanted to sink down, he would sink together with her. Long Yi carried Zia to the bed and laid her down. He began kissing her entire jade body. "Long Yi, can you let me be selfish this once?" Zia exhaled a fragrant breath and she bit on Long Yi's earlobe. Long Yi stopped in front of the secret garden of Zia and his gaze flashed. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I can let you have your own way and I can even sink together with you. However, you can rest assured, since you have the water god mark now, the pure yin body of Wash Wang will not have any effect. In addition, I have already resolved the freeze-over magic that activates upon touch within her body." Zia softly interrupted Long Yi. She knew what Long Yi was worrying about. Zia looked outside the window before looking straight into Long Yi's eyes. She suddenly clamped her legs around his waist and she pulled him forward. That big and burning hot thing instantly intruded her body and she felt pain as though her body was tearing apart. However, she also felt a strong sense of fullness, as if a blank space in her life was filled. She felt as though her life became more complete. Feeling this feeling, Zia had a kind of impulse to cry. As it turned out, it felt like this when she completely became his woman. It was very fulfilling and very beautiful. Unfortunately, she only had a short time to feel it. "You can move," Zia softly muttered and her long eyelashes trembled. Long Yi slowly began to move his waist and the emotions of these two people began to fuse together along with Long Yi's movements. "Don't go, don't leave me." Looking outside the window, Long Yi said in his hoarse voice as he could feel that time was passing very quickly. "I will not leave you. I'll stay by your side forever." Zia hugged the head of Long Yi and kissed his handsome face. "Really?" The eyes of Long Yi shone as he looked into Zia's misty eyes. "Really, every water magic element you feel has my existence. Until the day when there are no water magic elements left in this world, I will always be beside you," Zia said with a beautiful smile. "I want you to be here. I don't want water magic elements. As long as you are around me, I don't care about anything else." Long Yi ferociously shouted as he frantically said, "Fool, hug me again." Zia wiped the tear which was at the corner of Long Yi's eyes and the two of them hugged each other. Suddenly, a blue light flashed around Zia. However, it disappeared in an instant. No one knew that in Long Yi's space rhine, a strange white light appeared. Long Yi felt as though his heart became empty and he slowly released Zia. Then, he saw the beautiful eyes in front of him and he saw the tear marks on Wushwang's face. She asked him with a confused expression on her face, "Long Yi, am I dreaming?" "Yes, this is just a dream." With tears sliding down his cheeks, he knew that the person before him was Wushwang. He might never be able to meet Zia again. At this moment, in the space ring of Long Yi, the miniature light god statue was unexpectedly covered with a layer of blue light. It vaguely revealed three faint figures. Chapter 568. Beautiful Sisters. Part 1. The snow was still dreary and hazy as Wushwang warmly looked at the head buried in her plump bosom. She vaguely emitted the radiance of maternal love. Long Yi had always used his thick and broad chest to give his women a sense of security. However, there were times when he was weak as well. His women would use their warm and soft bosom to comfort the sorrow of his heart. They didn't have to speak too much and everything was so natural. At this moment, Wushwang was caressing Long Yi's long black hair. However, she was thinking about that dream she just had in her heart. Yes, Long Yi had insisted that it was just a dream. In the heart of the Ice Palace's disciples, the water god had always been aloof, remote, sacred, and inviolable. Beyond anyone's imagination, something like that actually happened between Long Yi and the water god. It seemed as though even the gods were unable to go against the world of love. Long Yi was blessed by the heavens without a doubt. He rarely meditated, but he possessed magic power that surpassed a magic god. His spirit power was even more powerful. Moreover, he rarely slept and his spirit was still extremely active. Today, Long Yi fell into a deep sleep. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights as he hugged Wushwang. When he woke up, Long Yi felt very refreshed and he immediately met Wushwang's warm and affectionate eyes. His heart immediately started to beat faster due to his anxious attitude and a depressed feeling washed over him. However, Long Yi instantly buried his emotions at the bottom of his heart. Zia's temperament was similar to Wushwang's without a doubt, but Long Yi was able to distinguish the difference between the two of them. "Shiyu anger, thank you." Long Yi crawled up from the soft body and stretched his limbs. He leaned closer and kissed her. With a warm smile blossoming on her face, Wushwang stroked Long Yi's hair. She helped him off the bed and dressed him. Long Yi looked outside the window. That dreary and hazy snowfall had already stopped at an unknown time and chilly sunlight had replaced it. Although the sunlight didn't heat up the world, It painted the world a wonderfully color. It represented enthusiasm and never conceding will. No matter how heavy the snowfall was, it would never be able to cover the sun forever. One day, the sun would break through the layer of clouds to illuminate the world once again. Long Yi and Wash Wang walked out of the room side by side and arrived at the square of the Ice Palace. Barbarian Bull and Li King were sitting on the ice step, basking in the sun. In the sky, Charmin and Midir were still fighting. Nair was riding Little Three as they chased after the Fire Kylan and Violent Lightning Beast. The entire Ice Palace was no longer frosty. A warm and lively atmosphere filled the Ice Palace. Father. Seeing as Long Yi had arrived, Nair rushed into his bosom at once. She rained kisses all over his face. Boss. You are finally up. I thought that you will be sleeping for at least 10 days. I won't be surprised even if you slept for half a month. Barbarian Bull walked over as he carried Greenstone Rule. Long Yi smirked and said, I wanted to sleep for 10 days to half a month as well. However, I'm afraid someone won't be able to endure it. The beautiful face of Wash Wang became slightly red and she pinched Long Yi. Turning to Barbarian Bull, she said with a smile, Barbarian Bull, long time no see. How is Eva and little Naiu? Barbarian Bull had his mouth wide open and was dumbfounded for a while. He said with an excited voice, You are Wash Wang. I thought that you are that Zia or something. You two look exactly the same. Wash Wang looked at Long Yi and discovered that he had no reaction. He was still smiling. However, when Barbarian Bull mentioned the word Zia, Wash Wang felt that Long Yi's heart jumped. Eva is fine and my son is doing fine as well. That kid is extremely strong. He will definitely surpass me, his father, in the future. Barbarian Bull was very happy when he mentioned his wife and son. At this moment, everyone came over. Long Yi seemed to have already gotten over it. He laughed and joked like before and he frequently took cheap advantages of those beautiful dragon girls. However, only he knew that he was no longer the same person as a hazy figure was always lingering in his heart. Now, they had completed their business in the Ice Palace. Wash Wang was fine and she made extremely great progress in her cultivation. In addition, Long Yi managed to obtain the Water God Spirit Tablet and he successfully subdued a powerful queen bee in the process. Despite all that, there was a trace of sorrow in Long Yi's heart. As for Empress Liangxin, she was still lying inside the crystal coffin. At present, Long Yi still didn't have any means to cure her. He could only allow her to continue sleeping in the crystal coffin in order to maintain her slim chance of survival. Before leaving, Long Yi laid down a transfer magic array in the Ice Palace and connected it to the transfer magic array in the Imperial Palace of Soaring Dragon City. He ordered the Queen Bee and her soldiers to protect the Ice Palace no matter what happened. This place would turn into Long Yi's stronghold and safe zone. This world was very complicated. The stronger Long Yi became, the more he understood that. Now, although he was very strong, he was still not invincible. There were still many hidden monsters and past masters in this world. One should know that even the 7 main gods met with annihilation in the end. Who knew what Long Yi would encounter in the future? These millions of icy blood demonic bees protecting the Ice Palace would turn into one of his life-saving treasures in the future. Blue Moon City was the capital city of the Nelan Empire. After the Blue Waves continent settled down, the place turned into a bustling spot for many people to avoid the summer heat. Of course, Icy Wind City was one of those places as well. As soon as the concept of tour and vacation was put forward, this place became popular throughout the entire continent. Moreover, under the continuous effort of the Magician Guild as they worked through the nights, in an extremely short period of several months, the transfer magic arrays which connected Soaring Dragon City, Blue Moon City, and Icy Wind City were established. Now, as long as one could pay a certain amount of gold coins, one could instantly travel between these 3 cities. Those madams and misses who had nothing to do were already fed up with one place. Moreover, after the unification of the Blue Waves continent, public order was extremely good everywhere. Those people who didn't care about several hundred gold coins went around to play everywhere. After transfer magic arrays were built in these 3 big cities, More people appeared in the cities and they became extremely bustling. All of the cities started to prosper. In turn, the lords of other cities became green-eyed. They repeatedly urged the Magician Guild in their respective cities to build a transfer magic array in their city. After Long Yi and his group came back from Origin Ice, they went to Icy Wind City before leaving for Blue Moon City. Of course, they used the transfer magic array to move around. The crowd in Blue Moon City surprised Long Yi. Even though Blue Moon City was already very flourishing in the past as it was the capital city, it couldn't be compared to the past. In fact, this was not surprising. Blue Moon City was right next to the seas and possessed its unique style. In addition, the weather was extremely hot as it was in the middle of summer right now. It was nice and cool in Blue Moon City. Enjoying the salty breeze and drinking an iced cocktail on the beach while looking at the sunrise and sunset, it was a kind of pleasant matter. Long Yi's group was very eye-catching. Looking at Wush Wang and Yu Feng, one of them was cold and one of them was hot. Both of them had peerless looks. In addition, all the women around Long Yi were beautiful like an angel with a devilish figure. There was nothing to say about Long Yi. Wearing a white robe, he looked extremely handsome with his black hair casually tied back. In addition to his handsome face, his cheeky smile was most lethal to young madams and young girls. Not to mention the fact that there was Li King. He wasn't inferior to Long Yi in terms of looks, but his temperament was ice cold and he held on to his ice sword. He wasn't moving around. People would think that he was actually an ice statue. As for Barbarian Bull, he was robust and tall with a pair of horns on his head. In addition, just by looking at his intertwined muscled, one would know that they contained very strong explosive power, especially the aura released by Greenstone Rule. It made people tremble in fear. Look, isn't he the Lord Crown Prince? Now, Long Yi's reputation was illustrious. He had already become the idol of numerous young boys and young girls. Even that matter in the Holy Magic Academy had already spread far and wide. When he came out in public, many people recognized him. No kidding. If he is not Lord Crown Prince, who else has the ability to have so many peerless beauties around him? If one day certain someone began to daydream, if by chance he also could hold a goddess on his left and a demoness on his right, if he was able to kick a sword god and punch a magic god. At that time, a group of fully armed guards came over, parting the crowd. They welcomed Long Yi's group and the leader wore the armor of the Imperial Commander. Subordinate Wei Yasi pays respect to Lord Crown Prince. This leader excitedly greeted Long Yi. Although the Nelan Empire was not yet incorporated into the Violent Dragon Empire, everyone knew that this would happen sooner or later. Although his form of address didn't conform to the norms of etiquette, no one objected. Wei Yasi, it's you. It seems as though you became someone outstanding now. Long Yi smiled and patted the shoulder of Wei Yasi. In the past, when Nelan Ryu was taking over power, his contributions were significant. Everything is due to Lord Crown Prince's grace. This subordinate can't thank your highness enough. Wei Yasi was also one of the worshippers of Long Yi. Now, he rejoiced that he obeyed Long Yi and joined the side of Nelan Ryu at that time. If he didn't, he would have already turned into a corpse on that bloody night. Okay, take me to see the Empress. Long Yi said with a smile. With Wei Yasi leading them, Long Yi's group quickly arrived in front of a towering castle located at the top of a steep cliff. When they saw this kind of building for the first time, Wush Wang and Yu Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Brother-in-law, you are finally here. I missed you to death. Nelan Ruman rushed over as she hugged Long Yi like a koala. She kissed Long Yi as if there was no one else present. Long Yi laughed with a guilty conscience. As for the guards, they looked sideways as if they didn't see anything. Ruman, your brother-in-law also missed you. Hurry up and get down, bring Nair around. Long Yi patted the little butt of Nelan Ruman and said, feeling her rather big breasts rubbing against his chest. His lower body reacted a little. How could Long Yi allow her to hug him any longer? It seemed as though this little Lolita had finally grown up. Nelan Ruman obediently listened to Long Yi. She no longer crazily entangled with Long Yi and she was very sensible now. She once heard an imperial maid talking about how men didn't like disobedient girls. In addition, Long Yi would be staying in the imperial palace for a long time. She wasn't afraid that she wouldn't have the opportunity to seduce him. Bad husband, you didn't even let go of sister-in-law. Yu Feng rolled her eyes at Long Yi and said softly. Long Yi calmly pinched the butt of Yu Feng and smirked. I am not a bad person. I am extremely bad. You will know it tonight. Her beautiful face suddenly turned bright red. Long Yi was extremely cheeky. However, she liked that side of him. Now, she somewhat hoped for the night to come quickly. Nellen Ryu wore a blue outfit which was lined with golden edges as she walked over. She looked noble and elegant. There was a saying, whatever kind of position one was in, they would possess that kind of temperament. This saying was absolutely correct. Nellen Ryu, who was somewhat immature in the past, had changed greatly after ascending to the throne. Not only had she turned more mature and noble, but her means and scheming abilities also experienced great changes. When she was nice, she was extremely nice. When she should be iron-willed, she wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Now, there was no one among the civil and military officials who dared to look down on her. Seeing as Long Yi was looking at her with a smile, Nellen Ryu felt warm in her heart and there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. No one could understand her feelings towards Long Yi. Nothing in the world was able to compare to Long Yi in her heart. Throughout her life, she had tasted joy and sorrow. Looking back, she discovered that she couldn't do without this particular man in her life. You seem to have grown even more beautiful. Long Yi smiled and greeted her with warmth in his eyes. Nellen Ryu held the big warm hand of Long Yi and smiled happily. Even Yu Feng couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental when she saw Nellen Ryu. Nellen Ryu greeted everyone one by one. She was already well acquainted with all of them and there was no barrier between them. Soon, Nellen Ryu led everyone into this luxurious castle-style imperial palace as she chatted and laughed with them. Chapter 568 Part 2, Beautiful Sisters. This tour was completed at dusk, and Nellen Ryu prepared a dinner party for Long Yi and the others at the viewing platform located at the top of the castle. They enjoyed dinner while listening to the sounds of the sea waves. The table was filled with seafood and dinner was extremely sumptuous. Everyone had a rare chance to taste the local delicacies of Blue Moon City. Although Charmin and Midire had grown up in Dragon Island, which was surrounded by the sea, there was no one on Dragon Island who could prepare such delicious seafood. In addition, for this special occasion, Nellen Ryu opened a bottle of sea sole which had just been aged. It was not easy to make this fine wine and it was equally famous to the 100 Flowers wine of the Elf clan. Even though the 100 Flowers wine was delicious, it wasn't strong enough. Men who drank the 100 Flowers wine always felt as though something was missing. As for the sea sole, it was sufficiently strong. There was also a mellow aspect to it which made Barbarian Bull and Lee King praise it repeatedly. In this dinner party, everyone happily laughed and chatted. After the dinner, Midire proposed for everyone to go and stroll around the night market. Of course, it was because it wouldn't be easy for her to come out again after returning to Dragon Island. As such, all of them went out and played to their heart's content. Now, only Long Yi and Nellen Ryu were left behind on the viewing platform as they snuggled up against each other to watch the sea under the moonlight. Are you planning to go to Dragon Island? Leaning on the shoulder of Long Yi, Nellen Ryu asked. Well, Liuxu's parents are still imprisoned in Divine Dragon Island. If no one rescues them, Liuxu will forever be unhappy. Long Yi nodded his head. Nellen Ryu also nodded her head. She wanted to follow Long Yi in his adventure, but she knew that Long Yi would never agree. In the end, she was a woman with a sense of propriety and she clearly knew that she didn't have to power to stand up to the dragons. I will return to Soaring Dragon City tomorrow and bring Lai here. It has already been a long time since she left the sea. She is definitely longing for the sea. Long Yi said with a smile. If there was still no news of Bai-Fi and Siami, then after dealing with the Liuxu's matter, he would go and look for the legendary undersea city. Well, it has been a long time since I last listened to Lai playing the harp. I really miss her. Nellen Ryu said with a smile. Even though she was talking about something else, her little hand was restless caressing Long Yi's lower abdomen and her breathing was starting to speed up. Long Yi looked at Nellen Ryu with a bad smile on his face as he grabbed her hand. He moved it downwards and placed it on his little brother, which was already standing erect. Nellen Ryu bit her lower lip and looked at Long Yi. She started to caress his little brother from above his pants. Now, the weather was hot and Nellen Ryu was only wearing 2 layers of clothing. Long Yi easily pulled open her lapel and breaking the strap of her bra. Her beautiful breasts popped out. A faint fragrance assaulted his nostrils. "My husband, you are such a bad person. Let us return to the room first, okay?" Under the teasing of the devil's claw, the stirrings of love in Nellen Ryu's heart overflowed and her breathing became heavy. Long Yi however just flicked the of Nellen Ryu and he could feel that her bud was getting stiff. With a cheeky smile on his face, he said, "There is no one here. Moreover, it is such a beautiful night and we can hear the sounds of the waves. It's much better to make love here than the room." Nellen Ryu looked around. The Imperial guards hiding in the dark were already dismissed and the Imperial maids had already left. No one was there to disturb them. After thinking for a bit, she laid down her worries and passionately kissed Long Yi. Long Yi undid the belt of Nellen Ryu and slid down her clothing. Now, she only had transparent sexy panties covering her body. He could see a few knotty pubic hairs stretched out from her panties, which made the vigor of Long Yi surge and he was unable to control himself. Little bewitching spirit. Long Yi sucked the bright red of Nellen Ryu and one of his hands began to explore the place between her legs. He felt that this place was damp and slippery with a lewd fluid. "My husband, don't tease you any longer." Nellen Ryu felt hot as if her entire body was burning. Even the breath which came out from her mouth was scorching hot. Long Yi pulled down the panties of Nellen Ryu and he made her bend over. She supported herself on the railing which was made of cold sea stones and her perfectly round buttocks was stuck up high in the air. Moreover, her private part which was dripping was completely exposed in front of Long Yi. Long Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he held on to her slender waist. Trusting forward, his little brother squeezed into a moist and warm passage. Moans filled in the viewing platform. With her pressed against the ice-cold railing, she felt Long Yi rubbing against her continuously. Nellen Ryu felt a peculiar pleasure rising up in her body. Moaning sounds resounded in the night sky as these two people were immersed in this unparalleled pleasure. At this moment, a figure was hiding behind the heavy curtain of this viewing platform. She watched the battle between Long Yi and Nellen Ryu without blinking her eyes. Her breathing was heavy and her legs were tightly clamped together. Looking closely, she was Nellen Ruman, who had appeared after everyone had left. Nellen Ruman and Long Yi also had come into intimate contact. However, she was still a virgin girl and when she saw this kind of intense battle, her heart was jumping like a fawn and her feeling was already in chaos. Before long, she could no longer restrain her feelings. She suddenly ran over and she hugged Long Yi from behind as he was in the middle of attacking Nellen Ryu. She started to rub her body against his. Nellen Ryu obviously felt the change in atmosphere and she quickly turned around. When she saw that her younger sister had appeared, she was instantly flabbergasted. She wanted to struggle free, but Long Yi still held tightly onto her waist as he continued to attack her with even more strength. "My husband." Nellen Ryu began to tremble. This was the sign of her. Finally, when she became a little clear-headed, she was defeated once again and she fell into a state of confusion. Of course, Long Yi had already sensed Nellen Ruman the instant she appeared. With this little Lolita delivering herself to his doorstep, how could he object? In any case, she had already entered the name list of his women long ago. Eating her up a little earlier or later made no difference. Besides, when he thought about how the sisters would service him together, he became excited. Nellen Ryu trembled even more violently and with Long Yi continuously pounding her buttocks, she reached and she felt like she was flying through the air. Long Yi gently laid down the limp Nellen Ryu on the bench before turning to Nellen Ruman. His little brother, which had already faced a battle, became even stiffer. "Brother-in-law, this fellow is not obedient, I will help you treat it." The pretty and innocent face of Nellen Ruman showed a hint of tenderness. Grabbing little Long Yi, She squatted down in front of him and her pink lips parted slightly. She moved her head forward and little Long Yi disappeared. Long Yi inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Although this little Lolita was not sufficiently skilled with her mouth, he was incomparably excited. Just looking at her immature and innocent face, he felt a kind of pleasure which he had never felt before. Not long after, Long Yi pulled up this little Lolita and he peeled off all her clothes. He became a little surprised. He had not expected that the figure of this little Lolita was already nearly developed. Her skin was fair and tender and her was big. It wasn't much smaller than her big sister's. As long as he massaged her, she would definitely develop and surpass her big sister in the future. Brother-in-law, I grew up. Little Lolita proudly stood up with her big breasts exposed. She seemed to be telling him that she was already qualified to become his woman. Nellen Ryuayu came back to her senses from her lingering and she sat up on the chair. She knew that, tonight, the both of them sisters would not be able to escape from Long Yi. My husband, take us back to the room, Nellen Ryuayu coquettishly said. She knew how strong Long Yi was and since it was her little sister's first time, she knew that she couldn't allow him to his little sister to his heart's content. Long Yi smirked and carrying the young and beautiful sisters, he returned to the sleeping quarters of Nellen Ryuayu. He threw them both onto the soft big bed and he pounced on them. A young girl let out a muffled groan and a plum blossom burst into full bloom as she crossed the first hurdle of a woman. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Lingering night sonata resounded throughout the night and when the last piece of lingering music disappeared, the first light of the day had already pierced through the clouds. It lit up the water's surface. Long Yi was half lying on the big bed and there were two beauties who were sleeping beside him. On their spotlessly white jade skin, one could still see the hint of flush which showed the intense battle which had taken place just a few hours ago. Looking at the sky outside, Long Yi gently got out of the bed and he kissed the face of the two sleeping sisters. He went to the balcony alone. Below him, waves crashed against the cliff and water droplets filled the air. A fresh, salty, and humid air blew against his face. Long Yi took a deep breath. He felt very relaxed and it seemed that after making love, after merging the yin and yang, Long Yi felt truly good. At this time, Long Yi looked to his right side as he felt something in his heart. He saw Wash Wang standing at the relatively small balcony next door as she looked at him with a smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes had a hint of spring which had yet to disperse. Long Yi smiled and flew over. Hugging her from behind, he whispered into her ear, "It seems like your heart is saying that you are very dissatisfied. Did I do something wrong?" Wash Wang smiled and she turned her head to face Long Yi. She lightly kissed him and she said, "Why are you asking even though you knew the answer? With big and small beauties in your bosom, you didn't even care a little about my feelings. You made me suffer for an entire night. How about I compensate you right now?" Long Yi fondled the breasts of Wash Wang and said with a bad smile, "Don't move randomly. Do you think that I am a licentious person who has no principles? Yesterday, I saw Ayuxa looking towards the sea throughout the night. She definitely misses her parents." Wash Wang slapped away the hands of Long Yi and said, when he heard what Wash Wang said, he stopped playing around. He looked towards the sea and pondered for a little while before saying, "We should settle the matter of Liuxu as soon as possible. How about this? I'll return to Soaring Dragon City and bring Liuli back now. Immediately after that, we will set out. Is that okay?" "Well, for starters, I think that you should lay out a transfer magic array in the Imperial Palace first. When all is said and done, there are too many people using the transfer array outside. It will be extremely inconvenient in the future if something happens." Wash Wang suggested. Long Yi also thought so. Since he was very familiar with the Nilan Imperial Palace, he found a secret room and set up a transfer magic array. As long as he had enough materials, with his current spirit power and magic power, he could set up a transfer magic array within 2 hours. After setting up the transfer magic array, Long Yi stepped into it and he felt that everything in front of him going dark. In the next instant, he was teleported. When a ray of light appeared in front of Long Yi again, he was surprised and he could smell a faint fragrance. He was surrounded by beautiful faces and all around him, There were beautiful eyes which resembled stars which were staring at him. They had a pleasantly surprised expression on their face. Why are all of you here? Could it be that all of you knew that I was coming back? Long Yi looked all around and saw that inside this secret room where the Master Transfer Magic Array was located, Nangong Xiangyun, Batang Yu, Long Linger, Lina, Shui Ruoyan, Fingling, Leng Yuiu, Lai, King Wu, Piao Zhu, Si Bai, Zeman Wuan, Murong Shuo, and even his mother, Dong Fang Wan, were present. The girls just chucked and Dong Fang Wan walked over, pinching Long Yi's cheeks. She explained, just a moment ago, the Imperial magician guarding this magic array said that this transfer magic array had begun to establish a connection to Blue Moon City. Mother heard that Blue Moon City is a very beautiful place. It's a good place to spend the summer. I plan to go there with my daughters-in-law. Who would have thought that you would return all of a sudden? Long Yi looked at the magic map hung on the wall of this secret room. This magic map was associated with the Master Transfer Magic Array. As long as the Transfer Magic Array was built, a white dot would appear on the corresponding place located on the magic map. Long Yi excitedly looked all around and his gaze finally rested on the excited Leng Yuiu. Stepping forward, he hugged her and he said softly, "Yuiu, you have suffered. Are you doing well?" Leng Yuiu smiled and nodded her head. However, she was unable to stop the tears which were rolling down her face. Only God knew how much she had missed this man. After hugging for a little while, Leng Yuiu's face turned red. She pushed Long Yi away. With her mother-in-law, Dong Fang Wan, watching from one side, how could she dare behave wantonly? Are all of you ready? I hereby announce the beginning of the first beauty tour convention. Our first location is Blue Moon City. Seeing as Leng Yuiu was fine and the other beauties around him, Long Yi's mood became great. Then, leading these beauties into this transfer magic array, he smiled and shouted loudly as they disappeared from this secret room. Chapter 569. Undoing Emotional Entanglement. Part 1. The scenery around Blue Moon City was beautiful and the atmosphere was also pleasant. Traveling merchants and tourists were shuttling back and forth, if not on sandy beaches then in the tropical forest of the suburbs. There were people everywhere. Now, Long Yi was strolling on the beach along with a group of large beauties. The group attracted gazes of admiration and infatuation. Originally, he planned to set out to Dragon Island immediately after he brought back Lai. However, he never expected that such a large group of beauties would follow him to Blue Moon City. A beach was truly a good place to leisurely spend the holidays. Unfortunately, the women in the Blue Waves continent were still very conservative. It was impossible for them to walk around while wearing a bikini. Occasionally, there were some beautiful madams and misses who took off their shoes, revealing their snowy white feet, and as they splashed about in the water, this was a beautiful scene which played out on the beach. I came to Blue Moon City once when I was young. After so many years, this city didn't change much. It still brings me comfort. Dong Fang Wan said with a smile. When she was 15 or 16 years old, she would run about everywhere. In those years, she was a well-known beauty throughout the Blue Waves continent. Mother, you can stay here for a period of time if you like. In any case, there is a transfer magic array now. It will be very easy for you to return if you miss the old man. Long Yi smiled and he hugged Dong Fang Wan. That is also true. Since I had to look after your father and son duo, I wasn't able to travel anywhere for 20 years. Now that I have so many daughters-in-law to accompany me, I can go around Blue Waves continent to sightsee. Dong Fang Wan was quite happy. Now, the Zeman clan had finally reached the peak of power and they no longer had to fear anyone. In addition, her son was capable and she had so many beautiful daughters-in-law to accompany her. Who in the world wouldn't be satisfied with such a life? The only regret she had was that she had to carry her first grandchild. Long Yi looked at his mother with a smile and a hint of warmth overflowed in his heart. It seemed as though his decision in his past was the right one. He was unable to give up this family affection and nothing could extinguish this feeling. Moreover, Long Yi vowed to forever guard this feeling in his heart. Everyone chatted and laughed as they strolled on the beach. Among them, Dongfang Wan was worthy of being the senior. She was Long Yi's mother and she was extremely close with her daughters-in-law. As such, Long Yi was pushed to the side as the women talked among each other. However, the person who had the most brilliant smile on his face was Long Yi. His smile was so warm and beautiful that it seemed somewhat unreal. Just as Long Yi was looking at the beautiful buttocks of the beauties in front of him with a self-satisfied expression on his face, he suddenly felt that the scenery in front of him was familiar. All of a sudden, all the beauties stopped. This residence is very beautiful. It has a mountain and river located in it. It seems like the owner of this residence really knows how to enjoy himself. Seeing an unusually refined residence at the seacoast, Dongfang Wan praised. This residence might not be the most luxurious residence in Blue Moon City. However, it was very likely that it was the most comfortable and most refined residence. This is the residence of our Nelan Empire's first-class duke. 100 years ago, my emperor father bestowed it to him. If mother wishes, I think that the duke will be very willing to let us take a look inside. Nelan Ryuayu, who was wearing a sea blue robe, responded. As she spoke, she shot a glance at Long Yi, who was looking at Feng Ling strangely. Long Yi touched his nose and coughed twice and everyone turned around to look at him with a doubtful expression. Do you object? Dongfang Wan asked with a smile. In her heart, she truly wanted to go and take a look at this residence. The architecture in the Nelan Empire was rarely seen in the Violet Dragon Empire. No, I have no objection. I think His Excellency the Duke will be very willing to have us as his guests. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. He could see the entrance gate of this residence was already open wide and the Duke was already waiting to welcome them. He wore a bright noble robe as numerous servants stood behind him. Long Yi had some impression about this Duke. He was a gentleman with a scholarly and refined aura. The Duke hastily walked over and falling down to one knee, he respectfully said, "First Class Duke Chizia pays respect to Your Highness the Empress and Lord Son-in-law. No need to be too polite. Let me introduce them. She is my mother-in-law, and she is also the Empress of the Violet Dragon Empire. They are my sisters." Nelan Ryuayu stepped forward and indifferently said. When facing outsiders, the air around her instantly changed. She was graceful and there was a faint pressure coming from her. Seeing this, Dongfang Wan nodded her head inwardly. The Duke hastily greeted. Perhaps, ordinary common people might not know. However, he clearly knew that the Nelan Empire was not an independent empire. It was only a matter of time before the Nelan Empire merged with the Violent Dragon Empire. The unification of the entire continent would happen eventually. Thus, he paid respect to Dongfang Wan with the highest etiquette and diligently invited everyone into the residence. Immediately after entering the residence, everyone saw a narrow path which sheltered by dense greenery. This place was quiet and beautiful with all kinds of flowers and plants vying with each other for attention. Along with the sea breeze, faint fragrance of flowers drifted in the air. Anyone would want to stay in this place forever. This Duke's residence is really extraordinary. It's the most beautiful residence I have ever seen. Dongfang Wan praised. If Empress likes it, then Zia can willingly hand it over. The Duke said with a smile. There was not even a hint of reluctance in his mind. He even hoped for Dongfang Wan to accept his gift. Perhaps, relying on this, his Qi clan would be able to climb onto a higher branch. Maybe, he would be able to experience infinite glory in the future. This small residence was nothing compared to that. I don't wish to do that, Your Excellency the Duke. There are so many beautiful things in this world. How can someone take everything for themselves? It's already a blessing for me to appreciate your magnificent residence. Dongfang Wan said with a smile. A hint of admiration flashed through the eyes of Qi Zia. This empress was truly worthy of being a woman of the Dongfang clan. Her magnanimity, bearing, and speech were all extraordinary. Father. At that time, a clear and melodious voice came from not far away. A beautiful figure appeared at the corner of the path in front of everybody. A smile appeared on Long Yi's face and he looked at Feng Ling's stunned face. Shui Ruoyan, Lina, Long Linger, and Zemin Wuan also had a strange expression on their face. Yin, quickly come over here and pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress and our honorable guests. Duke Chizia said. When Yinian arrived, he introduced, "This is my daughter Yinian. She is now in charge of the matters in the clan." Yinian was startled and her gaze swept through the familiar faces of Long Yi, Fengling, and the others. She respectfully greeted Nelan Ryu and she stood at the side. Her gaze was lowered and she stared at her toes. No one knew what thoughts were running through her head. As if she noticed the subtle feeling of several people, Dong Fangwan smiled and asked, do you know each other?" "Mother, Yinian used to be a student of the Mi Holy Magic Academy. She is our schoolmate," Long Yi said with a smile. "Since that is the case, why don't the few of you go and catch up with each other?" "Duke, is that fine?" Dong Fangwan asked with a smile. How could the Duke say no? In the end, Long Yi, Fengling, Zeman Wuan, Long Linger, Shui Ruoyan, and Lina left the group. "Linger, go and stroll around with Yinian," Long Yi said. Facing Yinian again, Fengling was at a loss. In the past, she had disguised as a man and assumed a new identity, Ling Feng. That was the cause of such an ill-fated relationship. Yinian didn't oppose. However, she deeply looked at Long Yi before leaving with Fengling. "Second brother, why do I feel that Yinian likes you?" Zeman Wuan hugged the arm of Long Yi and said with a smile, "Why do you think so?" Long Yi asked. "Intuition, woman's intuition." In addition, when she looked at you, there was a hidden bitterness. "Student Long Yi, it's time to confess. Did you do something to her?" Shui Ruoyan answered for Zeman Wuan and she whispered into Long Yi's ear. "Teacher Shui Ruoyan, you cannot blame me without evidence. I will sue you for slander," Long Yi said. Even though he sounded serious, his big hand quietly reached out to her round and plump buttocks as he fiercely pinched. Shui Ruoyan trembled and rolling her eyes at Long Yi, she said, "Bad student. I can sue you for taking liberties with a respectable woman." Now, a respectable man is taking liberties with his teacher. Since both of us are willing, it can only be an adulterous affair, Long Yi said with a cheeky smile on his face. The funny dialogue between these two made Long Linger and others chuckle. In turn, Shui Ruoyan became extremely embarrassed. In any case, they were all her students. "Linger, Lina, Wuan, this bad boy is taking liberties with your teacher. Tell me, what should I do?" Shui Ruoyan pulled Long Yi's ear and she asked the chuckling girls. "Of course, he should be punished," the girls answered in unison. "Punish? Then, you all can punish me by sleeping together with me until I die from excessive ejaculation." "Ah, someone is murdering their husband." Long Yi had just opened his mouth and the four women rushed up towards him. They rained punches on him after shoving him onto the ground. Long Yi just smelled a burst of fragrance as the soft women surrounded him. As for their punches, they were completely ineffective on him and he felt that they were simply tickling him. Since these beauties had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he naturally wouldn't disappoint them. Even though he screamed as they punched him, he extended his devil's claws and he touched the mountain peaks and explored the deep ravine. Who wasn't intelligent among these four beauties? How could they not realize Long Yi's evil intention? He was taking cheap advantages of them, seizing this chance. However, if they didn't allow him to do this, who else would they turn to? Only when their bodies felt limp and it became difficult to control themselves, they scolded in jest and retreated with a red face. Shui Ruoyan and Long Linger were still fine as they had already turned into Long Yi's woman. They were already accustomed to his teasing actions. However, Lina and Zeman Wuan were still virgins and they had an inexplicable, unambiguous relationship with Long Yi. When Long Yi teased them, they felt extremely embarrassed. However, there was a sweet feeling in their heart. Long Yi stood up and patted off the grass on his body. He said with a smug smile, "Beauties, don't you all notice that something is missing?" The four women looked at each other in blank dismay and practically at the same time, they felt their sensitive cherries rubbing against their clothes. All of them screamed and hugged their chest. They glared at Long Yi. Now, Long Yi had different colored bras in his hand and he pressed them against his nose. It seemed as though he became drunk in the fragrance of the few women. He sighed, "Aromatic, truly aromatic." Thinking about it, he used the same technique in the Mi Holy Magic Academy to take away Lina's underwear. Today, He used this technique again on these 4 girls. It seemed as though Long Yi got better at using this technique. Bad fellow, quickly give them back to us. Long Linger shouted with embarrassment. Although they were deep within the residence and there was no one else nearby, if other people saw them, they would die from shame. If you want them, I will give them back after you catch me. Long Yi happily smiled and watched the 4 girls chasing after him with threatening gestures. Then, stuffing those bras in his chest, he ran away while laughing heartily. Chapter 569, Undoing Emotional Entanglement Part 2. The world was in its most beautiful state when the sun started to set. The scene of the glowing sun sinking into the sea was extremely mesmerizing. At this moment, Fangling and Yinian were sitting on a huge rock. The blue hair and blue pupils of Fangling had a great contrast against the blue sea. In addition, she looked very tender and beautiful with the sea breeze blowing against her hair. As for Yinian, she looked into the horizon and she fell into a daze. Only after a long time, she turned her head and looked at Fangling, trying to find the aura of her in the past. She was looking for the Fangling who made her fall in love. However, she was obviously disappointed. At this moment, Fangling's appearance was peerless and she had a hint of graceful aura. She had a great resemblance to a peerless beauty. I'm sorry. Feeling the gaze of Yinian, Fangling spat out these words with great difficulty. At that time, playing around was fine. However, she just had to go and fool around with women. In the end, she attracted a sinful debt which would be hard to free herself from. Yinian shook her head and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. In any case, this woman was her first love and she was also the woman who made her experience the feeling of hovering between life and death. Seeing her again, Yinian didn't feel heartache. She wasn't emotionally affected either. Instead, there was an empty feeling in her heart. Seeing tears in the eyes of Yinian, Fangling became somewhat agitated. She had never been an even-tempered person. Although she felt sorry towards Yinian, what could she do now? Don't cry. What do you want to do now? Fangling wiped the tears off Yinian's face. She felt somewhat awkward in her heart. Can you hug me? Yinian said softly. Fangling sighed as she looked at Yinian. Just hugging was fine, wasn't it? In any case, she had often hugged her sisters. Merely, since her target was Yinian now, she was very unaccustomed to it. Fangling moved a bit closer and hugged Yinian. Yinian smelled the body fragrance of Fangling but her heartbeat didn't accelerate as she had expected. This confused her a little. Before long, Yinian gently pushed Fangling away and she looked at Fangling's devastatingly beautiful face. Phoenix-like eyebrows, clear blue seawater-like pupils, jade-like snowy white skin, a sharp nose bridge, and tender pink lips. However Yinian looked at her, she felt that Fangling was a disaster-class beauty. Yinian felt a sense of inferiority. Ling Feng, can you kiss me? Yinian faintly said. Fangling was startled. She became unable to restrain herself. She almost yelled, Yinian, wake up. I am Fangling, not Ling Feng. I am a woman just like you. I know. This is my last request. I just want to be sure of something. Consider this my last desire. From now on, there will no longer be Ling Feng in this world. The pupils of Yinian somewhat blurred as she implored. Seeing the expression of Yinian, Fangling noticed that the feelings flashing in the eyes of Yinian didn't seem to be directed towards her. What exactly did she want to confirm? Fangling muttered to herself and she reached out her hand to hold Yinian's face. She kissed Yinian. In the past, when playing in the bedchamber with Long Yi and the other sisters, it was common for her to kiss the other sisters. Besides, they were all women. There was no lack of close friends who used kisses to express their feelings. Yinian closed her eyes and her body stiffened slightly as she felt the soft and sweet lips of Fangling along with her pleasant smell. After a few seconds, the two people separated and Yinian touched her own lips. A smile suddenly blossomed on her face and it was a brilliant one. I think I finally know what I'm thinking about. As a matter of fact, I don't love you. I never loved you either. Your hug didn't fill me with a comfortable warmth. Your kiss didn't cause my heartbeat to speed up. I hope that we can become good sisters, Yinian said with a smile. She looked lively and it seemed as though the knot in her heart was finally undone. When she saw that Yinian was no longer troubled, Feng Ling exhaled a sigh of relief from the bottom of her heart. Holding Yinyan's hand, Feng Ling said, I am very happy to have one more sister. Since you said that my hug didn't give you a comfortable warmth and my kiss didn't make your heartbeat speed up, it seems to me like you already met the person who makes your heart warm. Yinyan blushed as the figure of Long Yi with his signature bad smile appeared in her mind. Yes, his hug made her feel comfortable and his kiss moved her heart. However, would she be able to enter his eyes now? In any case, he had hugged her and also kissed her. He made her see the light and said that she could rely on him. At this moment, Long Yi was playing with beauties in full swing. He was grabbing and touching everywhere. He didn't know that he had already become someone important in the mind of Yinyan. When Yinyan and Feng Ling walked over, they were holding hand and chatting cheerfully. When he saw him, Long Yi was so surprised and his chin nearly dropped to the ground. A feeling of jealousy rose in his heart. Could it be that Yinyan succeed? Ling'er was his woman. If she was snatched away by another woman, he should just dig a hole and bury himself alive. He would be the biggest fool in the world. Student Long Yi, why is your face turning green? Shui Ruoyan smiled happily as she pulled his hair. As a matter of fact, seeing Ling'er and Yinyan together, they seem quite suitable for each other. Lena continued to attack after Shui Ruoyan. In fact, it is fine for a woman to be together with another woman. Wuan, how about we also ignore this bad fellow and I marry you? Long Ling'er chuckled and hugged the slender waist of Ziman Wuan. Ziman Wuan quietly looked at the expressionless Long Yi for a while and said softly, I want to stay together with second brother forever. The Long Yi's handsome and expressionless face suddenly burst into a bright smile and he kissed Ziman Wuan. He said with a smile, Wuan is closest to me. All of you are bullying your husband. Wait until night falls. You will see how your husband sorts you out. The beautiful face of Ziman Wuan turned red. Even her snow-white neck turned red. Her second brother kissed her. That was the only thought in her mind. What's going on here? It seems like you two are quite happy. Seeing as Yinyan and Feng Ling had arrived in front of him, Long Wei stared at them with a sour look on his face. He focused on their hands which were locked together. Of course we are happy. Today, Ling'er will sleep together with me. Yinyan smiled and said as she hugged the shoulder of Feng Ling. No. Long Yi shouted with a ghastly pale complexion, surprising everyone. Yinyan was stunned and Feng Ling was also similarly startled. She opened her mouth to say something but was interrupted by Long Yi's outburst. Not unless I sleep together with you. You know, my family's Ling'er cannot fall asleep without using my arm as a pillow. The expression of Long Yi changed so fast it was as if he was a page in a book which was being flipped around. A cheeky smile appeared on his face. So hateful, you scared me to death. Feng Ling stepped forward and pounded the chest of Long Yi. Just a moment ago, she was so frightened that her heart was still jumping. He, who asked you two to collude together to scare me? Trying to toy with this young master. You are still too inexperienced. Long Yi smiled and pinched the cheeks of Feng Ling. Everyone laughed and Yinyan became a lot more cheerful. Even though she had a happy expression on her face, her beautiful eyes were always looking at Long Yi. This confirmed the guesses of the other women. Yinyan definitely coveted their husband. However, with the ever-increasing number of women around Long Yi, all of them started to accept it. With the current ability and position of Long Yi, it was basically impossible for Long Yi to be faithful to only one wife. In addition, in the Blue Waves continent, the more capable a man was, the more wives and concubines he would have. Even if he didn't actively seek out the beautiful spring scenery, outstanding beauties would deliver themselves to his doorstep. Moreover, although Long Yi was full of affection, he treated all his women equally without discrimination. With such a good husband, what else should they expect? Also, Long Yi's sights were high. Average women would never enter his eyes as he already had a crowd of devastatingly beautiful, fearless, and gorgeous beauties following him around. Not to mention the fact that all of them got along well. Not long after, the evening sun sunk into the horizon and the sky became dim. At that time, servants of the residence came looking for Long Yi and the others before bringing them to the hall to attend a dinner party. The host and guests of this dinner party enjoyed themselves to the fullest. When Long Yi's group returned to the imperial palace, it was already late at night. Dongfang Wen immediately went to bed. As for everyone else, they stayed together with Long Yi. All of them knew that Long Yi would go out to sea in order to head for Dragon Island the next day. His goal was to save Lai Yuxu's parents. All of them wanted to follow him. However, Long Yi didn't agree. He would take only Lai, Barbarian Bull, and Li King. As for Midire and her brother, they were there to guide them. Even Lai Yuxu was rejected from this group because members of the Divine Dragon clan were very sensitive to demonic dragon bloodline. Otherwise, the elder of the Divine Dragon clan would never have appeared in the illusory forest in the past. In the future, if there was a need, they would build a transfer magic array on Dragon Island. It would be much easier for them to go back and forth. Seeing the determined attitude of Long Yi, all the girls no longer insisted and returned to their own room after asking him to take care of himself. Now, Long Yi was left alone in this room and he had a gloomy expression on his face. He had just said that he would not take them with him. He didn't ask them to leave so quickly. He wanted to sleep together with all of them. Chapter 570. Entering Dragon Island. The night sky over Blue Moon City was charming, raining gentle moonlight that illuminated the sea surface, sending glitters frolicking across its gentle waves. At this moment, a pleasant harp note accompanied the sound of the rolling sea waves. This made people fall into an even deeper sleep, a smile hanging on their faces as if they were enjoying a pleasant dream. On a cliff, a graceful figure quietly sat by herself. She had long golden hair and that fluttered in the wind. She held a seven-colored harp with one hand. Her other hand gently plucked its strings. A beautiful melody emanated from here, intoxicating any spectators. Long Yi flew over and landed behind Lai, but he didn't disturb her. He just listened to her music. The pleasant harp music contained this mermaid's emotions and her longing. This mermaid was definitely thinking about her Aunt Bai-Fi and her maid Xiami. However, even after repeatedly reflecting over it, Long Yi still didn't understand why Bai-Fi had so urgently returned to Undersea City. Lai's jade finger plucking the string danced faster and faster. Now, only the afterimages of her hand could be seen. Red, white, blue, green and cyan, these 5 rays of light roamed about the strings of her harp and gradually escaped to fly toward the sea. Creak! The jade hand of Lai suddenly gripped a string, and the harp music abruptly ceased. At the same time, that 5-colored radiance flying towards the sea suddenly exploded, and along with a loud bang, a water column that had a 100-meter diameter roared toward the sky, before heavily crashing with a thunderous roar. Its might was shocking. Long Yi felt heartache looking at Lai's fragile back. He stepped forward and sat beside her. At this moment, that 7-colored harp had already disappeared. The only trace of the haunting music was a hint of mist within her sea blue, clear eyes. Her legs under her skirt had already transformed into a golden fishtail as she gazed across the ocean. Missing Bai-Fi and Xiami? Long Yi gently hugged Lai's shoulder and rested her head on his thick and broad shoulder. Regardless of the time needed or suffering asked, he would support his women and use his arms to bar wind and rain from approaching them. Lai weakly nodded her head. For as long as she could remember, Bai-Fi and Xiami had always accompanied her. She worried, even though it had already been a long time since they had secretly returned to the Undersea City without telling her. There was still no news. She was truly afraid that they had had a mishap. Don't worry, they are fine. Although I don't know where Undersea City is, it doesn't mean that other people also don't know. I had thought the dragon race that has lived on the sea's surface for a long time might know something, Long Yi said and caressed Lai's beautiful golden hair. Lai nibbled her lip. But, when I asked Midire and Charmin, they both said that they didn't know. Still, smelling Long Yi's familiar aura, Lai felt a little at ease. They are still young, it's normal that they don't know. There must be someone in the dragon race who knows of its position. Besides, even if no one knows, I will take you all over the sea, and we will definitely find Undersea City. Long Yi spoke with determination. Young master. Lai's maiden heart was moved, and tears flowed down her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she was truly happy that she had encountered Long Yi. She was truly glad that she had become his wife. "Don't cry, mermaid's tears are pearls, it is so wasteful to shed them like this," Long Yi said with a smile as he pinched her cheeks. Upon hearing Long Yi, Lai smiled. As long as she was beside this man, everywhere was truly heaven for her. "Lai, you haven't entered the water for a long time. How about we go to the sea and bath together like an affectionate couple?" All of those smelly girls ran away faster than rabbits. "Now, only you can accompany me," Long Yi said with a bitter smile. Lai will always accompany young master." Hearing that Long Yi wanted to bath together with her like they were an affectionate couple, the beautiful face of Lai became bright red as she recalled that day when she had for the first time. "Didn't they do the deed in the sea?" Lai's golden tail flicked and made a beautiful arc through the air as she leaped into the sea from the tall cliff. She looked happy as she swam in the sea and waved her graceful hand at Long Yi, who watched from the cliff. Long Yi smirked and flipped a few times while diving toward the sea, causing a huge splash. If he had taken part in a diving contest of his previous world, he could have won the gold medal with this dive. Lai was a mermaid, so in the sea, she was a stranded fish put back into the water. As for Long Yi, he called himself the Little White Dragon of Rivers, not to mention that he had already reached the 7th layer in Tianzhu, so he had no problems traversing the sky, exploring beneath the earth or diving below the sea. One could say that his body functions had already completely changed. With internal force filling his pores, he could absorb the necessary oxygen beneath even water or earth. They held each other's hands and swam to the depths of the sea. Not long after, they arrived at the sea area where Lai had lived in the past. The sea was unchanged, but the people were no longer there. Lai fell silent and turned over a stone where Bai-Fi had written something. She read it several times before putting it down. Aunt Bai-Fi wrote that she would come back after a while and everything would be fine. Lai appeared as if she were talking to Long Yi but also as if she were thinking aloud. "Of course they will be fine. Your Aunt Bai-Fi has such a cautious personality. How could she suffer a loss?" Long Yi asked Lai. "But, didn't she suffer losses at your hands?" Lai cast aside the worry in her heart and teased Long Yi with a smile. Long Yi smirked and boasted, "Who am I? I am the most unique being to exist beneath heaven since the beginning of the time. Suffering a loss at my hands is her blessing." "Young master, you are so thick-skinned." Lai chuckled. "Are you rebattling? How dare you make such malicious remarks about this young master?" Long Yi yelled and chased after Lai. He wanted to cheer up Lai. The golden tail of Lai shook, and she fled while giggling. Long Yi chased after her while frequently extending his devil's talons to stroke her fishtail, which would send shivers down Lai's spine. Splash! Lai rushed out of the sea and waved her jade hand, materializing a translucent sea blue barrier, transforming her golden fishtail into a pair of slender legs. She looked breathtaking standing on the sea's surface. Long Yi also burst out not long after and saw Lai looking at him with a red face. Then, she hesitantly took off her extremely thin robe, revealing a stark naked peerlessly beautiful before his eyes. Beneath the illumination of moonlight that pierced through the barrier, she looked illusory. Some fairy came to bless his mortal lusts. At this moment, words were useless. Long Yi directly used his actions to express his thoughts. Jumping at each other, they immediately entangled, mashing together their lips and teeth, their passion overflowing. This was not only the collision of bodies but also the blending of hearts. When Long Yi's burning hot little brother squeezed into that moist secret cave, Lai just trembled a little and felt that every cell in her body cheered. All the scenery around her disappeared, leaving only those tender and passionate pitch-black pupils of Long Yi that pierced through her heart and stroked her innermost sympathetic chord. The moonlight slowly circulated along the revolving water curtain, illuminating two squirming figures above the sea's surface. "Young master." Lai firmly held Long Yi with both her hands and legs like an octopus. Spring nectar gushed from her private parts. After the lingering feeling of dissipated, Lai lay on Long Yi's chest in satisfaction while humming an ancient song of mermaid clan. Young master, do you understand what I just sang? After humming, Lai raised her head and asked while observing Long Yi. Of course, this young master, have studied celestial beings. Asking such a simple question, isn't that insulting my IQ? Long Yi smiled as his big hands rubbed the buttocks of Lai. Young master is bragging again. You didn't even recognize sea monster Mengqi, but you claim you've studied celestial beings? Lai smiled. It was not that I didn't recognize it, rather that I pretended to not recognize it. Long Yi reached for a yard after gaining an inch. His hand slid into that still moist gorge of Lai. Lai let out a moan and clamped the mischievous big hand of Long Yi with her long legs and pouted angrily. Young master, don't move randomly unless you can say what I was singing just now. Just a moment ago, you sang so much. This young master will only summarize it briefly. The rough meaning of that song you sang is that I love you. And I want to be together with you forever. Isn't that so? Long Yi smiled. Seeing Lai's startled appearance, he was pleased in his heart. It was obvious that Lai had been singing a love song, and the meaning of all love songs was almost the same. Lai nodded her head in admiration as her beautiful eyes shone like small stars. Then, young master can move randomly again now. She shyly glanced at him. Long Yi pushed down Lai, and the sonata of love resounded across the sea again. With the first rays of the morning sun rose from the ends of the sea, a pure and fresh breeze passed over. Diligent people successively got out of their bed and began a new day. On the large viewing platform of a castle-style imperial palace, Dongfang Wan and Long Yi's women gathered together. Barbarian Bull and Li King stood behind Long Yi. They were going along with Long Yi to the legendary Dragon Island. A mother would always be worried when her child went far away. Even though Dongfang Wan knew that her son was very strong, she still worried. After all, he was going to Dragon Island, the place none had set foot on for thousands of years. Dongfang Wan continuously warned Long Yi to pay attention to this and that. As for Long Yi, he merely nodded his head like an obedient child. He was not impatient at all. Instead, he greatly enjoyed this kind of care. Long Yi, since you are going to Divine Dragon Island, we will not participate in this operation. I and Crystal will return to Demonic Dragon Island. Who knows whether Elder Pierre has complained about us in front of Father Emperor? Charmin said. Okay, in any case, since you have already told me the location of Demonic Dragon Island, if things go well, I will come looking for you to talk about the past. I think your Father Emperor will welcome us. Long Yi said with a smile. It'd be good for you to know that even though we are leaving first, if you don't come, then... Charmin swung her fists. Then together with Crystal, she bade farewell to Dongfang Wan and the other girls. Flying away, they disappeared into the horizon. Mother, we also have to leave now. You and your daughters-in-law can go sightseeing around the continent. I will return very quickly. Long Yi said with a smile. Then, he hugged Dongfang Wan and blew a kiss toward his women who would all stay behind. After that, he grabbed Barbarian Bull and flew away. His direction was completely different from Charmin and Crystal. Charmin's group had went southeast, but his group went southwest. This child... Dongfang Wan looked at the direction where Long Yi had disappeared with an affectionate gaze. Only after reaching far away from the seacoast of Blue Moon City did Midire and Leguxia transform into their over 100-meter dragon form and soar the sky. Long Yi made Barbarian Bull and Li King sit on Leguxia's back. As for himself and Lai, they rode the back of Midire. You two, get off. I can't fly. How could Midire let other people ride her? She turned her huge dragon head back and angrily glared at Long Yi. How can we fly so fast? Moreover, carrying just 2 people doesn't affect you at all. Long Yi smirked and said. His hand caressed slightly below her dragon neck. Withdraw your claw, you rogue. Midire felt indignant and cursed loudly. This bad fellow was clearly touching her flank. If his hand moved a little, then he would be touching her breast. Although she had transformed into a dragon now, she could still feel it. Despite her dragonic form, she felt a bit red in the face. "You are truly smart, I hid it so well, but you were still able to tell. I admire you." Long Yi smiled and said. However, he retracted his hand. He knew that Midair had already compromised. As for Lu Jexiu's protests, they were much easier to handle. Long Yi just shook his fist, and the dragon immediately swallowed his protests. There was a good proverb, dragons don't eat losses right before the eyes. Waiting until they found an opportunity to take revenge would not be too late. In this fashion, under the lead of Midair and her brother, Long Yi and the others advanced toward Divine Dragon Island at full speed. The sea was vast even compared to the Pacific Ocean of his previous world. After all, this sea was many times bigger. Even though the dragon brother and sister flew at full speed, it took several days to reach the periphery of Dragon Archipelago. When Long Yi saw these islands shrouded in celestial mist, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. What a blessed land! Your Divine Dragon clan truly selected a good place. What good? Try staying in this small place for thousands of years, then you will see what a good place this is. Your human world is much better, there are so many amusing things. Leguxi, who had been very lively in Blue Wave's continent, became listless upon seeing the Dragon Island. What you said is correct, but don't be depressed. As long as you properly become my younger brother, I will take you to even more amusing places. Long Yi pulled over Leguxia, who had transformed into a humanoid form, and enticed him with a smile. The eyes of Leguxia lit up, and taking a sneaky gaze at his big sister Midair, he whispered, "How about you become my brother-in-law? My big sister is the most beautiful woman in our Divine Dragon clan. I can help you." "But, I heard that no one among the younger generation of your Divine Dragon clan is willing to marry her," Long Yi said with a smile. That is because my big sister holds them in contempt, but you are different. You are so powerful. As I see it, my big sister also treats you very differently. I dare to confirm that she definitely has a favorable impression of you." "Ah, big sister, why are you so close to me?" "I haven't said anything." Leguxia was very enthusiastic about matchmaking his big sister and Long Yi. Although he feared Long Yi, he also greatly admired Long Yi's strength. If he could become Long Yi's brother-in-law, then he didn't have to fear anything in the future. Merely, when he was speaking, Midair's ashen beautiful face suddenly appeared in front of him. "Who asked you to talk nonsense?" Midair rained down punches on Leguxia. She was both embarrassed and angry in her heart. Since when did she have a favorable impression of this bad fellow who infuriated her to death? "Brother-in-law, help me!" Leguxia covered his head and screamed. Upon hearing him, Midair became even more embarrassed, and she thought to kick him into the sea, but Long Yi grabbed her leg. Coughing twice, he said, "Forget about it. Since you have already punched him, it's enough." If you become so angry because of his nonsense, other people might mistakenly believe that he was speaking the truth. The beautiful face of Midair heated up. Retracting her leg, she snorted, "I will let you off this time. Speak nonsense again, and I will tear your mouth out." Leguxia stood up, and after taking a deep breath, he rushed over to Long Yi and gushed, "Brother-in-law, you are so amazing." Midair just glared at Leguxia but didn't raise her hands this time. "Well, let's talk about how to get in now." "We will definitely get discovered if we enter just like this," Long Yi said. "Can you all conceal your original aura?" Midair calmed down and asked. Long Yi and the others nodded their heads, expressing they could. "In that case, everything is fine. I have 4 dragon scales here. As long as you keep them with you, it's fine," Midair said as she took out 4 dragon scales emitting dazzling golden light. From them, everyone could sense a strong aura of Divine Dragon clan. Long Yi took those 4 dragon scales. He understood what Midair meant. As long as they concealed their auras and held this dragon scale, other dragons would not easily sense their identity. The largest island at the center of Dragon Archipelago is the Master Island. The Imperial kinsmen and elders of the Divine Dragon clan stay there. Other dragons cannot enter there without an order. I and Leguxia will go back first and report to Father Emperor. As for you all, Stay on the periphery island first. At night, I will see whether I can find an opportunity to bring you all to the master island." Midair said, "No problem, merely, how will you find us at that time?" Long Yi asked, "How about this, stay on this island, and at Zishi hour, 1, of night, go to the West Rocky Beach and wait for me." Midair thought for a bit and pointed at an island which was located at the west side of the master island. 1, Zishi hour, 11 p.m. 1 a.m. After the discussion, Midair and Leguxia issued a loud dragon roar and transforming into two golden lights racing toward the master island of Divine Dragon Archipelago. Dragon Clan. This will be very interesting. Long Yi thought. After giving the dragon scale to Barbarian Bull, Li King and Lai Lai, they flew toward the island shrouded in mist that Midair had pointed out. This island was a relatively small island of Divine Dragon Archipelago, nevertheless, the trees towered above them, birds sang beautiful melodies, and beautiful flowers bloomed. The environment was extremely peaceful, possessing a pristine perfection. "Boss, where should we go now?" Barbarian Bull asked, carrying Greenstone ruler on his shoulder. "Let's stroll around. I heard that dragons have many treasures. Let's see if we can extort a few from them." Long Yi smirked and brewed a bad plan. Chapter 571, Dragon Clan's Little Lolita Zinxing. Long Yi and others alertly walked toward the island's center. Along the path, they observed various kinds of rare plants and animals, causing their eyes to widen in surprise. Perhaps because of the divine dragon aura brimming about them, these animals didn't fear them. Instead, the creatures did whatever they wished. Some even came over and intimately rubbed against their legs. It seemed that the dragons living here didn't hurt them. However, Long Yi couldn't understand one thing. Could it be that dragons were vegetarian? Looking at Midair, Charmin, and others on the Blue Waves continent, the dragon race ate and drank extravagantly. They especially loved meat, clearly demonstrating that dragons were omnivorous. After a short time, a wide open space appeared in front of everyone, revealing a clear, freshwater lake. The lake reflected the blue sky with its white clouds like it were a giant, pristine mirror, stunning the group. "Boss, this place is called Dragon Island, but how come we haven't even seen a shadow of a dragon?" Barbarian Bull asked. "How would I know?" "Perhaps, because this island is so small, no dragon lives here. Or perhaps, the dragons that live here have gone into some cave to make love." "I don't need to speak about how poor the fertility of the dragon race is, do I?" "They naturally have to make the best use of their time to create the younger generation," Long Yi smirked and said. The more he thought about this, the more he felt that this was possible. He had heard that some dragons couldn't bear a child even after several thousand years. Could it be that they lacked knowledge in a certain aspect? The beautiful face of Lai Lai became red, and she pinched Long Yi. This bad young master truly loved to talk nonsense. Okay, let's rest here and find some food to fill our stomach." Long Yi caught Lai Lai's little hand and said. He could see that the fishes swimming in this lake were very fleshy and would no doubt be delicious, but after considering Lai Lai's feelings, he decided to catch a few of the animals from the woods. In order to not leak his own aura, Long Yi used his spirit power to stun two multicolored, fat birds. Then, plucking off their feathers and smoothly cutting open their stomach, he instantly roasted them in a bonfire. Not long after, the meat's fragrance spread all around, and Barbarian Bull couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he stared at the roasting meats without blinking his eyes. Just when the meat was halfway roasted, Long Yi's group sensed something and glanced at the sky as one. Along with a clear and melodious dragon roar, a golden dragon that was 20 or so meters long landed in front of Long Yi's group of four and curiously sized up Long Yi and the others with its big dragon eyes. After that, its eyes slid towards the roasted meat in the bonfire, and it drooled. "Little brother, where do you come from? Are you hungry?" Seeing the physique and innocent, clear eyes of this golden dragon, Long Yi knew that this was a young dragon. Usually, an adult golden dragon was more than 100 meters long. "I am not a little brother, I am a little sister." "Big brother, why did you come to my home?" This little divine dragon spoke the human language, but it had the voice of a young girl. Long Yi rubbed his nose and said after hollowly laughing, "This big brother saw your home was beautiful, so we came to take a stroll." "What about your father and mother?" This little divine dragon curiously looked at Long Yi and said, "Don't you all know that I don't have a father, I only have a mother?" We have been in seclusion for a very long time. We just exited our seclusion today, so we don't remember many things." Long Yi was startled. It seemed that the family matter of this little divine dragon was known to the entire divine dragon clan, so he found a far-fetched argument. Presumably, this little divine dragon would not be able to tell. "Oh, then it's no wonder. Now, my mother is in seclusion. I don't know when she will come out, plus there's no one to accompany me to play." This little divine dragon didn't doubt Long Yi's words and merely mourned, appearing lonely. "Your family only consists of you and your mother?" Long Yi asked. All the other clansmen ignore us." "Big brother, will you also ignore us?" The little dragon's innocent eyes were filled with tears as she spoke. "Of course not, you are so cute, how can we ignore you?" Tender-hearted, Lai stepped forward and patted the head of this little divine dragon. The body of this little divine dragon flashed with golden light, and she unexpectedly turned into a 10-or-so-year-old beautiful little girl. She was wearing a golden skirt, and her golden hair hung down to her shoulders. She rushed into the bosom of Lai and sobbed. "Young master, didn't you say that only after a dragon become an adult could it transform into a humanoid form?" Li King asked Long Yi in surprise. Everything has an exception. For instance, Nai is even smaller than her, but she can already transform into a humanoid form. It's just that the outline and black pupils of this little girl, how come they resemble the traits of violent Dragon Empire's people? Long Yi said. He was also suspicious. Lai hugged the little girl, her entire body emitting a gentle aura of maternal instinct. Under her gentle consolation, the little girl gradually stopped sobbing. "Little sister, what is your name?" Long Yi pulled over the little girl and sized her up, wanting to discern why she was different. "My name is Xingxing. What is Big Brother's name?" The little girl answered. Seeing the pitch-black pupils of Long Yi, she felt a cordial feeling. "Xingxing's a truly nice name. My name is Long Yi, this is Big Sister Lai, and they are Big Brother Bull and Big Brother King," Long Yi introduced. Hearing the name of this little girl, the dot in Long Yi's heart deepened. Xingxing was not like the common names of the Divine Dragon clan. One could tell that just by looking at the names of Midire and Leguxia. Xingxing cutely greeted everyone. She was very excited to meet so many people. She had been too lonely. "Big Brother Bull, how come the dragon horns on your head are so long? It's so strange." Xingxing pointed at the sharp bull horn on Barbarian Bull's head and asked, "This old bull was born like this, what is so strange?" Barbarian Bull continued to stare at the roasted meat and muttered, "Oh, then why don't Big Brother Long, Big Brother King and Big Sister Lai have dragon horn just like Xingxing? Did elders don't like you all too because of this? Then, you can stay at my house hereafter." Like that, Xingxing will also not be lonely. Xingxing brushed aside her hair and sure enough, there was no dragon horn, not even a small lump. Hearing the childish words of Xingxing, Long Yi couldn't help feeling a bit sour in his heart. He picked her up and put it on his lap, then said with a smile, "Okay, hereafter, Big Brothers and Big Sister will accompany you to play, and also take you to many amusing places. There are many beautiful cities, beautiful clothes and many good people." "Okay, but my mother will definitely not agree." Xingxing excitedly cheered, but soon after that, she became depressed again. "This Big Brother will persuade your mother to agree." Long Yi smiled and touched the soft golden hair of Xingxing. Xingxing looked at Long Yi with a bright smile, then stretching out her little hand, she touched the rough beard stubble of Long Yi and she suddenly felt a different kind of warmth. Her mother was unable to give her this kind of warmth. "Boss, it seems the meat is properly roasted." Barbarian Bull swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said loudly. Long Yi glared at Barbarian Bull, then holding Xingxing with one hand, he took out seasoning from his space ring and sprinkled it on the roasted meat, Then the fragrance suddenly became a lot stronger, and with meat juice dripping in the flame, sizzling sounds came, making everyone swallow a mouthful of saliva. The reaction of Xingxing in the hand of Long Yi was even stronger. She was watching at those roasted meat without blinking her eyes. She had never smelled such a good fragrance. Long Yi flipped over the meat, then taking them out of the grill, he began to divide. He tore off the leg of one bird and handed it over to Xingxing and said with a smile, "Here, eat it, taste the craft of your big brother Long." Xingxing impatiently took a bite. She felt the skin was roasted crisp and meat inside was soft. Moreover, a meat juice flowed into her throat, and this delicious taste began to spread all around from the mouth, stunning her. "So tasty, I have never eaten something so tasty." Xingxing watched Long with an oily mouth. "I will give you mine too, eat quickly." Long Yi smiled and handed over his portion to Xingxing. "Yes, Xingxing, big sister will also give you." Lai was not too fond of oily meats, she only ate such food occasionally. And now, seeing Xingxing liked it so much, she gave her portion to her. "Take it." Li King also handed over his portion. Barbarian Bull had only taken a bite and was relishing it. But seeing the action of everyone, he was also reluctantly handed over and said, "Little girl, this old bull will also give you." The eyes of Xingxing glittered and she suddenly burst into tears, and Long Yi became busy consoling her. He was most afraid of women crying. "Xingxing, don't cry, hereafter, big brothers and big sister will be good to you. Whoever dares to bully our little Xingxing, we will definitely not let him go." Long Yi wiped the tears of Xingxing and said he had guessed something in his heart. He feared that this little girl's identity was not simple. Xingxing laughed and she was very happy as she ate the roasted meat given to her by everyone. "Big brother Long, I will take you all to the place where I live with my mother. I have a lot of treasures there." Xingxing leaned on Long Yi and said, feeling the aura of Long Yi, she felt very comfortable and warm as his aura resembled the aura she had imagined of her father. Long Yi smiled and carrying Xingxing, he said, "Okay, let's set off now." The four people advanced under the guidance of Xingxing. They passed the lake and arrived at a path paved with colorful stones. On both sides of this path, there were tall trees. This scene made Long Yi and others felt as if they had arrived at the residence of a certain human. At the end of this path, there was a flower garden. There were various kinds of beautiful flowers in this garden, and the path through this garden was covered with green grasses. When the sea breeze blew over, thousands of petals would flutter in the air, making this place appear just like a fairyland. The mouth of Long Yi was wide opened. Was this place truly a part of Dagon Island? When did dragons have such good taste? "Young master, did we come to the wrong place?" Li King said. "Boss, doesn't this place greatly resemble the imperial garden of your home?" Barbarian Bull said. "Big brother Long, isn't my home beautiful? These flowers, plants and trees are all planted by my mother. No other island have these." Xingxing proudly said. After a long time, everyone walked into this garden with a belly full of doubts, and not long after, they saw a small courtyard with a fine log cabin in the middle of this garden. That style greatly resembled the ancient architectural style of Violent Dragon Empire. "Xingxing, when were you able to transform into your human form for the first time?" Long Yi asked. "My mother said that I could transform into a human form immediately after I was born," Xingxing replied. Long Yi and others looked inside the log cabin and discovered that the decorations and furnishings inside greatly resembled humankind's. There were wooden tea table and even a valuable porcelain tea set, but they appeared a little old. "Big brother Long, I will make you all a tea, you must have never tasted it before." Xingxing jumped off the bosom of Long Yi and arranged the tea set, then begun to make the tea. Long Yi pondered watching that flower garden outside the window. Why was there such a place in Divine Dragon Archipelago? Why was there such a pair of mother and daughter? Their lifestyle was almost the same as humankind. Could it be that? Long Yi thought of a possibility, but he didn't dare to be sure. A faint fragrance of tea spread throughout the log cabin, and not long after, Xingxing came over with 4 cups of tea and happily said, "Big brothers, big sister, just a moment ago, I ate your roasted meat, not I invite you to drink tea. My mother said that only our house has tea in the entire dragon clan. Long Yi picked up a teacup and sipped a mouthful of tea. This tea was simple but elegant. It could even be counted as the best tea in Blue Wave's continent. Merely, he had never tasted it before. Presumably, it was the variety not found in Blue Wave's continent. Pretty good, it's very tasty. Long Yi smiled and praised highly. Upon hearing his praise, the eyes of Xingxing became all the more brilliant. I still have many treasures, I will show them to you all. Xingxing rushed into the room and pulled out a big wooden box, then opened it. It was full of sparkling gems, pearls and so on precious stones. These are all my treasures, aren't they beautiful? Xingxing admiringly fondled the things within this wooden box. The four people looked at each other and remained silent. This much of precious stones might be a fortune in Blue Wave's continent, but for dragons, this much was only not too shabby. Thinking about it, the father and mother of Liuxia however were still able to build an extravagant crystal palace with all kinds of jades and pearls paved on the walls and ground in the river, even though they were being chased by both Divine Dragon Clan and Demonic Dragon Clan. Big brothers, big sister, what happened? Don't you all have any treasures? If that is the case, then I can give you some of mine. Xingxing grabbed a handful of gems and handed over, looking at everyone with sparkling eyes. Xingxing is truly a good child. Big brothers and big sister have not yet given Xingxing any gifts. How can we take Xingxing's things? Long Yi placed the gems back to the wooden box. One should know that dragons were stingy to an abnormal level for treasures. Even Dragon King who hugs a treasure mountain would rarely give any treasure to his subordinates, but here, Xingxing gave them her treasures even though she was meeting them for the first time. How could this not touch their heart? With a thought of Long Yi, suddenly a dazzling light flashed in front of everyone, and a small mountain of gold, silver, gems and pearls appeared. Then, he said with a smile, Xingxing, this big brother's gift to you. Xingxing couldn't move her eyes away from this small mountain that was a bit taller than even herself. She was unable to resist the lure of this treasure mountain. Only after a long time, she nervously looked at Long Yi and asked, Big brother Long, are you truly giving me these treasures? Of course, this big brother will give you more in the future. Long Yi said with a smile, yes. Xingxing cutely threw herself in the treasure mountain, and gold, silver, pearls and gems rolled all over the flower, making the entire log cabin shine brightly. Long Yi rubbed his nose. Originally, he wanted to extort some treasure from dragons, but beyond his imagination, not only he didn't extort any treasure, he even gifted a pile of treasures. But, looking at the happy appearance of Xingxing, he also felt happy and thought to himself that he would get back double from the place of Dragon King. The sky quickly darkened. Although Dragon Island was not comparable to Blue Wave's continent, Dragon Island was not at all hot and suffocating, instead was very cool and refreshing. Under the lead of Xingxing in the arms of Long Yi's group strolled all around this small island. They also learned many things as Xingxing happily told them where was the most amusing place, where was the most beautiful place and so on, like a chirping little bird. She could talk endlessly. My mother is in seclusion in this cave. She had told me that she will come out in 1 month, but she hasn't come out yet even though it is almost 2 months now. Xingxing said, pointing at a stone cave not far away from them. When your mother entered the seclusion in the past, was it also like this? Long Yi asked. My mother enters seclusion once every few years. And every time, the seclusion is for 1 month. Sometimes, she would be a few days late, and sometimes, she would be a few days early, but she has never been so late like this. Xingxing pouted. Long Yi frowned and carefully used his spirit power to scan inside that stone cave. Generally speaking, the entrance to the seclusion place would have a barrier, but the spirit power of Long Yi didn't run into any obstruction. So he immediately felt that something was wrong here. He sent his spirit power deeper into the cave and only then, he sensed a weak aura of life. The complexion of Long Yi changed and he immediately rushed into this stone cave holding Xingxing. Then, deep inside the cave, he saw a more than 100 meters long golden dragon lying on the ground. Blood was flowing out from the corner of its eyes as if it had already reached the end of its life. Mother! Xingxing in the bosom of Long Yi screamed sadly, then immediately rushing over to that golden dragon, she repeatedly shook the huge dragon head. Long Yi laid out a barrier at the entrance of this cave so as to prevent his aura from leaking out. Then he used his internal force to protect the heart vein of Xingxing's mother and used his spirit power to examine. Now, her dragon power was very weak and her internal organs had suffered injuries. Moreover, it appeared as if someone had forcibly suppressed her power. Big Brother Long, please save my mother, I beg you, please save her. Xingxing was just a child. How could she immediately accept this situation? She only cried loudly as she asked Long Yi for help. Rest assured, Xingxing, your mother will be fine. Long Yi comforted Xingxing and handed her over to Lai. Then with a solemn face, he pointed at the globula of this huge dragon. Chapter 572, Trapped. His internal force and spirit power penetrated Xingxing's mother's sea of consciousness, dispersing her dragon power and moistening her damaged internal organs. This was not a simple matter. Lai and others quietly stood behind Long Yi. They didn't even dare to breathe in fear that they would disturb Long Yi. They all knew that any disturbance could not be allowed when Long Yi treated someone. Seeing Long Yi's complexion gradually paling and that he was sweating profusely, all of them were anxious and worried, but they could do nothing to help. Xingxing tightly grabbed Lai's hand. Their palms were moist, but it was unknown whether it was her sweat or Lai's sweat. Suddenly, Long Yi's pale handsome face twitched and he opened his tightly closed eyes. Then, the light spirit tablet shot out from his globula and emitted a soft holy light, illuminating this huge dragon. Holy Spirit radiance. Long Yi shouted loudly, and his finger pressing against the globula of this huge dragon trembled as tyrannical internal force gushed into her like the tide waters. Lai and the others standing behind him were unable to stand stably. Sensing the ripple of energy in the air, they retreated a few steps back. The over 100-meter-long huge dragon body convulsed in pain and vomited a mouthful of blood, but its life fluctuations suddenly strengthened. Long Yi retrieved the light spirit tablet and sat on the ground, all his energy exhausted. In his heart, he cursed. He didn't know which abnormal ghost had suppressed her power, but if not for the help of light spirit tablet, the mother of Xingxing would certainly have died even with his help. Young master, are you all right? Lai walked over and sat down, supporting Long Yi. Seeing his frail appearance, she almost shed tears in pain. Long Yi shook his head and glanced at Xingxing, who squatted in front of the huge dragon with tearful eyes. He smiled and said, Xingxing, don't worry, your mother is fine. She will wake up in a while. Really, Big Brother Long? Just a moment ago, upon seeing her mother vomiting blood, Xingxing had mistakenly believed that she would never see her mother again. So, hearing Long Yi's words, she was pleasantly surprised and a bit doubtful. Of course, when did this Big Brother Long deceive you? Long Yi said with a smile. Circulating the internal force within his body, he recovered some energy. Xingxing walked over to Long Yi and used her little hand to wipe the sweat off Long Yi's face and said gratefully, Thank you, Big Brother Long. Xingxing will repay you in the future. Silly girl. You call me Big Brother. It is a matter of course for Big Brother to help younger sister. Where did the need to repay me come from? Long Yi smiled and said he truly liked this poor little girl. No, I have to repay you. My mother says that the favor of a drop of water should be repaid with the gratitude of a fountain of water. Hereafter, Big Brother is Xingxing's family member. Xingxing will do whatever Big Brother wants Xingxing to do. Little Xingxing looked serious like she was making a pledge. Long Yi was startled. He pulled Xingxing into his bosom and said, nodding his head, Fine, hereafter, Xingxing will listen to this Big Brother, okay? Honestly speaking, his heart was somewhat shaken. A little girl had actually said the favor of a drop of water should be repaid with the gratitude of a fountain of water. Everybody knew the principle of this idiom, but there were many people devoid of gratitude who destroyed the bridge after crossing the river in this world. Xingxing will listen to Big Brother long hereafter. Xingxing happily smiled as if she had obtained an extremely big present. At this moment, the huge dragon in front of them jerked and opened her eyes with great difficulty. She gaped upon seeing several pairs of eyes looking at her with concern. "Mother, you woke up?" Xingxing smiled childishly. The dragon blinked her eyes and looked at her daughter snuggling up to a handsome youth. Then she observed the other two men and one woman standing beside them. Although they had the aura of a member of the Divine Dragon clan, they didn't resemble the clansmen of the Divine Dragon clan. A golden light flashed, and this huge dragon transformed into a beautiful woman wearing a long golden skirt. Her long golden hair hung loosely to her waist, and her facial features were very exquisite. As for her temperament, she looked gentle, but her beautiful face had a hint of abnormal paleness at this moment. Xingxing quickly ran over and rushed into the bosom of her mother. The beautiful woman gently caressed Xingxing's head while she examined the changes within her body. Suddenly, she was pleasantly surprised and wore a disbelieving look. Then, she gently separated from her daughter and walked over to Long Yi. She greeted him with proper human etiquette and said excitedly, "My name is Teresa. Thank you all for saving my life." Long Yi smiled and said, "Xingxing has already thanked us." "Don't mention it, mother. This big brother Long saved you. He is very powerful." Xingxing jumped into Long Yi's bosom and declared, rubbing the beard stubble of Long Yi. She didn't know why, but she especially liked his beard stubble. Seeing her daughter so attached to Long Yi, Teresa felt a little sad in her heart. This child was too lonely and greatly lacked a father's love. So long as these people didn't have malicious intentions in coming to Dragon Island, she hoped that they would accompany Xingxing. Merely, Dragon Island was so far away due to the sea separating it from the mainland, and no human had ever arrived here for thousands of years, so she didn't know whether these people who had come were enemies or friends. At this moment, the sky was already filled with stars and the sound of sea waves resounded throughout the island. It was a quiet and peaceful night. Under the lead of Teresa, Long Yi and the others returned to the small log cabin in the middle of the flower garden. Xingxing had already fallen asleep in the bosom of Long Yi. Long Yi gently placed Xingxing onto the bed, but just when he released his hand, she woke up and tightly hugged his neck. She refused to let go even after her mother told her to do so. "Let me hold her. In any case, she is not heavy." Long Yi spoke with a smile. In his heart, he felt an impulse to dote and protect this little girl. Teresa helplessly nodded her head. How could a child lacking fatherly love easily let go after experiencing the long-awaited fatherly warmth? Nevertheless, these people would eventually leave. What would Xingxing do at that time? Teresa made tea and poured it for the four people. Then, gracefully sitting on the main position, she said, "I just wanted to know why you all came to Divine Dragon Archipelago. As I imagine it, you all have quietly snuck in." Long Yi nodded his head and after mumbling for a bit, he said, "That's right. We did indeed sneak in. But we don't have any malicious intentions. I presume you should know about the matter of the Prince of Demonic Dragon Clan and the Princess of Divine Dragon Clan falling in love with each other." Teresa was startled, and she stared at Long Yi. "Did you all come for that matter?" Honestly speaking, after running away upon eloping, they gave birth to two daughters. The elder daughter named Liu Xu is my woman, and the younger daughter is my that adopted daughter. In addition, Midire and Leguxia brought us here. We hope to rescue Fandi and Solayanya from the forbidden area of the Dragon Clan. I hope you can help us." Long Yi said truthfully, "So that's how it is. Just now, did you say Liu is your woman?" Teresa looked at Long Yi in a daze and asked. "That's right." Long Yi sipped a mouthful of tea and said, "To be truthful, Liu couldn't be considered his woman. They just shared some ambiguous feelings. Don't you know that the unity of a human and a dragon is destined to be a tragedy? The lifespan of a human is too short. However, once you die, you will leave behind your wife who will spend the rest of her life in lonely bitterness. Have you ever thought about this? And by chance, if a child is born, then that child will never get fatherly love. Have you ever thought about this?" Teresa was somewhat agitated. Then, "Do you regret?" The black pupils of Long Yi flashed as he asked. Teresa trembled, and she appeared perplexed. Only after a long time did she nod her head and say, "Whenever I see the longing within Xingxing's eyes, I regret that I cannot give my child a happy childhood, regret that I cannot give her a complete family." In other words, you regret falling in love with a human? Long Yi asked. No, I have never regretted falling in love with him. Merely, I feel sorry for my child. Teresa's eyes were somewhat blurred as she recounted her past. Teresa was Sulianya's cousin. Perhaps, after Sulianya and Fandi, the prince of demonic dragon clan, eloped, she was influenced by this kind of shocking and tear-jerking love. She who had just entered her rebelling age also snuck out of Divine Dragon Archipelago and went to the Blue Waves continent. This matter occurred 8 centuries ago. After that, she transformed into her humanoid form and traveled around. At that time, she became acquainted with a young sword saint in an eastern country of Blue Waves continent. They got along very well, and for several years, they adventured all around Blue Waves continent together. After a long time, these two shared a mutual affection. This man was born in a noble family, he had fine features, and his bearing was elegant. Moreover, he knew how to enjoy life. Her current habits stemmed from his subtle influence. At that time, Teresa had been a dragon girl who had placed love above everything else. Once she fell into it, she threw away her reason beyond the highest heaven. The two mated regardless of any consequences, and soon, she became pregnant. Merely, it took at least 200 years for a dragon to give birth upon being impregnated. How could her husband wait for such a long period of time? Soon after that, the people of Dragon Clan found her, and she was forcibly brought back to Dragon Island. Then several great elders jointly used their powers to suppress her power before throwing her to this small island. Since her dragon power had been sealed, she was basically unable to leave. 200 years later after that, when she had been about to give birth, she had begged the Dragon King and the elders to let her see that man once again and show him his child. At that time, the elder brother of Sulianya had already become the Dragon King. Since he was also her cousin, the Dragon King agreed to her request, and he instructed a senior clansman to go to Blue Waves continent to bring back that man. However, the senior dragon returned back with news that the man had already died 1 month ago. Moreover, he had also had several generations of offspring filling his house. The reason why I am telling you so much is that I don't want you and Lai Yuxu to walk down my old path. As for rescuing my cousin and cousin-in-law, I will help to the greatest of my abilities. Teresa softly sighed. Thank you for your concern, but I and Lai Yuxu will absolutely not walk down your old path because my lifespan is even longer than the dragon races. Hearing the life story of Teresa, Long Yi sighed in his heart. He already had lightning gods, water gods and wind gods, these 3 main gods' imprints on him. His lifespan basically had no limit. Unless he was killed with both his body and soul completely annihilated, he would become the undying old monster to later generations. Teresa looked at Long Yi in amazement. Seeing his confident appearance, it seemed that he was not boasting. Merely, how could a human have a lifespan longer than a dragon? Still, she didn't ask more about it. Young master, it's almost Zishi. 1. At that time, Lai pulled Long Yi's sleeve and reminded. 1. Zishi, 11 p.m. 1 am. Long Yi looked at the sky and nodded his head. The time they were appointed to meet again with mid-year brother and sister approached. Long Yi gently handed over Xingxing to her mother Teresa. While sleeping, Xingxing restlessly swayed for a bit, but smelling her mother's fragrance and aura, she calmed once more. You all should be very careful. There is a detection magic array on the Master Island. If an outsider broke into the island, then the Dragon King and the elders would be notified immediately, Teresa warned. Thank you. We will be careful, Long Yi said, and along with others, he hastily flew toward the rocky beach of the west. The appointed time quickly arrived, but not even a shadow of a ghost could be seen. Even after another 2 hours, Mid-Year and her brother still didn't come. Long Yi frowned and said, we don't need to wait any longer. It seems Mid-Year and Leguxi met with an accident, so they cannot come tonight. Then, what should we do? Barbarian Bull scratched his ox horn and asked, "What can we do?" "Let's go back and wait in Xing Xing's home." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said, without a familiar person leading the way, he didn't dare to rashly charge in. In any case, if they alerted the enemy by acting rashly, it would be much more difficult to rescue Liu Xu's parents. At this moment, in a huge dark cave within the Master Island, Midair and Liu Xia fretfully paced back and forth. "Big sister, think of a way. Father Emperor told us to face the wall for 2 months. If we do so, then wouldn't brother-in-law and others misunderstand us?" Liu Xia anxiously asked. "He is not your brother-in-law. Keep talking nonsense if you don't want to live." Midair was also vexed, and hearing Liu Xia repeatedly addressing Long Yi as brother-in-law, she couldn't help but get angry and kick his butt. "Me calling him brother-in-law is not wrong. Liu Xu is also my big sister. Did you think I was talking about you? As I see it, you basically don't even enter his eyes." Liu Xia rubbed his butt and muttered with hidden bitterness, "You! Say that again." Midair swung her fists in a threatening manner and ferociously glared at Liu Xia as she said, "Because you said that it was our chance to steal the Dragon King seal, Father Emperor was alarmed, and we're now placed in confinement. Of course, I knew there was a chance that this would happen, but it was you big sister who broke the glass and alarmed Father Emperor. If it wasn't for my quickly making a lie on the spot, I fear Father Emperor would have been suspicious." Liu Xia muttered, "Fine, even if that was my mistake, now is not the time to quarrel. We have to quickly think of a way out of here." Midair impatiently waved her hands. This cave had a powerful barrier, and there were dragon guards guarding outside. It would be quite difficult to escape. Chapter 573, Sneaking into Divine Dragon Main Island. Since Midair and Liu Xia hadn't come, Long Yi and his party returned to Xing Xing's house. Fortunately, all dragons had their own exclusive territories, and under normal circumstances, they would not visit each other. Therefore, staying here, Long Yi and his party didn't have to worry about other dragons finding them. At this moment, Teresa and Lai sat in wooden chairs under the eaves. They chatted while looking at one big and one small figure playing noisily in the garden with big smiles on their faces. "In these several hundred years, this is the first time I've seen Xing Xing so happy." "Long Yi seems to like children very much," Teresa said with a smile, her eyes filled with warmth. At this moment, she was truly grateful that these people had come here and filled this desolate island with laughter. "He himself is a child sometimes, naturally, he likes children." Lai sipped a mouthful of tea and said, but her eyes were following Long Yi's figure. As long as he was beside her, she would feel at ease and that this world wasn't lonely and bitter. He was a very peculiar person. With him around, no one could avoid laughing heartily. He always disguised himself with a roguish look and a bad manner, making people hate yet also love him, but once in a while, his eyes unintentionally showed a hint of sadness, making her understand that there actually was a place in his heart that no one could touch. Perhaps, that place held his truest essence and was his softest and weakest place. "If you hadn't told me, I would truly never guess that he was the manipulator behind the scenes of the unification of Blue Wave's continent and is someone who conquered the continent but was unwilling to be bound by it." Teresa looked at Long Yi in the garden, who wore a bright smile comparable to the sunlight, and said she couldn't understand him. She knew the cruelty of the war. For the unification of the entire Blue Wave's continent, many people would have to die and blood would need to be shed. After experiencing everything, how could he still have such a bright smile? He has a soul that yearns the most for unfettered freedom without any restraints. Lai smiled gently, and her eyes blurred a little. This was her man, and he was also the man who couldn't be replaced in the hearts of her sisters. Teresa looked at the blurred eyes of Lai and smiled, shaking her head. She could see her own shadow from those years past in Lai. A woman who had fallen in love was not rational, one might even say that. Just like a moth darting into a flame, she knew perfectly well that she would be destroyed in the end, but she still couldn't stop flying closer. Long Yi, however, didn't know what these two women were talking. He was just happily playing with little Xingxing. Playing together with a child made his heart filled with a child's innocence. He felt as if the pureness of a child was washing away his tainted soul. Big brother Long, you are shameless, he he. Don't. In the bosom of Long Yi, little Xingxing twisted around, not letting Long Yi tickle her. Now, she was laughing so hard that her cheeks had turned bright red. Fine, don't you want to play? Are you tired? Long Yi smiled and stopped. Then, lying down in the midst of the garden, he looked at that clear, cloudless sky and took a deep breath. In his heart, he was thinking, if he could take all his women to a place with flowers as far as the eye could see someday, then how wonderful that would be. Seeing Long Yi had lied down, Xingxing climbed onto him and caressing his bread stubble, she said, Big brother Long, will you accompany me and my mother hereafter? She had never been so happy. Because of this, she feared to lose this. She feared that big brother Long Yi who made her felt the fatherly warmth would suddenly disappear. Well, this big brother cannot stay here forever, but when I have to leave, I will definitely take Xingxing with me. Is that okay? In this world, there are many amusing places. Long Yi smiled and said, stroking the soft golden hair of little Xingxing. Then, will my mother go too? If my mother has to live here alone, then she will be lonelier. Little Xingxing said with expectation. Yes, your mother is inseparable from Xingxing and Xingxing is also inseparable from your mother, so naturally, everyone will go together. Long Yi said with a smile. Big brother Long, you are so nice. Little Xingxing cheered and kissed his face, then ran towards her mother to tell her this good news. It had already been 3 days but there was no news of Midire and Leguxia. This made Long Yi felt a bit restless. Could it be that Dragon King noticed something? But, if that was truly the case, then how come there was not even a bit of movement? Late at night, suddenly a clap of thunder resounded and after dark clouds condensed, there was heavy rain. The sea waves became more and more intense and the wind blew stronger and stronger. Some small trees were uprooted and sent flying. At this moment, tired Xingxing was sleeping in the warm bosom of Long Yi with a sweet smile. In the past, she greatly feared this kind of thunderstorm weather, but now, with a warm bosom of Long Yi protecting her, she felt like that whistling fierce wind had become a lullaby. As for Long Yi, he half lied on the bed and was pondering about the countermeasures. In any case, he couldn't wait here endlessly. He must figure out what had happened on the main island. While Long Yi was pondering, the door of his room suddenly opened with a creak. Long Yi, who had the ability to clearly see in the dark, saw that it was Teresa. He was somewhat amazed in his heart. He had never thought that Teresa would run over so late at night to devote herself. Aren't you asleep? Seeing the eyes of Long Yi, the heart of Teresa jumped and she asked softly, Is there something wrong? Long Yi asked. Clearly, there must be a reason for Teresa to look for him so late at night. Don't you want to go to the main island? Tonight is the golden opportunity. Teresa softly said. The eyebrows of Long Yi shot up and he gently jumped off the bed, then walking out of the room with Teresa, he asked, Do you have a way? In this kind of weather, a few thousand meters below Divine Dragon Main Island, a freshwater undercurrent would gush out, and the opening of this freshwater undercurrent is linked with a lake located at the center of the main island. But, after a period of time, this freshwater current will produce a kind of suction force and the opening would close quickly afterward. As long as you can seize that moment and jump into that suction force, you will be directly sucked into that lake of Divine Dragon Main Island. Like this, detection magic arrays of the island will not detect you all. Teresa said. Really? Is there truly such a place? Merely, do Dragon King and elders know about this? Long Yi was pleasantly surprised. This method of entry and exit is usable only in thunderstorm weather. I had accidentally found this way when I went to that lake to take bath. At that time, I used this way to sneak out of Divine Dragon Archipelago and go to Divine Dragon Continent. I think no one else should know about this. Teresa said with a smile, remembering the past. Then, what are we waiting for? I will go and wake them up now. Long Yi impatiently said in fear that that undercurrent exit would close. In the midst of heavy rainstorm and strong gale, Teresa led Long Yi's group of 4 to the sea, and since all of them had good swimming ability, they quickly sneaked into undercurrent surge deep in the sea under the guidance of Teresa. Sure enough, just like Teresa had said, in the depth of the sea, there was a powerful freshwater undercurrent gushing out from the hole, and the seawater around that area was clear, truly was peculiar. Not long after that, this gushing out freshwater suddenly stopped for a moment, and as if it encountered a huge suction force, the water began to flow black rapidly. Now is the time, quickly jump in, Teresa said. Since they were already here, Long Yi naturally believed Teresa. He jumped in, pulling Lai without any hesitation, and Barbarian Bull and Li King followed closely behind, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not long after, the suction force disappeared and the big hole at the depth of the sea quietly closed. Long Yi held his breath. He only felt like that suction force was pulling him several hundred meters down. Then he suddenly began to rise up and shortly afterward, slammed into the lake. Long Yi pulled Lai to the surface and heard the sounds of raindrops hitting the lake's surface. Not long after, the heads of Barbarian Bull and Li King also popped out of the water surface. Then, 4 people quietly swam towards the shore of this lake with tacit agreement. Divine Dragon Main Island was very big. It seemed that it was bigger than all the other islands combined together. But, only Dragon King, his family, 7 great elders, their family and a few dragon guards lived here. Their numbers add up to less than 100. Moreover, with thunder and lightning accompanied by heavy rain tonight, all of them should have gone to their cave to sleep. The 4 people safely landed on the shore. Then, in the dense forest, they found a concealed small cave. Because of the huge build of dragons, they usually didn't linger in this kind of dense forest, therefore they were a lot safer in this small cave. Boss, are we going to steal Dragon King's seal? Barbarian Bull asked. Long Yi hit the head of Barbarian Bull and coldly said, "Steal a frat? We don't know anything about the circumstance of this island. The most important matter now is to figure out the terrain and find Midire siblings." Barbarian Bull rubbed his head and just smiled. He was full of valor and vigor. His blood boiled for battle, but he completely ignored all kinds of stratagem. "So, I will go out first to scout the terrain. As for you all, stay here and be sure to not leak your aura," Long Yi warned, then disappeared into the forest. Long Yi looked all around for high ground and saw the highest peak that pierced through the cloud far away from his position. That peak was very likely to be the place where Dragon King resided, and it was reasonable to say that Midire siblings should also be there. Other than this highest peak, there were many other big and small peaks on this island, and further away, it was covered with a hazy mist so he couldn't see the ends of this island. The area of this main island was somewhat beyond the expectation of Long Yi. If he wanted to clearly understand the terrain of such a big island, then it would take a long time. It seemed that he needed to find Midire siblings first. It would be much easier to accomplish their task with their help. Long Yi flew towards the highest peak of this island. He used his spirit power to create a barrier around him so as to avoid leaking out his aura. According to Midire, her father, Divine Dragon King, was the person who had the most prospect in several 10,000 years to break through to Dragon God realm. So, Long Yi could assume that he was very powerful. Perhaps, he might be able to sense and enter the alert state if he leaked even a bit of his aura. Not long after, Long Yi arrived at the foot of this highest peak, and walking forward a little, he suddenly stopped and quietly blended into the shadow behind a big tree. At the foot of this mountain, there were dragon guards. Although they were sleeping most of the time, their spirit power always covered the area they should guard. It seems it is somewhat troublesome. Long Yi thought. These few dragon guards were very powerful and their spirit power was also not weak. One should know that the perception of spirit power was very sensitive. Even if he had completely retracted his aura, as long as he made any movement, he would be noticed. Long Yi could use his great cosmos shift to teleport a few hundred meters, but the problem was, the spirit power of these dragon guards covered more than several hundred meters. Long Yi had studied space magic a little. Although it was somewhat troublesome, if there was no mistake, then he could teleport to halfway up the mountain from his current position without any problem. But the critical point was using space magic gave rise to a powerful magic fluctuation, and it would be noticed easily. Long a clap of thunder resounded throughout the sky, and several bolts of lightning streak across the sky, leaving behind flashes of silver light. The eyes of Long Yi shone. In this kind of thunderstorm weather, lightning magic elements should be considered normal. He smiled sinisterly, with a thought. Lightning magic elements within the sea of consciousness of Long Yi spread out and begun to gather dense lightning magic elements in the air. The dark clouds in the sky were getting denser and denser, and the wind and rain were also getting all the more violent. How come this summer rain is going on for so long? In addition, it is getting bigger and bigger. A dragon guard in a huge cave located at the foot of the mountain muttered to himself. Crackle. A bolt of silverish purple lightning struck a huge rock in front of this dragon guard's cave and was shattered into pieces. This shocked this dragon guard. But this was just the beginning. A series of lightning streak across the sky and dozens of lightning struck around the cave of this dragon guard in succession. He was so scared that he shrunk back into his cave. Without any reason. Why on earth are you striking at my side? Could it be that heaven is jealous of my too handsome looks? This dragon guard never thought that someone was using lightning magic to attack him. The first reason was there was no one in dragon race that could use lightning magic, and the second reason was he never thought that someone could sneak into this main island without anybody knowing and without triggering any detection magic rays. Suddenly, along with an explosion sound, the cave entrance collapsed under the lightning strikes. This dragon guard was trapped inside this cave. Seeing this dragon guard cursed in his heart and retracted his spirit power, and in that brief moment, Long Yi used his great cosmos shift and darted towards the peak. As for that dragon guard, he used his dragon tail to sweep off the debris blocking the cave entrance, then he spread out his spirit power again to cover the area he had to guard. He didn't know that an outsider had already gone up the mountain. Chapter 574 Dragon King's Treasure Cave. Part 1. Long Yi rushed toward the peak at a lightning-fast speed. Very quickly, he arrived before a huge cave with all kinds of sparkling rare treasures paving a wide road toward it. The edges of this cave also had several treasures inlaid on the walls. This made Long Yi sigh. Dragon race was rich and imposing. Merely, they had a poor taste. In front of this Dragon King's residence, there were no dragon guards. It seemed that Dragon King was very confident. However, this was a good thing for Long Yi. After observing carefully, Long Yi cautiously entered the cave. Upon entering this cave, he was dumbfounded and muttered, "Path to heaven, this is the path to heaven." Compared to Lai Lai's crystal palace in Illusory Forest, this Dragon King's residence was even more shocking. This cave was over 50 meters tall and over 30 meters wide. In addition, there was a straight passage toward the inner area. But everything was so shining and dazzling that people would feel dizzy upon seeing this. The cave was more than 500 meters deep and was divided into 3 more caves that were similarly decorated with treasures. Anyone who saw this kind of scene was bound to lose control of themselves. Compared to this place, even the treasury of Violent Dragon Empire was nothing. Long Yi resisted his impulse to completely sweep these treasures into his space ring. Everyone knew that all dragons liked treasures, especially the Dragon King. Only ghosts would know whether the Dragon King would sense it if he tampered with these treasures. That would be terrible. When Long Yi arrived at the three-way fork, he couldn't sense the Dragon King's aura. It was as if the Dragon King's residence was empty. He casually chose a cave and entered. There, Long Yi saw a stone room lining a long hall. Each interspaced a pair of rooms on the other side. These stone rooms were empty. There was neither treasures nor decorations. He didn't know what these stone rooms were for. After walking for a short while, he reached the end of this cave. There was a barrier emitting a dazzling golden light. This made Long Yi very curious about what was inside this barrier. Should he break open this barrier and go in? Long Yi hesitated for a bit. The main reason for his trip this time was to find the whereabouts of the Midire siblings, so he didn't have time to break this barrier. Merely, Long Yi's thoughts changed in the next moment. Midire siblings lived here, so Dragon King might have used this barrier to trap them. After justifying his actions, Long Yi decided to break this barrier and take a look. He covered himself with his spirit power, then fused his internal power with his spirit power. He leaned against this barrier. With the internal forces property of melting barriers, he believed that he could enter this barrier without anyone knowing. Merely, since this barrier was so strong, it would take some time. Slowly, Long Yi squeezed into the barrier little by little. In his heart, he prayed, hoping no one would come at this critical moment. Otherwise, with half of his body stuck inside the barrier, let alone fighting, he would be a fish on the chopping board. After an hour, Long Yi finally passed through this barrier. Before he had time to sigh in relief, he felt that it was empty underneath his legs and fell down. Fortunately, he had experienced a lot of dangerous situations, so he quickly stabilized his posture and stopped in midair without any noise. If an average person were in his place, his or her first reaction would be screaming in this type of situation. Long Yi sighed in relief, but he suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked down, and his eyes opened wide. He hastily covered his mouth and nearly let out a scream. Heavens, what did he see? A dragon, a huge dragon. A huge golden dragon. No matter in build or in luminance of scales, the mid-ear siblings were unable to compare. Now, his legs stopped only a few centimeters away from the head of this huge dragon. He could even feel the huge dragon's hot breath. Long Yi took a deep breath and carefully scooted away from the wall. Only when he was some distance from this huge sleeping dragon did he size up this place. This place seemed to be the dwelling of the Dragon King. Below the dragon was a huge pile of gold, silver, treasures and jewels. This dragon actually slept above a mountain of treasures. No, he is cultivating wholeheartedly. Seeing a golden light circulating around the huge dragon's body, Long Yi thought, if he had guessed correctly, then this huge dragon should without a doubt be the Dragon King. At this moment, the Dragon King had probably sunk all his consciousness into his sea of consciousness to cultivate, which was known as complete cultivation. Generally, people use this method to cultivate only when in seclusion. The effects of this method were much better than cultivating while using a part of consciousness to sense the outside world. Dragon King was truly rich. Long Yi couldn't help but sigh. All around were treasures. Dragon King Peak was more than 3,000 meters all. If these treasures were really piled up from the foot of this mountain, the quantity would truly be astonishing. At this moment, Long Yi felt that Dragon King didn't have any perception towards the outside world, so as long as there were no energy fluctuations outside, it was very unlikely that he would wake from his cultivation. Thus, his courage became much bigger. Dragon King, Dragon King, in any case, these treasures are useless to you. How about sharing a bit with me? More people being happy is better than only one person being happy. Long Yi smirked and muttered while sweeping away the most valuable treasures into his space ring. Soon, 2 empty plots inside his space ring were filled with treasures. Just when Long Yi planned to stop before going too far, he suddenly saw a golden seal beneath Dragon King's huge dragon body. This seal had a dragon-shaped mark that was very lifelike. It was as if it would fly out at any time. Dragon King seal? The pupils of Long Yi shrunk. Dragon King seal was necessary to enter the forbidden area of the dragon race, so how could he return without this precious item? Long Yi quietly walked over, grasped this Dragon King seal, and pulled. However, this Dragon King seal was firmly pressed down by the huge dragon body and didn't budge at all. If he used internal force to pull, he might wake up this Dragon King. At this point, Long Yi was absolutely unwilling to return empty-handed, but also realized that waking up the Dragon King was not worth the gain. He feared that the Dragon King would definitely make him spit out all the treasures he had taken. Long Yi rubbed the beard stubble on his chin and pondered. Suddenly, his eyes shone as he looked at the Dragon King's stomach. According to his experiment on Midair and Charmin, the stomach side of dragons was a very sensitive place. As long as it was lightly stroked, they would feel unbearably ticklish. Long Yi took out a feather brush from his space ring, then lightly swept the stomach side of the Dragon King. The cultivating Dragon King seemed to feel something, and his huge body moved. but the Dragon King seal remained under its body. "Your grandfather, I don't believe you will not move." Long Yi muttered and again swept the stomach side of Dragon King. The huge body of Dragon King trembled and twisted slightly. Taking advantage of this moment, Long Yi pulled the Dragon King seal from under Dragon King and placed it into his space ring along with the brush, before flying towards the barrier. He wanted to leave now without wasting any moment. Long Yi snuck out of the cave and noticed that the sky was already bright, with the sun high in the sky. Without the cover of rain and night, it was somewhat difficult to leave Dragon King Peak without anybody noticing. He turned away from Dragon King Cave, wanting to look for another path down, but saw two dragon guards halfway up the mountain. He was surprised and approached them. He saw that those two dragon guards guarded a dark cave. Those two dragon guards seemed very young, compared to those dragon guards at the foot of the mountain. They were much inferior. Long Yi completely retracted his aura and slowly approached them. He was able to hear their conversation. Garda said, "You are so resourceful," laying out a sound insulation barrier. Still, Princess and Prince were truly too threatening. Guard B, however, helplessly said, "We too truly have a cruel fate to be selected for such an assignment. You haven't realized yet that since Princess is the first tyrant Dragon King of our Divine Dragon clan, after they are released by Dragon King, we too will become the punching bags of the Princess." Upon hearing this, Garda shivered and said, "Is there nothing you can do?" "We absolutely cannot let them go, otherwise, Dragon King will punish us." Guard B sighed. "What can I do? We brothers can only prepare to become punching bags. I truly hope that Princess will marry soon and find a husband that takes care of her. Otherwise, we will never have a good day." Upon hearing their conversation, Long Yi smiled. He truly had never thought that Midire's infamy had reached this level, and at that moment, he thought of a way. "You don't have to worry about that, your princess will be marrying very soon." Long Yi suddenly appeared. Now, he was wrapped from head to toe with a robe. "Who are you?" The two guards immediately became alert. If they hadn't sensed the aura of Divine Dragon Clan from Long Yi, they would have immediately rung the alarm. "I am the future husband of the princess, the future son-in-law of Dragon King. Now, you all don't need to worry about your future. Princess listens to me the most. If she look at you for trouble, I will teach her a lesson." Long Yi smiled. Chapter 574, Dragon King's Treasure Cave Part 2. The two dragon guards looked at each other in blank dismay and said, "We have never heard about this matter." "Of course, you don't know about it. This is still a secret. I hope you two will not spread this matter. If other clansmen know about this, then you two will have a tragic fate. Do you understand?" Long Yi said mysteriously. "Even if that is true, what are you doing here?" Dragon Guard A wasn't stupid. He asked with doubt. "I came under the Dragon King's order to take away the prince and princess. Dragon King has assigned them a secret mission," Long Yi said solemnly, and a Dragon King seal dazzling with golden light appeared in his hand. When those two dragon guards saw this Dragon King seal, they immediately knelt down, and the suspicions in their hearts disappeared. Under the command of Long Yi, they opened the barrier. Long Yi stowed the Dragon King seal and walked into the cave. Inside, he saw Midire and Leguxia sitting listlessly on the ground. They didn't even look over when Long Yi entered. "Leguxia, still not coming over to greet your brother-in-law?" Long Yi said with a smirk. Leguxia and Midire jumped up at the same time and saw Long Yi pulling down his mask. "Brother-in-law, I miss you to death." Leguxia with his face covered with tears rushed over to Long Yi, but he was kicked to one side by Long Yi. How did you come?" Midire agitatedly asked. "My dear, Dragon King made me come take you out," Long Yi said with a smile. Taking 2 steps forward, he hugged Midire's slender waist. The beautiful face of Midire turned red, and she prepared to struggle free, but Long Yi blew hot air in her ear as he whispered, "If you want to get out, be obedient." When Long Yi walked out of the cave while holding the slender waist of Midire who had a bright red face, the mouths of those two dragon guards were wide open in surprise. They watched Long Yi with admiration. All the doubts in their hearts cleared. "You two, listen, This is a secret matter. Continue to guard here and don't mention anything about this to anyone. Do you understand? Long Yi said to those two dragon guards. Understood, we understand. You can rest assured. The two dragon guards nodded their head while smiling happily. Being able to subdue the first tyrannical dragon king of Dragon Clan, this fellow was absolutely not ordinary. Besides, since Long Yi saved them from the claws of mid-ire, they were very grateful. In addition, Long Yi had the Dragon King seal, so how could they dare not obey Long Yi? Only when they escaped the sight of those two dragon guards did mid-ire peel off the hand of Long Yi from her waist and angrily say, "Still not enough hugging. If I said that it wasn't, will you let me hug longer?" Long Yi said with a bad smile. "Keep on dreaming. If not for the fact that you saved us, I would have already cut off your pig paw." Mid-ire snorted. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. "By the way, brother-in-law, how did you accomplish this? How did you get in? Why did those fellows listen to your words?" Leguxia impatiently asked. Mid-ire was also quite curious. I have my means." Thinking of the Dragon King seal and treasures in his space ring, a proud smile appeared on his face. Seeing this wicked smile on the face of Long Yi, Mid-ire was angry in her heart, but she was honestly too curious. She stood in front of him and grabbed his collar. She ferociously ordered, "Don't keep people guessing. Will you tell or not? Can't you be a bit gentler?" Long Yi pointed at her hand gripping his collar and complained. Mid-ire took a deep breath and moved her hand away. Recalling the gentle and soft expressions of his women when facing Long Yi, she took a deep breath, making a soft and gentle expression. She blinked her eyes and said coquettishly, "Long Yi, tell me please." Long Yi and Leguxia were startled. They felt as if lightning struck them, and they shivered as goosebumps appeared all over their body. "Big sister, don't be so disgusting. As I see it, you can never learn to be soft and gentle in your life," Leguxia said while rubbing his arms. Long Yi looked solemn and nodded his head. Seeing Mid-ire turn green and then white, he knew that she was about to explode, so he hastily said, "We can change the pattern a bit." "What pattern?" Mid-ire gnashed her teeth and said. She was embarrassed and angry in her heart. For the first time since her birth, she had pretended to be gentle and soft, but these two bastards made fun of her. This was infuriating her to death. "For instance, let me kiss you." Long Yi jumped back after saying this in fear that he would burn himself. But, beyond the expectations of Long Yi, Mid-ire didn't get angry. Instead, she remained calm. Looking straight at Long Yi, she said, "Okay, I agree." "Really?" Long Yi suspiciously asked. "Really?" The fists of Mid-ire crackled. "You are not lying, are you?" Long Yi's eyes shone. "Not lying." Woo! The mind of Mid-ire instantly blanked out. Her entire body was surrounded by a dense manly aura, her lips completely sealed by Long Yi's big mouth. Her heart jumped wildly. After a few seconds, Long Yi immediately jumped back. The fragrant lips of this she Rex were truly soft and tasted good. Seeing Mid-ire coming back to her senses, Long Yi pulled Leguxia, who was still stunned, and asked, "Why on earth are you also in a daze, still not running away quickly?" Leguxia blankly responded. He still couldn't figure out why he should flee with Long Yi, but his body involuntarily followed Long Yi. "Long Yi, don't run, I want to kill you." Mid-ire angrily screamed and chased after them. The dragon guards at the foot of the mountain only saw two figures flash past them. Before they could sort out what had happened, Mid-ire also flashed past them. Her violent anger made them involuntarily shrink back. Who didn't have eyes and provoked the princess? Weren't the princess and prince placed in confinement by Dragon King? Could it be that they were released? A dragon guard muttered to himself, thinking that it was definitely Dragon King who had released them. Dragon King spoiled them too much. He truly should have confined them for several hundred years. Like that, they would not have any disasters. This was the result Long Yi had wanted, killing two birds with one stone. On one hand, he could steal a fragrant kiss, and on the other hand, he could use Mid-ire's anger to avoid the interrogation of these dragon guards at the foot of the mountain. After Long Yi ran into the forest, he suddenly stopped and turned around. Behind, Midair, who was chasing after him without sparing any effort, was caught off guard and nearly threw herself into his bosom. "Don't be impulsive. If you alarm the elders, then that would be anything but reassuring." Long Yi watched Midair with a broad smile and said. Midair gritted her teeth and struggled to swallow the anger in her heart. How could she let this bad fellow take cheap advantage of her? "Don't you want to know how I came here, and how I was able to take you two out so easily?" Seeing Midair was still feeling indignant, Long Yi hastily asked. "Speak." Midair kicked a big tree down and ordered, coldly looking at Long Yi. Long Yi was inwardly speechless and immediately told her how he had entered Divine Dragon Main Island. Taking out the Dragon King seal from his space ring, he said with a smile, "Take a look." "What is this, Dragon King seal?" the Midair siblings exclaimed at the same time. "How did you obtain it?" Midair hastily asked. "I went to your house to look for you too, but due to a freak combination of factors, I entered the sealed-off treasure cave of your father Emperor. Fortunately, your father Emperor was cultivating, and the Dragon King seal was right next to him, so I naturally picked it up and left." Long Yi casually said. "You entered the treasured cave of our father Emperor?" The dragon eyes of the siblings shone and looked at Long Yi as if he were a plateful of delicacies. "Come clean. Other than the Dragon King seal, did you take other treasures too?" "All the treasures in that treasure cave are our father's collection, even we cannot take a look at them usually." Midair grabbed Long Yi's arm as if she had already forgotten the anger of just a moment ago. One could well imagine the attraction treasure held to a dragon. "No, I didn't. At the time, I only had my eyes set on Dragon King seal. In addition, I feared your father Emperor would wake up suddenly, so how could I think of taking other things?" Long Yi hastily shook his head. Even if he was killed on the spot, he would not acknowledge his sins. "Really? Really? Are you lying?" "No." Midair was somewhat disappointed. She was absolutely certain that Long Yi was not telling the truth. She didn't believe that Long Yi lacked the courage, but, since he was not acknowledging it, she could do nothing. Even she and Leguxia had had thoughts toward the treasures in the treasure cave of her father Emperor for a long time. Compared to those treasures, the decorative treasures in other caves were very inferior. "Now that we have 7 Great Elders' seals and the Dragon King seal, let's go to the forbidden area of the dragon race to rescue Liuxu's parents," Long Yi said. "We still can't. The forbidden area of our dragon race is not located in the Master Island, and at this moment, we cannot leave, otherwise, we will be noticed by the elders. I think we should wait until another rainfall, then we can sneak out from that lake you mentioned," Midair listlessly said. Usually, when she and Leguxia went out, those elders would turn a blind eye, but now was not usual times, so they naturally couldn't openly leave like before. "Wait for another thunderstorm?" Long Yi frowned. Seeing Midair's dejected appearance because she couldn't obtain any treasures, he couldn't help saying with a smile, "Hey, why are you making such expression? Is it because of the treasures? I also have many treasures, moreover, they are not lacking compared to the trinkets in that treasure cave of your father Emperor. In the future, after Liuxu's parents are saved, I will give you a portion." Seeing Long Yi's brilliant smile, Midair involuntarily became absent-minded and also smiled beautifully, showing a row of spotlessly white teeth. At this moment, her beautiful face felt hot, her heartbeat accelerated, and she unnaturally moved her eyes away from Long Yi as she recalled that kiss. "Brother-in-law, will I get a portion too?" Leguxia stuck in. How could he not know that the treasures of Long Yi came from the treasure cave of his father Emperor? Nevertheless, he didn't dare to expose Long Yi, he just wanted to get some treasures. "Of course, how could I forget my brother-in-law?" Long Yi smirked and winked at Midair, making her ashamed and angry. Long Yi led the Midair siblings back to the cave where Liuli and the others had been hiding, but they discovered an empty cave. The 3 had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 575, Historical Remains. Long Yi felt startled in his heart. Didn't he tell them not to run around? How come no one was here? But, very quickly, he calmed down. Because of their contractual relationships, he could feel that both Liuli and Li King weren't in danger. Moreover, there were no traces of fighting around this cave. With the strength of these three, no one could capture them without giving them any chance to counterattack. Where did they go? Midair asked, feeling uncertain. Long Yi didn't reply. He scanned the cave. Even if they had left because of an urgent matter, they would probably have left a trace. At that time, a white light burst out from the ground, and Barbarian Bull carrying the greenstone rule appeared in front of Long Yi. "Boss, you've finally returned," Barbarian Bull happily said, seeing Long Yi. "What is going on here?" Long Yi asked. Barbarian Bull looked at the Midair siblings and pulled Long Yi to one side before whispering, "Boss, we found something good under this cave." "What good thing?" Long Yi curiously asked. "You will know when you come with me." Li King told me to only tell boss, but should we take along Midair and Leguxia too? Barbarian Bull asked. Long Yi thought for a moment. Since Li King had instructed so, the thing they had discovered must not be a small matter. "Hey, what are you two whispering about? Is there something that is not fit to reveal to us?" Midair said with dissatisfaction. "It's nothing like that. It seems Barbarian Bull and others have found something interesting. Let's go to take a look," Long Yi said with a smile. Now, the Midair siblings and he were on the same side. Moreover, he considered them his good friends. It was fine to not conceal anything from them and share a few benefits. Barbarian Bull ventured deeper inside the cave. Waving his greenstone rule, a green light shot towards the wall. A magic door sparkling with a milky white radiance appeared on the wall. Long Yi and his group were surprised and entered the magic door in a single file. Immediately after that, a bright light shone in front of their eyes, and they arrived inside the huge grotto. Heavens! Dragon God, how could this be? Midair and Leguxia trembled, and their minds became chaotic. Inside the cave, they saw a huge dragon god skeleton whose bones emitted a sparkling radiance. At first glance, one might even mistakenly think that this skeleton was made from jade. However, this skeleton was not complete. It was broken into 3 pieces. Among them, the skull was cracked. Presumably, it had fought a tragic battle before its demise. What surprised Long Yi was that there were humanoid skeletons scattered all around this huge grotto. Merely, these humanoid skeletons differed from ordinary mortal skeletons. They also had different colored radiant auras circulating around them. Moreover, they each had a pair or 2 of bone wings sprouting off their spines. At this moment, Midair and Leguxia had already knelt in front of the dragon god skeleton while trembling. Their expressions were solemn and respectful as they chanted a peculiar incantation. After listening to the incantation of the Midair siblings, Long Yi learned that this broken skeleton of a dragon god belonged to a dragon god from unknown ages ago. The humanoid skeletons with bone wings on their backs were presumably superhumans. It was very likely that they came from the divine world. This scene in front of them ought to be the skeletons left behind from some great battle of gods and demons. At this time, Lai and Li King returned from the depth of this grotto. They looked shocked. "Young master, you should go inside and take a look." Li King's tone fluctuated. This was very rare for him. Long Yi and others quickly went to the depths of this grotto, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the bottom of this cave. Immediately upon arriving, an ice-cold evil aura blew against their faces, and they felt a chill down to their bone marrow. Long Yi used his spirit power to create an isolation barrier around them. Everyone was shocked by the withered huge strange corpse at the bottom of this cave. This corpse still stood straight, roughly 10 meters tall. Its entire body was pitch black like ink. Its 2 dried legs had black fur grown all over them, and each leg had 4 toes that were deeply embedded in the solid ground. This corpse didn't have hands. Long tentacles grew from its back and chest. As for its head, it was triangular in shape and had a silverish white lance stuck in the middle. If this lance had chopped down a bit more, its head would have been cut in half. Its 2 huge eyes were still open, making people not dare to look straight at it. Looking straight at its eyes made them feel as if their souls would be pulled out of their bodies. "What kind of monster is this?" Barbarian Bull exclaimed in shock. Clearly, this was also his first time arriving here. "Young master, look over there too." Li King pointed beside this corpse. Long Yi looked over and saw a humanoid skeleton with 3 pairs of bone wings hanging off a cliff face. 3 of the monster's tentacles had pierced through his chest and nailed him onto this cliff. Now, Long Yi could imagine the circumstances of a fierce fight. This monster alone had fought against the dragon god and hundreds of birdmen led by this 6-winged birdman. They had finally all perished together here on Divine Dragon Archipelago. Such a terrifying strength made him feel a chill in his heart. No need to speak about the strength of Dragon God. This 6-winged birdman should also not be a mediocre person from the divine world. One should know that the light god was merely an 8-winged birdman, and he was one of the 7 main gods. Thus, this 6-winged birdman should have been powerful and just a step below the light god, so he should have been comparable to first-tier gods. Nevertheless, this monster was able to kill him along with the dragon god. Was this monster the legendary demon king? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Long Yi's mind. Looking at the lance emitting a dense light aura from the head of this monster, his heart was perturbed. Even from first sight, he knew this lance was a good thing. In any case, since this lance no longer had an owner, how could he let it go? Long Yi flew up, and covering his hands with spirit power, he grabbed the lance on the monster's head. Don't. At that time, a voice resounded in Long Yi's ears, but it was already too late. The big hands of Long Yi had already grabbed the lance. Long Yi immediately felt a nice cold aura directly enter his body via his hands. Then the surroundings around him changed. He only felt as if he were thrown into a sea of blood. Blood waves slammed against him again and again. In addition, a ruthless, sinister, cold, and tyrannical aura enveloped him, making him want to kill everyone and destroy everything. Below, Lai, Barbarian Bull and Li King saw a black mist burst out from the monster the instant that Long Yi grabbed the lance, completely enveloping Long Yi. They wanted to rush over, but an invisible energy barrier had blocked them off, so they could only watch in worry. The commotion within had alarmed the Midire siblings, and they rushed over. But they could also do nothing in this situation. They could only watch that black mist grow thicker and thicker. Long Yi, however, still felt as if he were floating on a blood sea. His killing intent increased more and more, and this overturned his bottom-line beliefs. It was as if an evil seed had been sown, germinated, grown up and finally, become an evil tree that blotted out the sky and the sun, keeping out all sunlight and rain. At this moment, the handsome face of Long Yi was twisted with pain, and when he opened his eyes, his pitch-black pupils were instead blood-red. Then, a warm aura rushed from the bottom of his heart, and his pupils reverted to their normal black color. This happened repeatedly, and the warm aura from the bottom of his heart slowly contended against that black chi, pushing it back. At this moment, in Long Yi's space ring, the light god statue emitted a lustrous white light, and an indistinct shadow appeared. The wispy shadows coalesced into a strange symbol. Suddenly, that light god statue flashed with brilliant radiance and connected to Long Yi's sea of consciousness. The light spirit tablet spun rapidly, and that warm aura at the bottom of his heart strengthened, gaining an advantage over that black chi. At this moment, the blood-red pupils of Long Yi had already reverted back to black and no longer turned blood-red. In the eyes of Barbarian Bull and others, that black mist shrunk. As if it had encountered a magnet, it streamed into Long Yi's body. In the blink of an eye, there was no more black mist around Long Yi. Now, they could see Long Yi once more and sighed in relief. At this moment, he held a lance in his hand, and his black hair fluttered in the air. His pitch-black pupils were clear like black glass pearls, but there were no fluctuations of recognition within them. Long Yi slowly floated down, and the energy around him also dispersed. Lai and others immediately rushed to his side. "Young master, are you all right?" Lai held Long Yi's arm and anxiously asked. Only after a long time did the pitch-black pupils of Long Yi flash and could familiar emotions be seen within his eyes. Merely, those eyes seemed to have become even darker, and it appeared as if they hid mysterious and ancient tales, making people deeply attracted to them. "Why are you all looking at me like this? I just picked up this lance. Do you all also want it?" Long Yi asked with a smile. He still felt a lingering fear of that illusion, but he maintained his composure. His familiar tone made everyone relax, and at that moment, Lai Yilai suddenly exclaimed, "Young master, that monster disappeared." Sure enough, that terrifying monster seemed to have disappeared into thin air without leaving behind any residues. "Boss, that monster seemed to have transformed into black mist and entered your body," Barbarian Bull said. "Is that so?" "That was a nice feeling. No wonder I am in such great spirits now." "Maybe I ate it," Long Yi smiled and spoke, stretching his body. "Young master, are you truly feeling fine?" Lai Yilai worriedly asked. Just a moment ago, she felt as if Long Yi had truly been in danger. "Of course, I am fine. By the way, look at these bones. They contain dense elemental energy. Shouldn't we make the best use of them?" "These are much better than energy stones." Long Yi examined the skeleton of the six-winged birdman and said, "If he let his little sisters Im and Wuan and Sibai absorb this elemental energy, they would definitely make great progress." "Long Yi, these are the remains of the divine world's angels. How can you disrespect them like this?" Midire angrily said. "How do you know that I am disrespecting them?" "You know I'm someone in high standing with the Light God. According to the dedication of the Light God, they would definitely be very happy being able to benefit others even after their death." Long Yi rolled his eyes and said, "You." Midire was speechless. They were already dead, so no one knew what they wanted. However, Long Yi mischievously misinterpreted the doctrine of Light God, making her unable to refute.